off.
Yeah, it would have to have been like she was laying there, and it's not so hard to just something off if it's against solid ground.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why we use cutting boards. That's why we don't cut carrots in the air.
Good point.
Right?
You don't?
I've actually heard that apparently fingers are similar to carrots.
Are they really? You talking about flavor or what?
In ease of cutting.
Oh, okay.
That's what
I would think they'd be tougher because you got bone.
I would think that would be the case, but apparently it's. I mean, carrots. Like the really thick ones, they can be pretty hard to cut through.
I suppose. Yeah.
Especially with a dull knife.
We will.
That's how you cut fingers off. Whoa.
Okay. After the shows, after we're done recording, we're going to Rochambeau and pick one person, and I'm going to.
It's going to be like 4 rooms all over again, right?
Yeah.
With a lighter.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen that one.
You don't know. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What was it talking about?
Back to
Minnie Wise. Yeah, Minnie Wise. The finger. I'm thinking.
She also had a husband, right?
She did have a husband. But I was thinking with the finger. I was thinking that I wonder if she had a ring on that finger and it just didn't want to come off.
That's possible.
Yeah. Well, anyway, her husband, his name was Budwise, which I think is a cool
That's a good name.
Yeah, I like that. He was arrested. Apparently, she was jealous of her. Apparently,
he was jealous of her?
He was jealous of her, yeah. She was apparently sort of interested, I don't know if seriously or not, in some other guy, and he had threatened to kill her. The detectives in this case felt like he was just taking advantage of the whole Ripper thing to camouflage some murder, and that it was, actually a copycat murder. But...
Which is something Joe thinks about a lot.
Yeah, exactly. No,
No, you do. I know you do.
Well, yeah, I mean...
I'm aware if a serial killer ever comes to light in Oregon, I'm going in hiding for a while.
Yeah, I know exactly, because I know time to kill Devin and replace her with somebody else. Yeah.
Just hide in his gun closet. You'll be safe.
I don't know about that.
She doesn't have the combination. Yeah. And it's possible...
Quick, come in here. You'll be safe.
Yeah. And it's possible this was a copycat killing. It's possible that a few of the other ones were copycat killings because this is a great time to go settle a score. You just want to be really careful not to get arrested. You go to kill just one person and they all get pinned on you. So that wouldn't be so good.
And that's why so many people, I feel like so many deaths were attributed to the Atlanta Ripper because people were like, somebody's out there killing women, and I really hate that broad. Perfect opportunity. And just, kill her in some fashion that it has something to do with cutting the neck, and then it gets lumped on. Like, that's why I feel like the number was was it 18 or 19 or something? It was huge.
19, yeah.
Can we just pause to say that really upsets me?
What's that?
Just the fact that there are so many dudes out there in that supposition, right? There are so many dudes out there in Atlanta who are like, I really hate this lady. I'm going to kill her. Within a 2-year span.
But there may have also been a lot of women out there. Think of, what's her name, who got in trouble for dressing up as the Ripper.
So let me amend that. There are that many people out there.
Yeah.
That's actually very upsetting to me. I am more comforted by the fact that it's one single psychopath who's just killing people at will than it is that there are 20 or 30 people who are like, you know what? This person, I don't like them very much. There's a serial killer out there. I'm just going to kill this person. Somebody else will get the credit. That's fine. I have no moral quandary with that at all. That is way more upsetting to me than a serial killer who might have killed 20 people. Way more upsetting.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Welcome to society.
I know.
But,
that's the thing. I guess.
This is why I don't like people in general, as a rule.
That's why I'm much happier with the theories of it was one person. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, if it makes you feel any better, though, as an overall trend, murder is going down. It's been going down for a while.
Yes, that does make me feel better.
Yeah.
So, I have not yet been murdered.
That you haven't. Not yet.
So that's good.
You've come close a few
I'm on
times.
trend. Next victim.
Oh, yeah. What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, our last victim, at least according to the professor and his writing partner, murder number 8, Mary Putnam. This is the one that was different. Her body was found in a ditch, and it had been covered with some loose dirt, and her heart had been cut out.
Like an attempt to bury it.
Yeah, it wasn't a serious attempt. It's just like kicking dirt over it, I think.
Okay.
So
yeah, but any attempt to bury it shows some remorse, right? That's the typical, that's how people is that. I'm sorry, you guys are both looking at me like that's the brand new concept to you.
No,
Yeah,
I don't take that as remorse. I take that as I normally hide it in the bushes, and there's no bushes. How do I hide it so I can get away?
I'll shove it in the ditch. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So that's probably was what it was. But this was different in that her heart was cut out. It was laying next to her. So yeah, that's a deviation.
Yeah, and usually you don't see that kind of escalation at the very right. That kind of escalation it continues usually, unless that person is caught.
Caught,
that's
arrested.
the thing is that, like, as far as we know, the Ripper wasn't caught. Again, it's just like the British Jack the Ripper. Just this is it.
Yeah.
And this lady.
But
is the last
I mean, but
one.
with
And
like the
so
British,
it's a peak, and then it just goes away.
with the British Jack the Ripper, I feel like there was a natural peak of like that's about the worst thing you could do to a body, kind of.
But again, we're going to go down that same rabbit hole. Is that it stopped?
Right. But no, I mean, like, that's the thing for me is, like, okay, so, like, if the escalation of the whatever psychosis that's going on is, this is literally the worst thing you could do to the body. The worst thing you could do to the body is, like, kind of cut a heart out and, like, leave it next to it. Like, that's not true. That's not true at all.
There's lots more you can do.
There's so much more. So for me, as a total armchair person who I guess has a couple years of experience of reading about cases like this at this point, I would expect that if this person were free, that there would be that escalation, unless we're going to go to Joe's de facto explanation of there was one person in the mix that was the intended target and everybody else was just like to cover up the rest of it.
Yeah, there is always that. I think though, if this had been somebody just wanting to kill one person, no need to kill 8 people or 9 or whatever. That's risky. Yeah.
So can we go back and re-record the Jack the Ripper episode? Because
No.
I feel like that was the argument with Jack the Ripper.
Lord,
Yeah.
no.
Right? Am I mean, am I crazy that, like, did you not make that argument there?
Yeah, well, that's the thing about it. You know, Jack the Ripper murdered 5 women.
Yeah, no need to murder 5 women. Just murder, like, 3.
The question is up to the point he started murdering them, why wasn't he murdering them before? And why wasn't he murdering them afterwards? Right. You know, why?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I mean, I think the general assumption is that you read about people who are serial killers who have been caught, and their parents or people who are close to them say, yeah, they were, like, it was weird. There were mutilated squirrels all over the place. Or, like, he beat the dog up. And then suddenly he was big enough to
known behavior.
take it into a human realm, and then he was caught, or the escalation finished, or he moved out of that area.
Yeah.
Or she.
Or
I'm sorry.
Or get killed.
I mean, serial killers are by and large male, but there are some female serial killers, so I just default to the male pronoun.
Yeah,
I apologize.
No, actually, well, most murderers are men.
To all our female serial
I
killer
apologize
listeners.
to all of
it's
the female
okay.
serial killers out there who were like, hey, what about me?
Yeah.
I apologize.
That's why you don't know Devin's last name.
I mean, yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's that general slope of escalation. What are you going to call that? The general something of escalation. General path of escalation, maybe?
Yeah.
Is the word I'm looking for.
So, yeah, I mean, well, there was some escalation here. I mean, he cut off a finger, and then on victim number 7. And then the heart, that's a big jump, I have to agree.
That's a big jump. Yeah.
Yeah. And then if he did stop, why?
Right.
Because
got caught or moved out of the...
Yeah, he moved out of town maybe. I mean, by this time it was kind of late 1911, and the police were really serious about it, and everybody was on edge. Maybe he decided to just move on.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to say.
Somewhere else.
You know what?
Move to England, man.
Well, you know what, too? That life was more dangerous back then. Maybe somebody murdered him.
Yeah.
You know, you don't know.
Or died in a work environment.
Yeah. Or of sickness of some kind.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have antibiotics back in those
Yeah.
days. So, yeah, I mean, it's real easy to get done in by just an internal infection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. According to the papers, the killings resumed in 1912, and there were 5 maybe Ripper murders that year, and then it ended. I did come across one source who claimed that there was another one, as I mentioned before, in 1913 and another in 1914. This is a guy I don't take very seriously because he's one of the people that makes the claim that the Ripper mutilated his victims, and as we know, that's not true.
And that's based on the death certificates that were looked up. Talk about specifically what was done to the body.
Yeah, Professor
Moriarty.
Yeah, Professor McLaughlin. He said that they almost just about in all cases got a hold of the death certificates, and so.
But do we believe those 5 in 1912?
I don't think so. So these guys, the 5 in 1912. Let me think here. Three of them were eliminated because somebody was arrested and convicted for their murders. Yeah, and then the other two, one of them was stabbed, and another one, the MO was different.
So it's really just the media sensationalizing these.
Yeah,
murders.
I mean, once they had this whole spate of killings, obviously these women are showing up dead. Obviously, first conclusion you're going to jump to
is that the horrible thing that happened a year ago.
And this guy too. This guy's. I don't know if you watched any of that video. I sent you the link to the really awful one. Did you watch?
You in fact advised me to not watch it.
I did after watching a little bit of it, but then I sent, if you recall, I told you should watch at least a few minutes of it.
I did watch a few minutes of it.
Just to find out how bad is.
Yes.
Was it bad or what?
Yeah, I mean, it was not good.
No, not at all.
It's hard. There's so many. Sometimes I am tempted to say, Steve, let's post the link to this thing so that people can understand the hardships that we face when we research our episode.
Yeah.
And Steve goes, I can't do that to people.
Yeah. No. This one was an hour and a half long interview, and I suffered through about an hour of it.
And it was a phone interview, right?
Yeah, it's like
it was a
so
video.
it's her on video facing the camera, and then a picture of the guy.
But he was mostly talking, and so she was kind of bored the whole time.
Yeah, she would be looking around or just making weird expressions.
But she also was sick.
Yeah, and she was sick and then coughing and stuff.
So she had runny eyes and runny
eyes,
watering eyes. But no, I mean.
So that guy that she was interviewing, who claimed to be an expert on this, he said another thing.
Also a medium, right?
Yeah, and he also said that black serial killers are extremely rare. And that all serial killers, or almost all of them, are white.
That's offensive.
Well, it's complete bunk. I mean, actually, serial killers are very well distributed among the races.
I was going to say, I'm sorry, I'm staring, and I know that you're both looking at me like I'm a weirdo because I'm just baffled by that. Mm-hmm. It is not attributed to any race, and while it is to one gender more than another, it's
pretty well distributed. Oh yeah, I mean, in America, obviously it's a majority white country, so obviously the majority of serial.
But it's a demographic.
But percentage wise, maybe.
Yes, that would be a better way to say it.
Accurately.
Yeah, as a percentage of the population, given
it's
demographics.
About the same percentage of each.
It's going to be roughly the same. When you're talking about
crazy people transcend everything.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It could be that one particular race, I doubt it, but is more susceptible to this kind of stuff. But I don't think so. I really kind of doubt that.
No, because we hear about this all over the world.
Oh yeah. It does happen everywhere.
Yeah. They just take different forms. I mean, sometimes, right? You are extra smart, and so you figure out how to say like, "Oh, I'm a witch doctor, so it's okay that I'm murdering all these people," right? Or, "Oh, hey, I'm a savior, so it's okay that I'm murdering all these people," or "Oh, hey, I'm the king." It just goes on and on, but you find them everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
So are we in theories yet?
Yeah, we're gonna start theories.
Thank goodness.
Oh my God.
Let's talk that. Yeah, I know. We usually get to the theories a lot sooner than this. Theories is gonna be short, actually.
Okay.
So our theories are: 1, the Ripper did not exist. Well, I do.
So wait, this means that every one of these was by every unique murder was by a unique perpetrator,
and it just happened to be that some of them shared some similarities.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say that it's possible that not every murder attributed to the Ripper was done by him. But I do think, especially in mid 2011 or
1911,
mid 1911, dude. Yeah, I do.
The Atlanta
think so.
Ripper had a time machine.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Do you buy into the whole Ripper didn't exist thing?
No.
Yeah. All right. So our next theory is that this was put forth by
By the sheriff.
Yeah, Plenty Minor, the sheriff. It was black wives murdering their husband's girlfriends.
Side girls, please.
Yeah.
Well, I know that there's a lot of wives who would like that to be the case. I don't think that's it.
I also don't think I don't think that it's that rampant, right? That husbands
philandering
have girlfriends. Yeah.
So there's the thing. A lot of dudes like to think that they are cool enough and hot enough and suave enough to get a girlfriend. I'm sorry, we're all fat and ugly.
You got the one.
We got lucky with the one.
You locked that one down.
99% of men can't manage to get to handle two at once.
No,
it's not happening.
It really is hard to keep all your lies straight and everything. It really is. Yeah, so it's better just to keep it simple.
Yeah.
It really is. So, okay.
So what's our next one?
Well, our next theory is that the Ripper did exist.
I agree.
Yeah, I think he most likely did. For one thing, throat cutting, I think is not a really typical murder method.
It's not. It's
Because-
also a fairly gruesome
Yeah, it
murder
is.
method.
It's messy.
Gruesome, messy, bloody.
If we were gonna go with the Ripper was just a bunch of black wives murdering husbands' girlfriends, like that's an intense way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also not, well, I guess bashing someone over the head hard enough to knock them out
That's
requires
hard.
a significant amount of physical strength.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, the will or guile even to slit someone ear to ear.
Yeah.
That's intense, you guys. That's really intense.
Yeah, I think that most people that get killed with knives are usually stabbed.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
So I would say, once, right? You do the one and you're like, oh, God, that was rough.
Whoops.
But I don't have to do it again.
Yeah.
I don't have to, drag that knife anywhere. So I would say it's one person who that was a thing for.
And here's the great the thing about stabbing them is that if you stab somebody, if you're strong enough and accurate enough that you can hit a vital organ, and you just
Walk away.
Puncture it.
pull the knife out, and there's not
away.
going to be that much blood.
No.
No, nothing.
It's internal.
Nothing at all compared to the kind of blood you're going to get on you
Yeah.
when you cut somebody's throat. So
Which
that's
is
why.
a literal fountain.
When you especially when you slit the jugular.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You're
it's
done.
a
Like,
It's
total
just spraying
fountain.
all over the
Yeah.
place. Yeah, I know. And of course, there's always, there's always. I think if this was random people, I think it'd be more stabbings and shootings and not throat cutting. So
I
I
agree.
think this was truly a serial killer with pop.
The majority.
Possibly.
There were some outliers,
Yeah,
certainly,
with
but
possibly a copycat in there, but yeah.
so who
Nobody
was
knows.
the Ripper?
Yeah, nobody knows. There were some guys arrested. There were suspects.
6, right? There were 6 guys that were arrested.
I saw the names of like 5, but almost,
They always say there were 6 people.
yeah. Well, and that's if you count. There were a couple of other people that were arrested for individual murders of people that
Okay.
were counted in. They were lumped in with those guys.
Oh,
Okay.
got it.
And so but I came across 4. So there's Todd Henderson, and he was arrested, but he was actually in custody when several murders happened.
Oh,
so
so that's
well,
not so
That
good.
proves it
Gotta-
wasn't him.
kind of lets him. Well, either that
for the whole.
Either that, or he has some really good friends on the outside that went out and murdered people just to give him a good alibi.
That'd be rough.
I doubt it. Yeah,
I
I
doubt
kind
it
of doubt
too.
that. Another guy was Henry Huff, who was arrested for the murder of Sadie Hawley. But again, it appears that one more murder happened while he was in custody, and so
He was also acquitted, maybe?
yeah, they were both tried and acquitted. Next up was Henry Brown. He was put on trial for the killings, but it turns out the Atlanta police had beaten a confession out of him.
That's
So
always
he was
solid.
acquitted. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So now it's doubtful
Probably
it was
not
him.
him.
And
I
then
just say, yeah, they figured out, once they figured out that the police had done that, it was because he was willing to say anything. Basically, you want me to say I have wings? I have wings, and I flew from the top of a building, and then I got them.
yeah.
Yeah, is that what you want? Okay, great. No, I'm flinching.
No,
don't
please-
come near me.
please don't-
Like that's
yeah.
that's how severely they beat this guy.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I don't think I would have to get beat that hard to be in that mindset.
Yeah.
You know,
I
Oh
would,
no,
couple
me
minutes.
either. It's
with a nightstick, I'd be like, yes, I will say literally whatever you want. Yes, I'm Russian. Uh-huh.
Yeah. But,
Yeah.
yeah, that reminds me of a joke, but I'll tell you guys later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who else? Charlie Owens was considered, but he was arrested for the murder of his wife, Lacey Owens, in 1912. And I think this was after the murders stopped. He was sentenced to life. I'm just not seeing him as a suspect because he just had a good motive for murdering his wife. you
Yeah.
know, and not
Yeah,
necessarily
if he's
any of those
murdering
other
people that he doesn't know, that's a weird way to work up to killing your own wife.
It kinda is,
I don't
yeah.
know, practice maybe?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe.
So yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
have a wife.
Yeah.
You have a wife.
I do.
You
Yeah.
tell me.
I've been practicing killing her for a while.
I know.
yeah, she's gonna kill you first.
She is.
She absolutely is.
She's. I don't know. You don't know
the
as
two of you. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know Steve's wife as well as I do, but she's a lot more intense than he is.
I know.
I am a pussycat.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Yeah.
have met her.
Yeah,
I've met the Mrs. Steve.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's it for our suspects. It's just about 100% certain we're never going to find out who the Ripper was. I do believe he existed. The only chance is if somebody stumbles across their great-great-uncle's journal, maybe, in some old family papers.
Chances are good that if somebody stumbles across that, they're not going to probably want to share it.
I gotta be honest, I
Yeah.
wouldn't.
I don't know. I'd be highly tempted myself. but
there's not that much money in it, though.
That's true. But yeah,
I mean, people think, oh, wow, I've got this great sensational story, and one place offers you a little bit of cash. You're like, it's going to be a cash cow. And they try to tell the world, and the world doesn't care.
Well, that's exactly it. If you came across the same thing for Jack the Ripper, that's a different story.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, like, even for me, though, it's it's one thing if the cases involved are, like, missing people. If you find a diary of your great uncle who says, I murdered all of these missing kids.
And here's where I hid
the bodies.
Yeah.
That's a matter of closure for those families. These families
Even
all know.
100 years later, yeah.
Right? These families all know their family members were murdered.
Mm-hmm.
For what reason? Who knows? And by who? Who knows? But I don't think these families, I don't get the sense that these families are searching for some kind of, like, grandiose closure.
No, not really.
Right?
It's
so
been
that,
enough
like,
time.
what good does it do at that point?
Well, frankly,
It stops idiots like us from talking about it.
yeah,
much.
it's probably a pointless
But
discussion. Really.
realistically, there are not that many idiots like us talking about this, so.
I don't
true.
know. According to the internet, there is.
There's a lot of them. Well, I think it's academic because it's very unlikely anybody's going to come across anything. So
Right. Yeah.
you come across that old journal of your great uncles,
just
and you read the
send us
3
an email,
pages
I
of it, and
guess.
you decide your great uncle was a boring guy, and you stop reading it, and that's that.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to happen. We'll
Yeah.
never know. Unless one day we go back in the Wayback Machine.
We will.
Yeah, because I know, the thing about it is I know the dates of the murders, and I know the addresses.
Yeah, we've got intersections where the
And
bodies
we are
were.
white people.
Yeah, exactly.
So it would be very easy
We'd
for
blend
us.
right in, yeah.
We would.
Sure, yeah. So much for the Atlanta Ripper. But anyway,
Yeah.
folks, now you know a little bit more about one more serial killer that you never heard of.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's
Yeah.
why you listen to us, right?
This is why
Exactly.
you shouldn't leave your house because they're everywhere.
Just stay
yeah.
inside and listen to us.
No.
Work from home.
No,
Wow.
don't
To
even
work from home,
Stop
call
working.
1-900. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Wait.
No.
Yeah.
No, there will be no working from home. Just shut yourself in the basement.
Yeah.
Build yourself a little bunker that you can live in.
Out of
Sell the
cardboard
house.
boxes.
Sell the house to other people. Live in your bunker in your basement.
That sounds good,
It's
right?
fine. Perfect.
Yeah. You guys have any more theories?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. not really.
Unanimously no.
No. Okay. Well, let me hand out a few useful factoids here. You probably want to know what our website is. Well, our website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can download episodes. You can leave comments, check our links because we always post links to the various resources for these mysteries. And, of course, you're probably listening to us on iTunes. If you're not listening to us on iTunes, you can subscribe to us there and also leave us a review, a good review preferably. And you can stream us from anywhere. I think every website.
Just
Well,
about.
Yeah. Not even streaming websites anymore. It's every website. Yeah. Yeah.
Huffington Post. You can
Yeah,
find us there.
exactly. Yeah, and if you can't stream us from Huffington Post, then just send them a lot of angry emails. Lots of angry emails. Next, we are on Facebook, and you can like us and follow us, join the group, and there's all kinds of fun action in that group. We're on Twitter, Thinking Sideways. We left off the G because we're so hip, and there was a character limit too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And our email, of course, thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. You can communicate with us there. If you just want to tell us how awesome we are, that's cool. Or how not so awesome, or if you have a suggestion, those are nice.
That's a good place. I guess I'm just going to go ahead and say, again, leaving us a comment on, iTunes of, why you don't like the show or, the sound quality is bad.
Those are all
Can
very...
you email us?
Well, the problem is a lot of that is episode specific, and though we've been saying that in the last 6 months, it's in the back catalog, and usually it's folks who have listened to one episode and have made their decision.
I just
Yeah.
mean,
That's the hard
if you
part.
have something you want to discuss with us, do it in a format that you can discuss with us. Send us an
Yeah,
email.
no, I agree with that
Tweet
entirely.
at us. Do
Yeah.
it on Facebook. Something that we can interact with you on. Or on Reddit. We have that
Absolutely,
subreddit.
yeah. And we're a lot more likely to see it,
Yeah.
right?
I don't know. I patrol those other ones pretty heavily.
Do you?
Well, I mean, there's nothing you can do on things like iTunes. That's
Yeah,
what you're getting at.
that's what I'm
though, is
getting
there's-
at.
Yeah.
We can't say anything when
Yeah.
iTunes is iTunes and we're done.
But if you genuinely don't like us, leave us a bad review on iTunes. I
yeah.
don't care.
Yeah. I would prefer you go to the Huffington Post and leave them some nasty comments in the comments section. But yeah, whatever. If you have to do that, I guess. We have a subreddit, so go check out the subreddit. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it for a while. Is there anything going on out there?
It's alive.
She's
it's fine.
nodding.
It is. It's great. Yeah.
Oh, it is cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and last of all, this is the part where the phones start ringing in the background. You can go to Patreon.com. If you want to support us, you can actually pledge money, like $1 an episode, or God knows what. Any
50
amount.
cents an episode.
50 cents is
As,
fine.
as
2
much
cents an
or
episode.
as little
Yeah.
as you want.
Yeah, as much as
$100 an episode.
Absolutely. Strictly optional, folks. You don't have to do it at all. But if you feel like it and you want to support us, then that's cool. So that's patreon.com/thinking-sideways. Well,
And we've also got the PayPal, which is
Oh, yeah.
also on the website.
And
if you
if
just
you
want to
wanna-
do it one time,
yeah.
which is awesome. And we've got the merchandise.
We've got cool merchandise.
Yep.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
all
all
of that's
kinds of cool
available
stuff.
through the right-hand panel on the website.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right on. Anyway, that's about it from here. You guys have any more thoughts about the
No,
Atlanta
good.
Ripper or anything
No.
else? Yeah.
I just don't. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I think he's dead by now.
Probably.
Yeah.
It seems likely.
Yeah. Does seem likely, doesn't it? Yeah.
Your logic
Yep.
is quite sound in that.
Well, let me put it another way. I sure as hell hope he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so for this week, I'm signing off. Toodaloo.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by The Itch on my right leg. Instead, it's brought to you by CrimeCon! That's right, on June 9th to June 11th at the JW Marriott in Indianapolis, we're going to be at CrimeCon, along with a whole bunch of other podcasts and a whole bunch of other really cool crime investigators and reporters, people that you've been watching for years and you want to see. So, you need to be there, because it's going to be cool. And as a special offer to our listeners, if you go to crimecon.com and enter the promo code Sideways20, you'll get 20% off your admission. Crimecon.com and Sideways20.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it.
I brought the aliens.
You must unlearn what you have learned.
I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Devin, joined this week by
Joe.
and
Steve.
This
Yeah,
week.
this
Oh.
week.
Okay, special
Yeah.
episode.
special episode starring Steve and Joe. Joe and Steve.
I just want to know who the other two guys are, because really, he's spreading crumbs all over my chair, and it's really annoying.
It's from
me.
that ham sandwich, I think.
I kind of
That
suspect.
bastard!
I kind of suspect we're being transitioned out, dude.
Yeah.
Oh well, hello retirement.
This week, we're going to talk about a mystery that's going to make half of you really happy and half of you turn off immediately. And that's an internet mystery.
Because everybody loves a mystery that's in the tubes.
I like them. I think they're super interesting. Some of our listeners like them, but it turns out a lot of our listeners hate them. And that's why we're not top rated in true crime.
I guess, but I should say this before you turn it off. There is a little international intrigue involved.
There's some spy stuff going on, maybe.
Espionage.
That just,
Germ warfare.
Possible state actors involved, or possibly not.
Wait, does a computer virus count as germ warfare?
Yeah.
I guess
Okay.
so. Sure.
I
Yeah,
mean,
why
if
not?
Beatles do, I guess, why
Yeah.
not, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. This week we're going to talk about GhostNet, which is also Yulinghua in Chinese. But we're going to call it GhostNet.
I like
'cause
that better.
I'm not saying that a bunch of times.
GhostNet. I
Yeah.
like it. Sounds like a movie.
Ready to jump
So
right
that's
in?
a lady at the top of the stairs that is only seen once a year. GhostNet kind of ghost.
Yeah. She's
Wrong kind of ghost.
fishing with a net. Ha. Okay.
I get it now.
Ah, failed bad joke.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's pretty bad.
All right, I'll get out of the way. Start
Okay.
it up.
In 2009, researchers from the University of Toronto's Munk Center and the Cambridge University, from here on out, we're going to refer to them as the InfoWars Monitor, concluded a 10-ish month joint investigation that was requested by a representative of the OHHDL.
Office of His
Which is-
Holiness the Dalai Lama.
Yep, Office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And this meeting took place, the request took place in Geneva, which is a safe space, as we
For
all
him,
know,
anyway.
for some people. The investigation uncovered one of the most widespread hacks in history, perhaps the most widespread hack in history. Certainly, I would say the most widespread hack that we're aware of.
I would agree with that final phrase.
Yeah,
that we're aware of.
There's probably a
which
much
means
bigger
it
one
wasn't
going on now.
Yeah, and that just means that it wasn't the best hack. But computers in at least 103 countries, yes, you heard me right, 103 countries were affected, and researchers think that it was almost 1,300
individual computers.
Yeah, not 1,300
computers.
Countries, I hope.
No.
Yeah.
No. In general, it is believed that China was the perpetrator of this attack, but no one can be certain, and I have my doubts, which is why I thought this would be a good mystery. And these computers mostly belonged to embassies, governmental ministries, and then almost all of the Dalai Lama's exile centers were affected as well. And the thing is, even though GhostNet was discovered, as recently as 2011, at least one government, Canada, has uncovered an instance of GhostNet, or the bug that is referred to as GhostNet. They discovered an instance of that, and it was in the Canadian Official Finance Department was where the computer that was infected was discovered. This is, of course, according to an anonymous source, because governments don't readily admit things like this.
The computer was probably a hand-me-down from the foreign ministry.
Yeah, probably.
Can't imagine the
saw,
Chinese are interested in the Canadian finances.
I saw something about, it was like a year or so after all this got done, another one was found in India, and I think another one was traced in Iran. So, I mean, it keeps popping up.
Yeah, despite the fact that... and we'll talk about in a little bit, we're going to kind of delve into the whys and hows of this. And we'll talk about why it was so prevalent. And it's because it was a pretty dang good hack. So let's jump in to the first how. We're going to talk about tech. So we're going to talk about tech.
Cool.
And it's going to be a little boring. I'm sorry. I don't think it's boring, but I think a lot of people are going to think it's boring.
No, I see lots of joke opportunities in the title of this that is the subhead.
Yeah, I think it'll work out well.
So first we're going to talk about Trojans. And for those of you who don't know, Trojans are giant horses that once roamed the land before shedding their physical form and evolving into an internet-based life form.
You left out the soldiers inside.
Yeah, they reproduce by sending out mass emails and hoping that some dummy will download them, thus giving them access to anything that the computer's attached to, and becoming mini Trojans. Da-da-doo. Yeah, that's how that works, right? That's what they are?
Not exactly.
No? Okay.
Well, yeah.
It's close.
It's a cute description,
but it's actually not the worst description.
I will agree with that.
So everybody knows, what a Trojan horse is, right? I would hope. And so basically this is just a Trojan virus is a delivery system, so that it's like a little hidden.
Like the horse, you let it into your city, and then you just go to bed, and then overnight it spits out some soldiers, kind of like that.
It is. It's very similar.
Except in your computer, it spits out a little line of code that builds itself like a virus, and away it goes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this Trojans can install anything from like small bits of spyware to keylogging tech to bugs that will totally and completely take over your computer. And in our case, the Trojan known as Ghost Rat, and yes, that is a 0 instead of an O.
In Ghost.
Ghost Rat. And Ghost Rat allowed hackers to gain total and real-time control of any computer running Windows. It only infected Windows computers.
Yeah, good old Windows.
Which is, was one of the original selling points of Macs, is that they don't get infected, but that's not true anymore.
That we know of, yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah. Ghost Rat could even utilize computers as surveillance machines by clandestinely turning on the audio recorders and the cameras. And
the microphone and the camera?
Yeah. Well, and they could record both of those things, remotely or whatever. But basically, yeah, they would just turn on the camera and the mic and be able to totally surveil a room, any room that the computer is in. And that's one of the origins of, people like me, even though I have a Mac, put little pieces of tape over their camera because you can turn the camera on without the little light showing that the camera's on being on.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
why I
somebody's
cover mine.
surveilling you.
Have you
You
guys
don't know.
watched the TV show Black Mirror?
It's
a British show.
I've seen a couple
I've
episodes,
seen a few
but not very
episodes.
much
Season
of it.
3, episode
I haven't
3
seen it.
goes right down exactly what you're talking about in terms of gathering information and using it against people.
I was going to say that if you watched Mr. Robot, it's like the first frickin' episode has an instance of this. And in that case, that hacker was gathering surveillance information to blackmail people. Like they were gathering
Yeah, that's
pictures of somebody
exact
to
same thing.
blackmail somebody. But there are obviously larger implications and uses for surveying.
Yeah, just
people.
surveillance
Yeah,
in general. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what. There's one of the new smart TVs that has, you can talk to it, Panasonic, whatever, do this, and people have figured out how to hack those so that they're just it's a listening device.
Well,
in
that
your
was
room
one
now.
of the things with Connects too.
Yeah.
It's because it's always recording. I don't want to think about.
I just can't wait for in the future courtroom drama where Alexa is brought in as a witness.
Yeah, because that totally didn't just happen.
Yeah, did it happen? Well, yeah, no, actually, I'm talking about Alexa actually sitting in the witness box. But, but I think,
Well,
I know what you're talking. They do
But
grab
this kind
stuff.
of stuff, we've all heard of the Internet of Things. You connect your fridge and your TV and your microwave and your toaster to the internet, and then you can control it from your smartphone. And it turns out that's a really bad thing because the security and the encryption turns out is really, really bad because initially everybody was like, well, who's going to hack your fridge? Except we've seen those instances where there's the nanny cam and the teddy bear that you can use your smartphone with, and then somebody walks in the room and the bear is talking in Russian to the baby. I mean, like, it's totally a thing because they just seem so innocuous, these little devices.
That's why I'm not a big believer in the Internet of Things, personally.
Oh, no, the Internet of Things is dumb.
Yeah.
I disagree. I like the Internet of Things. I think that there's some improvements that can be made,
big time.
certainly, but I think that that's just part of, new wave technology implementation.
Oh, but just another fun thing in the news. It was just a week or two ago. The cops busted a guy with a pacemaker because he was making his big alibi was there was a fire and he was like struggling to escape from the fire or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but they managed to download information from his pacemaker.
The pacemaker's record.
The pacemaker basically said, no, this guy's heart wasn't beating fast at all.
Oh, my God.
And, he was busted.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so, all these digital devices, they're recording the crap out of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, long story short, that's why you should put tape over your camera.
Hells yeah.
And don't say anything sensitive around your computer because it's listening all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have mine on. My camera's always exposed. I say all kinds of things to my computer.
I know, and that's why people secretly have pictures of us.
They have even better pictures of Steve.
So Ghost Rat, back to the story, was a specific kind of Trojan, and it is most often referred to as an APT or an advanced persistent threat. Often, Trojans will be sent out just kind of, like those emails from the Nigerian prince, just
Shotgun.
really just to as many people as they can possibly send them to on the hope that a couple people will be real dumb and infect their computer, and then they go for heavy payload real quick. And then they get eradicated from the computer, but the hackers already have what they wanted. Oftentimes, as we were talking about with, trying to get information that you could blackmail somebody with or, any financial records or just passwords or things like that. APTs, however, are pretty much the opposite of that. They're usually targeted at one organization, be it a corporation or a government or a ministry or something like that. And they usually have inside intel on how to get into the system. Pretty frequently, APTs are executed with old school espionage skills.
AKA a guy sticking a USB stick in a computer?
Well, more like social engineering to get to the point where that guy can stick that USB stick in to a computer.
Okay.
Or even, so that they know.
And by social engineering, you mean what?
Okay, so social engineering is a term that generally refers to the old school manipulation of people.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, but I know what social engineering used to be called, but in like by social engineering, you're talking about actually
It's still
manipulating
same
people
thing
in real time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where you convince people to do things that they shouldn't necessarily do by talking to them in person. I mean, it's similar to. You can call somebody and start a conversation with them and get information out of them by pretending like you know what you're talking about. Little things like that. Or you can dress up like a janitor and pretend like you're supposed to be in that corporate office and walk around, and 9 times out of 10, nobody's going to be like, hey, excuse me, you're not the usual guy. What are you doing here? They're just going to ignore you, and you're going to get away with doing a lot of research or intel work or, again, sticking a USB in a place that doesn't exist or it shouldn't exist. I mean, and this is the other thing, right, is that a lot of places say you should never put it used to be CDs or floppy disks or anything like that, that you don't know what it's on it. Don't put it in your computer, because that used to be a pretty standard delivery system for these little bugs, because it would just install into your computer and then all of a sudden you've infected everything.
Yeah, people would go to Starbucks and leave a flash drive, and somebody would be like, oh, whose flash drive? I don't know. Well, let's see what's on it. Maybe I can find out who it belongs to. Boop, boop, boop. In walks the Trojan.
Yeah, I know. They did a study at some university recently where they left a bunch of flash drives just laying around campus. And if you download it, you got instructions on just bring it back to this department. And they found that like half the people that picked these things up stuck them into their computers.
Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, and that's where the kind of social engineering thing can come in handy, right? Is if you have a target, a high value target, right, is like the CEO of a company who's proven to be maybe not as tech savvy as they should be. And So
the CEO of Sideways Co.
Yeah, CEO of Sideways Co. And you want to somehow infect that person's computer. Well, you can go through the arduous process of trying to figure out if there's a backdoor exploit tech-wise where you can, get into the hack the mainframe, blah, blah, blah.
Or you can send him a phishing email.
Or even easier, right? You can call his secretary and say, I am supposed to be in this meeting with him. I'm so sorry. Or my supervisor is supposed to be in this meeting with your CEO, and he's running late, and I just need to know, where are they meeting? Please, can you tell me? And the secretary will take pity on you if you try it enough times, and she'll say, oh, they're meeting at this Starbucks. You'll go leave a flash drive where he's gonna find it, and oops, it's bait. And that's like an old school kind of social engineering technique, right? Where you make somebody give pity on you, and there you go. But yeah, or you can send a phishing email, which is what we're going to talk about in a little bit. So all of that to say that that's one way that APTs are delivered, is by social engineering, and the other way is by spending a lot of money or manpower to expose those backdoor vulnerabilities that exist in all systems. Not necessarily backdoor, but vulnerabilities that exist in every single system. There's always some way that a system is a little messed up.
Pretty much.
And it's not cheap to go that route, typically.
No.
Because on the dark web, you can buy a lot of different bits of script and code or full-on assault packages for systems, but that's not a cheap endeavor.
Yeah, it sounds like, from the research that I have been doing just around this project, not for my own anything, don't worry. It sounds like there are a lot of people who make a lot of money, basically make their living on finding these exploits and not exploiting them, and just putting it out there on forums and saying, hey guys, just so you know, I have a way to get into this, goes to the highest bidder, and letting a bidding war happen. And then, eventually somebody will say, I will give you $3 million for that one thing.
And they give them the back door to Sideways Co.
little,
zero-day vulnerabilities, that kind of thing.
Zero-day vulnerabilities is the technical term that I've been avoiding because I don't know, because I don't know how many people are going to know it. And yeah, it's a lot of manpower or a lot of money to go that route. It's much easier to just call somebody's secretary and, hope for the best, or send a phishing email. So yeah, all of that to say, again, that APTs are typically very well financed. It is a long-term investment because the goal is to surveil for a very long amount of time. It's not it's really quantity and quality over just
sheer volume.
Yeah.
Extracting
basically
volume at all. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. This is the way I understood APTs, and tell me if I'm wrong here. As I looked at it, is there's two types of ways to rob a bank. There's the smash and grab where you go in, you grab as much as you can, and you run, and whatever you get, you get. Or you're a bank employee and you just start funneling funds and embezzling $1,000 a day and do it for as long as you can, because chances are you're not going to get noticed and you're going to get more long term.
I would add it's more like
it's a subtler approach.
It's more like somebody getting a job at a bank to funnel $5 a day.
Yes, yeah. The intention is to funnel it away.
Very little.
Tiny amount. I mean, like even just like dropping a roll of coins into your purse every day for 6 or 7 years before you get caught, and then obviously like not spending any of that money. So by the end of your process, you have a ton of money. You have a huge value there. So that's a really good analogy. Yeah.
Okay. You'd have to have a lot of coins to make it worth it. I mean, a roll of quarters is $10.
Yeah. So $10 a day for 7 years, 8 years.
That's what, $3,000 a year
as auxiliary income? I don't know.
In
that's
quarters?
That's like $3,000 a month, right?
My math skills are hideous.
Yeah, so it's 36 a year.
Yeah, that's right? Because $10 a day.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. That's more than I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, it's only $3,000 a year. That's stupid.
Not enough
That's
to
a lot
retire.
of laundry.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, it's not enough to retire, but it's not nothing.
Yeah.
Especially
chump
as
change?
auxiliary income, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is kind of vague, and we've kind of like gone in a bunch of different directions, but that's because APTs are pretty vague in nature, and the way that they are deployed is oftentimes very different, again, because you don't want to be detected.
Well, it's like in espionage, It's like you don't want to protect your sources. You don't want people to know that they've actually been penetrated. So, you don't just, when you get some information, you don't just run out and act on it, because that tells the other side that, they've been compromised.
And
you show your hand.
And I would encourage our listeners to remember the thing that Joe just said when we get into theories.
No, that occurred to me too, because I've read ahead a little bit too. Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad that you've read ahead.
Yeah.
So there is a 53-page report that was put out by InfoWar Monitor. By Professor Ron Deibert, who's the director at the Citizen Lab at the Munk Center for International Studies at the University of Toronto, and Rafael Rohozinski, I think, who's the principal and CEO at SecDev Group. I read all 53 pages of this, and let me tell you, it was not easy reading.
It's a page-turner.
Yeah, I read some of it myself.
Please turn to the next page.
And I really deeply encourage, if this is a mystery that grabs you, you should read this whole report, because it's really interesting. But if you are just enjoying listening to the sound of my voice, I wouldn't encourage you to read it. We will link it on the website.
Yeah, just play this episode over and over and over again.
Yeah, just on repeat.
That'll be enough.
Yeah. So the next little bit here we're going to do is basically like a too long didn't read of the 53 pages of the report, because I think it's important that we talk about the report and the investigation that happened.
Okay.
The investigation took place in 2 parts. The first part from date, and then the second part was December 2008 to March 2009. And again, as I mentioned, the whole push to do this was because there was a request from the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And yes, I am going to say that every single time.
I read it that way in my head every time, so I'm glad because I was going to keep doing it to you otherwise.
I am.
You're going to say, I just got to call him DL.
So in June to November 2008, the first part was an on-site investigation in which investigators took time to figure out what the typical computer and info security practices looked like at the organizations that were infected or that they thought were infected. At this point, they didn't really know how many were.
Well, they didn't know what they were dealing with.
They didn't really know what they were dealing with, but they were trying to identify, is there a good password protocol? Is it possible that somebody just guessed some passwords, right, that got this information? Is there a different way that this information could be leaking? Is somebody inside the office sending...
They had a rat,
Yeah, or even, just things like, did somebody lose a computer and didn't want to admit it? Or are you guys not shredding your sensitive document? Really just...
And suspicious things were happening for the organization itself in terms of reactions and preemptive reactions.
From the Chinese and stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
there was.
And we're going to talk about that in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's what prompted them to ask for the help.
Yeah, but basically what the investigators or researchers were trying to do at the get-go was what they used to do on Ghost Hunters, right? Where they would like film something suspicious and they'd be like, all right, how can we recreate this with like normal environments? And then when they couldn't, they said, okay, there's a ghost here. Or in our case, when they couldn't account for, the leaks that were happening, they said,
computer.
Okay, it was the computer. Okay, something is wrong with your computers. This part of the investigation was, again, primarily carried out in the Tibetan government in exile, so at the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, since he had requested the investigation, or his office had requested the investigation, they were pretty sure that there was something going on there. From there, investigators designed their investigation.
So this is post-November of 2008. This is post-November.
This is December. They did intense on-site interviews, again, to see if there were any other reasons for leaks.
Did you lose your computer, dude? Just tell us.
Can
you were a rat. Yeah.
You're sending email.
Probably looked at people's bank accounts.
Probably.
Did they take a close look at the DL himself? That's what I'm wondering about.
No.
What if he was the rat?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I somehow suspect not, but maybe.
Bring him in for interrogation.
So
he won't talk.
Okay, and then also from December 2008 till March 2009, investigators analyzed the information that had been gathered in the first phase, and they found some interesting stuff. Again, I'm not going to go into great detail because I don't feel like I need to talk for another hour, but I will say you should read the report. It's all in there. Basically, they were able to curate a list of systems that were infected and
with the Trojan horse,
with Ghost Rat, and they were trying to see if they could figure out who was perpetuating the attack. They were able to find out that 70% of the servers from which the attack was being sent were hosted in China. However,
those were in Chengdu. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right. Mostly.
But yeah, primarily the China servers were in Chengdu, I thought.
Primarily, yeah. That doesn't necessarily mean that China was involved or the government of China was involved. Because, servers in like South Carolina were also involved, as well as Sweden, South Korea, and Taiwan. Most of these servers were set up on what's called a dynamic domain name system, which is dynamic DNS or DDNS, which Joe's going to talk about a little bit so that I can drink some water.
I'm going to give Devin a break here. And not much to talk about, really. It's real simple. I mean, domain name service is where you've got the name of your website, www.devin.com.
Yeah.
But then you got the actual IP address, which is some numbers with dots in between them.
Usually like 3 and then 3 and then 3 and then 3.
And 2, or 2 or whatever. But yeah, and then but since IP addresses are not necessarily permanent, it used to be in the old days it was kind of a manually updated system, and then they had to go to something a little more automated. Now they've got this system that's really flexible called dynamic domain name services, where say you plug a device into your network at home and that's connected to your router. So that device, like say it's a webcam, is going to have an IP address, right? And so, well, what do? You got to set it up and like send an email to the domain name service guys and say, hey, would you recognize my IP camera and assign it a name or an IP address? No, it's not the way it works anymore. So now your device gets in there. You've got software in your router that sends out a ping and then gets back from a remote server its IP address, the new IP address. And then your software sends out an update to a DNS server that updates essentially their catalog, their directory says Devin.com, and then it's got this IP address next to it. That's your new IP address, and I presumably if you reboot that thing, you might wind up with a new IP address, and then so it's time for that thing to send out a new update to the DNS server again. And so there's a lot of that going on right now, a lot of updates being sent to these these dynamics, the DNS services.
So essentially, the IPs are not nearly as permanent as they were, say, 10 years ago. Would that be a correct interpretation of that?
Yeah, although there are some, I mean, if you went to IBM's website,
that's not going to change.
Pretty much I'm sure that's pretty permanent. Yeah, but for a lot of us who are always, getting new devices, changing providers maybe, or getting new devices and things and adding on devices and stuff, then they're just constantly being updated that way. It makes it a lot more flexible and fast.
That explains something that we've experienced internally, which is one of us will get a new phone or we'll update the OS on our phone. And internally we have an email system that will alert us when somebody new is there. And that's the kind of thing. And if anybody does that, you get that kind of notification. It sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, it's that very simple, to us now, very simple process is just simply that DDNS.
Yeah, and of course there's a reason you get that notification is because DDNS has been abused a lot, by hackers and such, and so even though it's a great thing and it's very convenient and handy, it can be used to cover your tracks, for example, and redirect people to a server they don't even know that they're going to, and so it can be used for sneaky purposes, even though it's a very handy tool.
And so that is why it is suspicious that all of these servers were DDNS, particularly, 10 years ago?
Back when it was
9
still
years
a
ago.
relatively newer thing.
But it's not necessarily suspicious. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And to me, now finally.
Yeah. And the main target for this hack does seem to be the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. This is his personal office.
They don't have a permanent location.
Well, they're a government in exile, but it's not his governmental office. It's his personal office, the person who says, here's your coffee. Do you need me to go buy you new underwear? Whatever. I mean, it's not there's huge secrets funneling through
theoretically
his home office. And
there's probably some interesting conversations going on in there.
There may be, but the payload would be much more if they were to go through the government in exile office, for instance.
But we don't know that necessarily they're not also doing that.
I would think they would be.
So we're getting ahead of ourselves in terms of where else could it be, but...
Yeah, exactly. We'll get there in theories, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's really
cool.
The right place to talk about that.
So let's talk about the social engineering component of this. It turns out this is not actually the first investigation that InfoWar Monitor, or at least people associated with the InfoWar Monitor, had aided with in regards to the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In September of 2002, Tibetan groups said that they were targets of malware from China. They specified it was from China. They said there was an attempt to spy on their networks and otherwise disrupt their work, and they were pretty much just brushed off. There wasn't a very intense investigation. And then in 2005, one of the people who was deeply involved in the 2008-9 investigation team decided to start archiving malware, specifically the malware attacks on the Tibetan organizations, and try to kind of assess their payload, what these malicious attacks were getting. So that actually was very helpful in kind of tracking what might be new and what kind of things were happening, and how people were gaining access to the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In early 2008, during the Beijing Olympics, this researcher that we were just talking about was able to gain access to a control server and then trace to the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama through the control server of the malware.
And just to clarify, because people may not understand, the control server is the server that the Trojan horse virus malware, whatever we want to call it, in the computer that's infected is reporting to. That's the control server is the one it's squirting data to. Is that right?
Yeah, or is the one that's controlling
I think
the
it
computer.
Or making it, dance a fancy jig if that's what they tell it to do.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily squirts if it's sending data out. They can send it to anywhere, really. All kinds of other places.
But
not
it's the one that's
necessarily-
telling it where to squirt the data.
Oh, yeah, it's just
Yeah.
giving it orders, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's the captain of this silly little robotic ship that we're on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's assuming that it really is a control server and not some innocent computer that's been hijacked
Yeah.
temporarily. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, it's so complicated to try to figure out these internet things.
It is. It really is.
Yeah.
And so from this historic kind of archiving of attacks and successful malware installations in the Tibetan government, the investigators were able to ascertain that the Trojan emails that were being sent out, because that was the chosen method of getting malware onto computers for the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, they were getting more and more sophisticated. They started out by being like, hey, open this attachment, and then came to this thing that I have a screenshot of here, which was one of the emails that came Ghostrat. So it came from, quote unquote, campaigns@freetibet.com, which is an actual email address that was actually utilized for Free Tibet, which would have actually had contact with people in the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So, by all intents and purposes,
It appeared to
looks
come from there.
totally legit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been almost impossible to tell that it wasn't from this actual campaign. And I say all of this to say that it's totally reasonable that they got infected, because it was just like, it would have been impossible to tell. In fact, only 11 of 34 tested malware and antivirus softwares were able to detect Ghostrat. It was that deeply embedded in the little, as a Trojan, that, even most of the software able to detect it or designed to detect it were unable to do that, which is crazy.
It was sophisticated enough.
It was super sophisticated.
It was a clever little rat,
Yeah.
Rats are good at hiding in little crevices.
They are, yeah. So this email, I just put in here so we can look at. I'm just going to quickly describe this email, just so for you guys to be able to kind of visualize what it would have looked like. It says it's from campaigns@freetibet.org. Not com, sorry. The subject is translation of Freedom Movement ID book for Tibetans in exile. And then it has basically what is a format for a letter that's in the body. And then it says attachment, it's the same thing, .doc, which would lead one to believe that, here's our English translation of this resource for you to be using as a template, right? Here's what it looks like in the body. And attached is a document that you can edit, because it's got places where you would need to say, like, this, my name, not, insert your name here, right? That's that's a pretty high level of sophistication.
Yeah.
I would fall for it, to be totally honest with you. So I would fall for this. I think you guys probably would too.
It looks official.
If I actually
Super
read
official.
my emails, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know you don't.
This is how Joe avoids getting
That's how he,
viruses.
yeah, it is. So, you guys ready for theories?
I am.
Cool. Well, we'll talk about theories in a minute. It's everybody's favorite thing to hear me say.
Oh.
First, let's take a quick break.
Add that brown thing and the yellow thing. Now put in the squishy red thing. Pour in the smelly white liquid. Stand there and wait for a bit. Now quickly cut up the orange thing, another brown thing, and the sticky green thing, and the other green thing, and mash them all together until they are unrecognizable. Oh, and hurry back over there, because the original red thing is smoking, which isn't a good sign. Now take it all and dump it into a pan and push it in the oven. Whatever you do, don't forget to set the timer this time. Remember how much smoke there was in the house last time you forgot? And when the timer goes off, pull it out and toss it onto the plates. When asked what it is, just mumble a couple of syllables. When asked what that is, just say French. Is this how it feels when you try to make a meal from scratch? Well, it doesn't have to. Not all ingredients are created equal, and thankfully, for less than $10 a meal, Blue Apron delivers delicious quality food courtesy of over 150 local farms, fisheries, and ranchers across the United States right to your door. It's no wonder why they are the #1 fresh ingredient and recipe delivery service in the country. Some of the meals available in April, which I had, and it was fantastic, was the Parmesan-crusted chicken and creamy fettuccine and roasted broccoli. Okay, well, I don't actually like broccoli, so I didn't eat that part, but the rest of it was great. So check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/thinking. You'll love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's blueapron.com/thinking. Blue Apron, a better way to cook, so you stop burning things.
And we're back.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm not looking for that sandwich anymore.
Yeah, that other guy ate it.
Now that I know that Teve ate it,
Yeah.
hate that guy.
Yeah.
Teve is the worst.
Teve is the worst. He's right up there with O.
Such a thing as new sandwiches, Steve.
Yeah.
I think it might be time to move on.
I agree. So we're gonna do typical Devon fashion, right? We've got 2 headings. One is China, and one is not China. So let's talk about China first.
As in, you mean China is responsible? That's what you mean by China responsible, or China not responsible?
I just want to talk about China mostly.
Oh, well, okay. Let's talk about the yen.
Great.
Well, let's talk about the history of China.
Yeah,
When
actually,
did it all begin?
let's talk about the history of China a little bit.
Because that'll give us a lot of time.
Actually, well, it is actually a little pertinent to this case in that I mean, I'm hoping, I guess at least, that most of you would already know why China might be responsible for an attack of malicious nature on the exile government of Tibet or the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. But if you don't, let me educate you a little bit.
Well, there's bumper stickers.
Yeah, there's bumper stickers, so that's a big one.
There's the flags.
And there's the flags.
Which I see all over town.
Yeah, so that...
And they seem to be working.
They do.
Yeah, it's doing the trick, man. Yeah.
They're doing it.
Just like those coexist bumper stickers.
Yeah.
They're totally working.
Really working really
Yeah.
well. No, okay, so Tibet and China have been fighting pretty much since,
Ever.
1368, I think is the date. So it's generally accepted that prior to 1368, Tibet and China were 2 different places. And then it's also generally accepted that since 1959, with a little help from the CIA and stuff,
I'm not sure about that.
Tibet became a part of the People's Republic of China.
Was that under Mao?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when it was
been.
Mao.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
okay.
Mao.
This
Chairman Mao.
There's a huge debate that happens around this. I would say it's similar to the debate around the whole Palestine and Israel thing, but generally less bloody.
Yeah, that's actually...
Because monks are much less likely to throw bombs.
Accurate, yes. I mean, correct, yeah.
It's resistance through peace.
Yeah. And flags
the occasional
and stuff.
bomb, and
Yeah.
but essentially, the Chinese want basically to run the place, and so they've been colonizing it, moving their population in, kind of suppressing the native culture a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not like colonialism at all.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
No, not at all. So the Dalai Lama is pretty central to this, as he is functionally the leader of Tibet. I think we're on our 14th Dalai Lama.
As of
I'm
this
sorry,
recording.
I don't think we are.
As of today's recording.
As of today's recording. Well, and if our current 14th Dalai Lama is to be believed, he will probably be the last, but more on that another time. But, the government is in exile, and they are not recognized as a government by pretty much any government.
Yeah, sad to say.
Yeah. And so there's this kind of, although it's kind of a David and Goliath thing, right? I mean, there's this giant China who's saying, no, Tibet, you're part of us. And then literally the rest of the world is saying, no, Tibet, you're part of China. And Tibet's like, but no. And so somehow China should be responsible for this attack on this tiny little thing that is kind of, there's
the government in exile of Tibet.
Yeah. So I guess that's the reason why, although I don't really buy into that, but
well, no, the Chinese have, for example, the whole Taiwan issue has been going on for many decades. And really, when you think about it, why the hell shouldn't the Taiwanese go their own way? I know they claim to be China too, but what the hell? If they want to live on their island and have their gig, why the hell not? But for some reason, the mainland's very touchy about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree. Same with Tibet. But politics aside, it's odd to me that somebody would say there's this giant country that has functionally won the debate. Right? There is functionally no debate on whether Tibet is its own thing or not, and yet they are still thinking, oh, you know what would be fun? Let's infect all of these computers all around the globe just to see what's going on. I don't know.
Which is basically powerless organization.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, it's they're going after what is essentially somebody who has no pull anymore.
Well, there's some religious pull, but governmentally,
politically, there's very little.
Yeah.
I do actually think that the Chinese are keeping an eye on the Dalai Lama and the government in exile.
Sure.
Oh, China's paranoid.
Oh yeah, very much so.
But so let's talk about some of the evidence that people present to support that China was in charge of these or responsible for these hacks.
By the way, I just realized this entire episode is going to get us banned in China.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh,
sorry,
no.
Chinese listeners.
Oh yeah.
Dang it!
I had one all.
It's Devin's fault. She picked it.
I already bought my tickets to China.
Yeah, we're banned. The podcast is banned. I can't do my episode about the Falun Gong anymore. Dang it.
So, China, it turns out, actually acted on some information that was most likely gathered from Ghost Rat. The office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama sent an invitation to a diplomat, and China pretty much immediately contacted said diplomat and said, hey, we heard that the Dalai Lama invited you to this thing. Don't go.
And wasn't there an instance where they had internally talked about sending somebody to China and China preemptively denied any possible visa or travel request or something like that?
And then there was another instance where a woman who was Chinese, who was living in Taiwan, wanted to go back and visit her family in China. And when she tried to cross over some border, governmental officials presented her with years worth of chat logs of hers and said you can't come in here or you have to stop interacting with people on
But
the
that
internet.
one there was something that they could have gotten the information from another way.
Could have, yes, that's true. They could have. So actually, let's just talk about this real quick. One of the researchers that was on the InfoWar Monitor research team was a white hat hacker. You guys know what a white hat hacker is?
Good guy?
It's somebody who a company would pay to expose their zero-day vulnerabilities and their backdoors and things like that so that they can patch them before black hat hackers can actually infiltrate.
Bad guys?
Yeah, infiltrate their system. Basically, he's the guy that you pay to come rob your house so he can tell you how he robbed your house so that you'd stop leaving that window open.
Oh, it's like that It Takes a Criminal show or whatever it was a couple of years ago.
I would like to have been on that show. It's like, okay, I'm going to break into his house by driving my car through the wall.
That show was so dumb because he would walk up and be like, oh, the front door's unlocked. Great!
So one of these researchers was a white hat hacker named Nart Villeneuve. And he's actually the guy who figured out this other thing that we were just talking about. And that is that China was spying on their citizens with the Chinese state-sponsored version of Skype. Who would have guessed?
I know. I'm sure their citizens are well aware of that.
But they were basically logging every single conversation and chat that was happening through this system and keeping it on file to use against their citizens if they ever needed to. Basically, what everybody says is the NSA is doing was actually happening in China.
Not surprised.
No, me neither. So this guy, Nart, when he was looking at the code for Ghost Rat during this investigation, found this string of 22 characters, in the malicious file.
Right.
And I don't know why, but he literally searched Google for it.
There must have been something unique about it.
But it gets better. Literally searched Google for it. And even more mind-boggling, Google actually returned something to him. The search found something. And Google sent him to a group of computers off the coast of China that was unsecured and without a password. and basically housed the dashboard that let him control all of the computers that were infected by Ghost Rat.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. I know. I heard about that too. It does seem like they would secure that. But...
It does. So they were basically, what Nart did is he left a little piece of bait.
A honeypot.
A little honeypot for the hackers to make sure that what he was viewing was actually what he thought he was viewing. They took the bait. And so on March 12th, 2009, he was able to briefly gain control of one of the hackers' computers. And he watched a series of commands. Presumably somebody in China was entering, rummaging through the files that were left in this honeypot, finding nothing. The hacker disappeared, but they were able to find this little dashboard. We have a dashboard on our website, right? It's, the back end kind of controlling, and the entire dashboard was in Chinese. And, they were able to, like I said, manipulate the more than 1,200, almost 1,300 computers that were infected by Ghost Rat at that point.
I was reading about that. I was like, they went through sort of a lengthy trial and error process to try to figure out what all these different things did, because it was all in Chinese. And I was kind of surprised they didn't go find somebody who spoke Chinese to train.
Read
that would have
Chinese,
saved them a little bit of labor there.
It would have. But, for me, I know I'm presenting this as evidence for it being China, but that just seems so dang convenient, doesn't it?
So let me just make sure because I have some questions and maybe some pros and cons to this theory,
okay.
But they traced, it was through Nart, I think is his name.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one who figured out that the servers were in Chengdu or wherever it was.
It was not Chengdu. That one was off the coast. It was on an island off the coast of China.
But so it was in China, and so they figured that out. But in all of their investigations of Ghost Rat or GhostNet, were they able to tell what the initial source of the infection was?
No.
Okay.
Not as far as I can tell. Because
I don't know either. I didn't see anything.
By the time they found it, it was all over the place.
Yeah, and so that, I think the thing of Ghost Rat is that it wasn't necessarily how you are. You may be thinking of it a different way. On TV, like one computer gets infected and then it gets into the server and infects everything on the server.
1,200, 1,300 ghost rats, and that makes GhostNet.
Right.
Yes.
But the infection on this didn't necessarily spread from single, patient 0 to server out to the things on the server. Mm-hmm. It may have, and I suspect did on many occasions, they were single infection points.
Yeah, it was introduced in a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I was just trying to figure out if they could catalog what the earliest was to try and figure out where it came from, because
I don't think they were able to ascertain how long GhostNet had been on any given unit.
Okay.
Ghost Rat.
Yeah, no. That's what I was after, because it makes me wonder, could somebody have been leaving a breadcrumb trail back to a dummy server that is in China? So that's where I'm like, well, maybe it isn't actually China's fault. But then I look at it, and the other side is that there's a lot of stuff that happens in China that is done based on societal pressures. Do you remember did you guys ever read about the Great Chinese Famine?
Yeah.
Mao does this thing. He says, we got to do all this stuff. We got to make all this food. And people, not wanting to look shameful to Mao, overestimate how much they can make. And because they're falling short, that creates this giant famine. Mm. And I wonder if the same thing couldn't happen from an informational perspective of whoever's in charge says, listen, you have to infect, 100. Let's say just 500. Can you get 500? Oh, we could definitely get 800 and get all kinds of information. So they're just bombarding all these computers that have no useful information. But the idea is they're telling their superiors, we have infected X thousands and we are monitoring X thousands and we're getting all this great data, when indeed it turns out they're not really getting anything of note. They're working really hard for it. Do you see where I'm going with this? Is like it could be a campaign just to look like it's a successful campaign.
Well, another thing that it could be is, it could just be sending a message. I mean, given their behavior, if it was the Chinese, and given the fact that they essentially kind of established this network that would be great for intelligence gathering, and then they just kind of like blew their own network, maybe it was just all about sending a message. It might have been they got this on a lot of computers in a lot of different places, and then just send a message to Dalai Lama and the government in exile and says, "Hey, we can watch everything you're doing. It's just another bullying technique."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they do watch unofficially, I guess actually, they do watch a lot of stuff, but I also think that's too much data to watch, and that's why I just wonder if this is an oddball, offhanded campaign to just look like they're watching even more foreign computers. So look, we can control it because China has said we're going to go to war on the internet, even though officially they say they don't do that. There's all kinds of reporting that goes
but
both
they're doing
ways.
lots of research and development on that stuff.
Yeah, so it makes me wonder if maybe it is just this weirdo thing that is going on, which if it's somebody who isn't very good at it and they're like, well, we've got to infect as many as we can, they may be not dotting all of their I's and crossing all of their T's, which means that would explain, for me at least, why that what was it, the control panel site was not password protected, because they were just oblivious to the fact that they could get traced.
Well, I mean, I guess a few counterpoints there.
Yeah.
Right. One is this, as mentioned, was an incredibly sophisticated Trojan horse. And I genuinely cannot imagine the kind of person who can design a Trojan horse that is basically undetectable for the majority of the malware softwares out there, but doesn't know, hey, maybe put a password on your dashboard that controls all of those things. Secondly, they were able to trace back to a lot of servers, as mentioned, because they knew where the servers were, and all of those were heavily encrypted, except for this one, right? And so, for there to have been just this one-off, just for me, seems more suspicious that it isn't than it is. Does that make sense?
It does.
That
but
it isn't what?
That it isn't China, that it's like a red herring than it is.
But it also makes me think of the October, what is this that website? October 21st? 28th.
2011.
Thank you. Could not keep the number
.com.
straight. Yes. Okay. Do you remember in the beginning I found in the source code that they were reflected from another site for a couple of days as their tester before they loaded it all actually on their server. So I could see it being the same thing. Is well, we set up this control panel, it was our tester, we'll fix that later and we'll delete that or remove that, but let's work on this, and then you completely space it out.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can totally see that.
I see that happen with major companies all the time.
Yeah.
We set up the dummy login, the test environment, and then we link to the real environment and forget to kill that link, and so somebody can get in through. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Mistakes do get made.
They do, but I don't think it's China. I think it's somebody else.
Who do you think it is?
Well, that's the big question. I actually don't know who else I think it is. I just think it's not China. Because I really think it's just way too freaking convenient I just think it's too convenient. Especially because, as you were saying, right, if your goal is a long-standing intelligence gathering operation and you see an invitation go out to this person, you are not going to go to that person and say, hey, by the way, that email that literally just came through, don't accept it. You're going to just, maybe even wait a couple days, use some kind of intelligence there where
somebody who's competent in that role would do that.
Yeah.
Would wait.
Yeah.
Somebody who's incompetent and doesn't know how to handle that information would react.
Or somebody who was handed that information, again, as a red herring, will react to that information versus somebody who knows the kind of resources that were plugged into getting that information.
Well,
right?
It's also a nice way to cover up another intelligence source.
Yeah.
If you have actually spies and rats within the organization, then you got this thing here. It's like our guy is close to being unmasked. Okay, well we'll unmask our computer penetration thing here, which would account for that, and that keeps our guys safe.
That's true.
That's another way of doing it. This is like that's the thing about the whole intelligence business. It gets complicated.
It gets very complicated.
Yeah,
it's entirely possible that, and this is why I asked earlier, is if they were able to determine who was one of the early infections, was because it would be to infect yourself in one of your non-vital computers in the early batches to make yourself look like a victim for when it's found.
There's always that.
Oh my gosh. Look at us. We're a victim just like everybody else. This is so weird. They hacked this oddball computer. Oh, look at this. We got all this green information on everybody, and nobody will look at us.
Another way of telling the world, hey, we're important. Obviously, we're very important to the Chinese.
But if it's
trouble.
But if it's the long game, you don't tell anybody. You just keep pulling the information and using what you're gathering, like you're talking about. But then nobody looks at you.
Oh no,
nobody investigates you.
I think Joe's suggesting that Tibet infected their own systems
to make themselves look more important than they are.
See, I don't think that the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama would do that, because that's, to me, a little counter to what I understand their goals and missions are. But maybe you're right. Maybe it is a last-ditch effort to vie for attention. I don't know.
Well, or there are other reasons. I don't think that they're necessarily behaving like a bunch of Shaolin monks there, and that's the way the world is. Sometimes the shortest path is through the mud. Even if you're like, His Holiness, the Dalai Lama.
So let's just briefly talk about the other people that it has been suggested it could be. One is as you were suggesting, Steve, kind of patriotic hackers who aren't actually state sponsored, but are hacking on behalf of China, for instance, right? Or Russia. I mean, we see this with a lot of Russia. Lots of patriotic hackers in Russia and America as well. And so then the next one would be Russia. I don't know why, but Russia does seem like pot stirrers.
They are.
Maybe that's because
it just came to my mind.
Maybe it's because I'm American and I've been raised to believe that. But I think pretty much everybody in the world.
Cold War is not cold.
Well, I mean, I think
pretty
everybody
justified reputation as pot stirrers.
Yeah, and I don't see the benefit. It's not like Tibet is gonna bomb China, right? I mean, there's not a lot of resources there, but hey, I mean, maybe they just want to create or foster instability in the area, and that's a pretty good way to do it.
But GhostNet was what they found in those just shy of 1,300 computers. They were all computers that were in, I'm going to use the word network, though it's not computer network, but they were in the same kind of political network. They were embassy computers and stuff like that.
Yeah, they didn't find them at like Kmart or IBM.
Right, so they had a reason to be communicating, which means that it's a rather small pool to spread the infection across. But that doesn't mean that infection hadn't also been dropped in other pools that had different spheres of contact than what the Office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama had, because he's going to have a very small group of people to contact.
Yeah,
whereas,
actually,
Billy, the manager at Kmart, is going to have all of the Kmart employees and regional guys to talk to. Like, it's spheres of influence. So this thing could be all over, and nobody would really know.
Yeah, it might still be all over. It might just be that they want to put it all, it's disseminated everywhere. It was just the Dalai Lama's office had the crappiest security in the world. And that became ground zero for the infection. So,
what's the theory that stems from that?
I guess what I'm getting at is this is for, it's not necessarily China, is that this bomb could have been dropped in a whole lot of small ponds, and it just happens to be that we found it on this one group, this 1,300 computer group, that all are connected and have a connection to China because of that.
Got it. Okay. Another possibility is the CIA, because again, see above.
They do everything.
Right? They're kind of pot stirrers, just like Russia. And then the final kind of idea is a stateless for-profit group. Although again, if we're going to go around with Steve's theory, that makes more sense. But like,
Where's the profit in this? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Like, I don't really see
again,
the profit there, but
the Dalai Lama's office could have been an accident.
yeah, if we're gonna run with that.
I mean, it's random. Who do I get if I land in Joe's computer and I get all of Joe's contacts, and Joe's contacts all are jobless schmucks? Well, then I get no valuable information. But I land in Devin's inbox, and I get on Devin's computer, and Devin's connected to a whole bunch of high-level CEOs. Well,
That's true.
Woohoo! I just hit the jackpot, baby.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with the one exception of the sophistication of the phishing emails, right? I mean, that's seriously targeted at the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the Free Tibet Society at large.
Listen, it is very likely that email was copied from an email that some official source connected to the organization sent out. So anybody can get a hold of those kind of emails through the dark. Oh, hey, I get these things from Viacom all the time, and I send out emails looking like Viacom or PayPal. We all get those faux PayPal emails.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but they're not half as sophisticated as these ones are.
Actually, I've been getting some really good ones lately.
Oh.
I've seen some really good phishing scams.
Is this how you're telling us that all of our money is gone?
No.
Yeah,
And it is
really.
not for the new gold teeth that I have in my grill either. Not at all.
Okay.
Ah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't really see the benefit, but a stateless kind of for-profit hacking group would make sense to me.
I don't really see it either. I mean, what would they be doing? They could steal their data and then ransom it, which happens occasionally, or
Yeah,
they
but
lock up
there's
their
not.
system and ransom them. They haven't done that. So, I don't know exactly where the profit comes
Yeah.
in.
I mean, although, again, the fact that these servers are kind of all over the world does speak to the fact that it could be a, vast-reaching organization of people. But, again, why?
I know.
So, while I don't think it's China, I don't know who I think it is. I'm going to go with Russia because this is America, and I have to blame everything on the Russians.
Okay, there you go. It's awfully hard to tell. I mean, right now we've got the big, the whole so-called Russian hacking scandal right here in America.
Yeah.
And it's probably entirely bogus. I mean, it's hard to say because there was just this revelation the CIA has techniques and software that allow them to do all kinds of hacking and leave Russian fingerprints behind and little traces that look like it might have been the Ruskies. It's hard to tell if there was any hacking at all, and so maybe somebody didn't just leak a bunch of information. I mean, it's just impossible to tell.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a whole nother way that this could be anybody other than China, and that is through. You guys have heard of mirrors, server mirrors.
Yeah.
So for folks that don't know, this is how you get stuff off the internet. Is there's a server that's got it, but there's a server somewhere which is a mirror image of it. And this is how our podcast gets out, is it's what's called a CDN, a content delivery network, and there's servers all over that mirror each other so that not everybody is pulling the data from the same server, a.k.a. what happened to us for about 6 or 9 months at one point because I didn't understand how the internet worked.
Yeah.
Well, there's mirror servers, but I found out that there is also what is known as a witness server. And have you heard of this before?
No.
Yeah.
So he
Sorry
said
for
yes,
ruining
you
it.
said no?
I said yes, he said no.
Okay.
So explain it to Joe.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the way I understand what a witness
No,
server
I want you to
is.
mansplain it to her.
Oh, yeah, that won't get me in trouble or anything. Okay, so
Mansplain it to him.
So what I understand, sir, is that a witness server is a server that watches a group of servers. So it's one of them should be the primary server, and it watches all the others. And if something happens or goes wrong with the main server, it will tell them, oh, switch to server number 2. That's called failover. So it's directing it's saying, oh, you're number 1, you get the majority of the traffic now. And you need to mirror and look like server 3, 4, and 5 need to look like server 1. But what I don't know is if it's possible to have a server in the network that the mirror is controlling, but the other mirrors do not know exist. So theoretically, all the mirrors should know that they have 5 compatriots, but there could be a dark 6th compatriot out there.
I mean, frankly, I'm sure that there's ways to mirror the witness. I mean,
Yeah.
or to spoof it, actually, would be a better term, so that it could just take over a whole set of servers and just kick the old guy offline and say, oh, hey guys, sorry, I just renewed my IP. Here I am. I'm dynamic, so it's happening a lot. Here I am. I'm in control of you. Now do all these changes. And oops, we're going to switch over to the server over here.
So now server 1, which has got all the content on it, is theoretically, supposedly, no longer online. Script runs. It shoots all its data out, but officially it's off of its group network. So when it comes back in, the group doesn't know it's done it. Like, there's a whole bunch of really simple and really complex and clever ways that kind of server arrangement could drop off. And then it looks like it's, the servers are all housed in these places. And the one guy that we don't know about in Virginia is the site that all of that data is getting shot to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Which is why I'm totally on board with the theory that it is not China.
Yeah.
I feel like they are the easy answer.
Yeah, although, again, I'm not sure who the hell else would be interested. But even
there's a lot of other political powers who would love to have information to potentially leverage. I mean, look at what we did. We tracked all kinds of stupid stuff for 50 years in the intelligence community that was for naught, but it was all for the hope that maybe one day that'd pay off.
Well, and if they were really smart hackers who were doing some kind of spoofing or server spoofing or anything like that, and you were targeting Tibet, of course you would say that everything was in China because it's the easy target from Tibet. So, yeah.
And if it was, Palestine and Israel, so if they were to find this in Palestine, everybody would say, well, obviously it's Israel who's doing this. So you would leave the breadcrumbs that say, look, it was them. It's their fault. Nobody notices where my system is shooting the external data to.
Italy.
Yeah. Although, and that could be very much true, although I'm not sure that the Chinese would really give a damn about covering their tracks. Because who's going to do it?
Though.
What are the Tibetans going to do?
Well, but it's not the Tibetans that they'd be worried about, Joe. They would be worried about reprisals or reprimands from other government bodies, and maybe those aren't the right words, But they don't want, to a degree, they're brazen and they're brash about things.
They don't really care about public opinion.
But to another extent, they have to play by some of the set rules.
Well, so that's the thing, right? Is that like they functionally aren't covering their tracks. I mean, they are being clandestine, right? They are hiding a little bit. That if they were the people who did this, right? They have hidden this on people's computers, but everything tracks back to them.
It tracks back to servers in China,
right?
Which can't be proved to be government. They're not government servers necessarily.
But so it's not as though there's some, they were like spoofing or like buying server space in like other places to hide the fact that it was China. Again, if it was China, right? Their servers right there, they track right back to China. They're on Chinese soil, therefore they must be sanctioned by China.
Maybe.
So, the only thing they're hiding is the thing that has to be hidden to get information. So I guess I don't see them actually covering their tracks if it is them, but I don't think it's them.
Okay.
There you go.
So, I don't know. That's a good question. Again, could be a lot of people. Could be the CIA. Just for the sheer freaking hell of it.
Yep.
I think it's probably the Chinese that did it. But,
just for the heck of it.
Could be some intern.
Yeah.
Some CIA intern. Hey, I wrote this program, boss. Yeah, just send it out to somebody, see what holy crap, it works!
Speaking of interns, are we sure that Justin isn't the one who did this?
Probably was.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen him try to type on his phone.
That's true.
Okay.
Anything else for the good of the order of this podcast?
No.
Okay.
Mystery solved, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, what are we ordering? I'd like a new sandwich and a bag of chips.
So, as I said, we're going to post the link to the 53-page PDF, as well as some other links on the website. That website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can also find links to merch there if you want to buy like a sticker or a shirt or a mug or anything like that. You can do that there. We are on iTunes. You can basically download and listen to us anywhere or stream us anywhere. And frankly, if you've gotten to this point and you don't know how to listen to us, then I need you to write us an email because
I'd like to know how you did
that. But if whatever service you're using allows you to subscribe, you should do that. If it allows you to leave a rating and a review, you should do that.
Ask your grandchild how to do that if they're the one who brought you here.
Yep.
5-star ratings, by the way.
We're on social media. We've got Facebook page and a group. If you're looking for discussion, join the group. If you're looking for, I actually don't know why anyone would like our page, but do it anyway.
We put up interesting links.
Oh yeah,
we put up our episodes.
Put up interesting links in our episodes. So like the page, join the group. We're on Twitter. We're Thinking Sideways. We also have a subreddit that's a little sleepy right now, but that's Thinking Sideways. There's a trend here. You can email us. thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. We take suggestions. We take feedback. We take general praise. We take questions. We take, you name it, we take it.
Money.
Yeah. No, we don't take money anymore.
Funny photographs.
Anything you want to send us, we'll take it. That's fine. And we'll probably respond even. 99% of the time we do.
As long as it doesn't pop into our spam box,
Yeah. As long as you're not sending us ghost rat, we're good. Please don't send us ghost rat.
We would appreciate that, yeah.
All of that having been said, I think we're going to go ahead and ghost on out of here.
Me and my USB drive.
What?
I was waiting for one of you to do the Monty Python clickety-clack coconut horse noise for the...
Why?
The Trojan chicken. Remember the Trojan chicken?
Yeah. Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by...
Devin.
And Steve.
Yeah. So, you guys ready to solve another mystery?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's roll up our sleeves and start solving. So, so this week, we're going to talk about a person named Gene Spangler.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Gene Spangler. Yeah.
Old Gene Spangler.
Gene Spangler, yeah. So let's find out what her mystery was. Okay, so she was a dancer and a model who had also done some bit parts in movies in the late 1940s, and she lived in Los Angeles. She lived in a 2-bedroom apartment with her mother, Florence, and her 5-year-old daughter, Christine.
Didn't she also live with her brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
I've seen that little nugget out there, but apparently her brother was actually killed in the war, and so but they were still on good terms with her sister-in-law, Sophie. And Sophie was Sophie wasn't living there, but she was staying there. She was from out of town on a visit.
I see, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, and so
Sure.
So that would have been pretty crowded to have everybody living there, full time.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think
it happened.
I think that's what it said, like on the wiki page for this.
Probably,
it had that on there. I think that was inaccurate. A lot of inaccurate stuff on Wikipedia. Yeah.
Careful.
Well, yeah, we're not going to get a torrent of emails about that.
Okay, let's back to our story here. At the time that our story begins, October 1949, Gene Spangler was 26 years old.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, I know. And she had been in 8 different movies, all of them uncredited. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the shame. She'd been married briefly to a guy named Dexter Benner. They divorced in 1946, and they had a child between them, Christine. And there was a nasty court battle, and she eventually was awarded custody of the daughter, along with child support.
Well, didn't she have to? Wasn't it initially they awarded custody to the husband?
Yeah.
But he was such a jerk and kept denying her visitation that eventually...
so she said.
Yeah.
Well, the court eventually sided with her, and they changed their mind and gave custody to her.
Actually, the divorce is interesting. They were married for like 4 months initially, right? So they got married when she was 19, and they were married for 4 months before they separated, and then saw each other on and off for 5 years before they finally divorced.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, guys.
Yeah,
really?
good at commitment.
Come on.
I know. That's sad. Kids today. Okay.
Today.
Yeah, kids yesterday. Okay, back to our mystery. On October 7th, 1949, Jean left her daughter with her sister-in-law, Sophie. Her mother was out of town visiting relatives in Kentucky. So she said that she had to go see her ex about child support, which he apparently was late on.
Oh, I heard that she wanted to increase the amount. Yeah,
I've heard both of those things. Yeah. She also said that after that she was going to go work on a night shoot for a film. And, well, long story short, she never came back. She never returned home. And to this day, nobody knows what happened to her. Or probably somebody does, but they're not talking.
Right.
Typically, that's the case.
Yeah, so the next day, Sophie called the police. They took a report. They didn't do anything because they figured, it's Hollywood. People are partying all night long.
She probably just went on a bender.
Yeah. So obviously, they're not going to waste their time.
And again, Sophie is the sister-in-law.
Sophie is the sister-in-law.
Okay, just making sure.
Who was watching Christine, the daughter.
Christine, the daughter,
right?
Exactly. So the day after that, Sunday, October 9th, Jean's purse was found in Griffith Park by a park ranger. The straps on one side have been torn off, which suggests some sort of violence. And so this galvanized the police into action. The next day, they got together a bunch of cops, like 60 cops and 100-plus volunteers, and started combing Griffith Park. And they found nothing. I think the search went on for 3 or 4 days.
Well, and Griffith Park was a big park. It was like it's
1,000
acres or
Yeah.
something.
Oh, well, I think it's more than that.
Okay, I just remember
big.
it was just a huge area to have to search.
And I don't think they searched the entire park. This is at one specific.
Yeah, I'm sure they combed the area around.
Yeah, I'm sure they went a ways, but yeah, searching that entire park. Oh my God, that'd be like searching Forest Park.
Yeah,
it's like it's
huge. Yeah,
it's really huge. Okay, back to the purse. It had no money in it except for a silver dollar, which was her lucky charm. Yeah.
Oops.
Fail. Yeah. But her sister-in-law said that she had no money when she left on Friday, so it doesn't look like robbery was the motive. And she, of course, was when you're doing things like having bit parts and as an extra in a movie, you're not really making a lot of money.
Yeah,
so
and living with your mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was ID and the usual stuff you'll find in a purse. The big item of interest was a note which read, "Kirk, can't wait any longer. Going to see Dr. Scott. It will work best this way while Mother is away." And it ends with a comma as if she'd been interrupted while writing it. Although I've seen a photograph of the note, and I can't really tell. It looks to me like it could just as easily be a period.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah, so I don't really know.
Although you would think you would sign a letter.
Yeah, I was thinking there would at least be initials at the bottom. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
So it does have a certain unfinished quality to it. On October 12th, this was the Tuesday following, the Wednesday following. The LAPD got a surprise phone call from none other than Kirk Douglas. You know Kirk Douglas?
No.
You don't know Kirk Douglas?
I don't know why do I know Kirk Douglas?
Because he's the father of Michael Douglas.
Yeah. Spartacus, Paths of Glory.
You are so killing me. The generational gap really is making me feel old right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, he was the one who was in Spartacus, not Michael Douglas was not the one though.
No, not Michael Douglas.
It was Kirk Douglas.
Kirk Douglas.
Then then I know who he is.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good.
It's also sometimes just fun to do that blank stare with you guys for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
So we both freak out.
Yeah.
Not nice.
It's fun.
Yeah.
No, it's fun.
Yeah, I could not have heard of Kirk. Yeah. So anyway, Kirk Douglas, as you all know, was a famous movie star. So he phones him up just out of the blue and tells them that he totally was not the Kirk that the note was addressed to.
So he's just like, "Hey, LAPD, what's up? Yeah, that Kirk.
Yes,
that note,
that's not me.
Yeah,
it's not me. Ah, no.
No, it's not me.
Yeah. So
okay, that's suspicious, maybe.
Yeah, Gene Spangler had a bit part in a movie recently that Douglas has starred in called Young Man with a Horn, also starring Laura McCall and Doris Day. And apparently Douglas said that he had heard about it. Somebody that he knew, that he was acquainted with, had read about this, recognized the name, checked, she was in the movie, and mentioned it to him.
Some studio exec otherwise.
Yeah, those guys are probably always, putting out little fires and stuff like that, So they probably said, hey, talk to your lawyer, then call the cops and get out ahead of this story. So I'm sure that's what
this is before like Us Weekly, right? That would have been like Kirk Douglas or.
Well, there's always been those Hollywood dirt rags though, where they're always trying to find stuff about people. So I can imagine that they, as Joe put it, they're putting out fires way ahead of time.
Oh yeah,
before those guys can even get to it.
Yeah, although I guess it seems like the sort of thing that like publicity manager would probably figure out a way to, like, on the lowdown, let the LAPD know, hey, we're just trying to get out ahead of this. I want you to know it's not him. Instead of, like, personally phoning the LAPD and being like, hey, guys, this is totally unsolicited, but it's not me.
Well, it's really interesting, too. So he phones, like, the senior investigator, and I'm sure he got some, some secretary or somebody like that. Can I tell him who's calling? Kirk Douglas. Click.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. How do you get
Prankster.
through? Yeah. Yeah, by the way, is your refrigerator running? He told the police that he remembered talking to her on the set a little bit, but other than that, he didn't know her personally at all. When Jean's mother got back from Kentucky, she told police that Jean had actually dated a guy named Kirk and had gone out with him at least twice, but that she didn't know his last name and had never met him and knew nothing about him. So that was it. So it could have been another Kirk.
Oh, that's right. Because this guy, he stayed in the car, and she went out and met him, so the mother never could get a good look at him.
Well, on the other hand, if I were famous actor Kirk Douglas, I don't know that I would be like...
You probably want to keep it on the down low.
Yeah, I wouldn't be like flaunting it around. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what his like marital girlfriend status was at the time, but...
I believe he didn't have one.
Oh.
I don't know. I haven't done any research on him, actually. I mean, I did a little bit. I covered some unsavory things.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get into that later. But
I wasn't really going to bring that up very much because
we'll deal with it when the time comes. But
and this episode's not about Kirk Douglas anyway. Except his behavior was mighty suspicious. Jean, as far as dating, apparently she was dating somebody new at least a couple of weeks before her disappearance. But it turned out that the cops tracked him down. It turns out he was a writer named Peter Brooks, so nobody named Kirk. All right, that's the high-level part of it. Now we're going to go back and get into a little bit more detail without being tedious about it or nothing, of course.
Oh, right.
So back to the start.
Tedious.
I know. So I'm going to give you a little brief timeline here. October 7th, 5 o'clock to 5:30, and I've seen both of them, depending on where you read about this. She leaves the apartment. She's going to go see her ex, and then going to go to a movie shoot. 6 o'clock, she's seen at the farmer's market at 3rd and Fairfax, which is about 800 to 1,000 feet north of her apartment. So pretty close by. Mm-hmm. And there was a clerk there who saw her hanging around, said she was there for around 90 minutes, just browsing and sort of hanging out. And the clerk said that he got the impression that she was waiting for somebody. Didn't talk to her, but just got that impression.
That's how do you get that? Okay, well, I don't understand that. If it's a farmer's market, and I've been to farmer's markets, what do people do? They wander from booth to booth, and they check out the wares and the goods. Mm-hmm. So what I don't get is, how does that infer that I'm waiting for someone?
I mean,
she was probably like looking at her watch or checking the door regularly or something like that. I don't know.
I mean, I think that what we classify as a farmer's market isn't what it is classified as a farmer's market in the mid-40s, late 40s.
In the late 40s?
I don't think that that's the same thing. I don't think it's the same sort of like street fair situation.
I'm not really
sure. I could be
sure.
wrong, but in LA they have that famous, it's not like a farmer's market, but it's kind of it's a mall that's attached to what used to be a farmer's market, and it's booths and stuff like that, but it's like lots of storefronts together. Mm-hmm. I can't remember what it's called right now, I'll be honest.
It's called the farmer's market. No. Actually, no, this place is still in the same spot. It's still called the farmer's market. I don't know if it looks the same. It looks kind of mallish, but it looks like some of the buildings are kind of old. There's a lot of new construction around it, but it looks like at least a few of the buildings are old wooden buildings.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think we're talking about the same kind of place. Maybe it is the farmer's market. Maybe it's not. But it's it's like booths. It's kind of more like a boardwalk, I think, is maybe the way that I would describe it. Lots of like storefronts, not like somebody's just like brought their little cart of food and like set it up under a tent, which is kind of what I think of with like a modern day farmer's market.
That is kind of what I'm thinking.
So I think you could kind of say like it's all surrounded, it surrounds a square kind of area. It's easy to just kind of be loitering and wandering, and especially if you're doing it for 90 minutes and you really don't ever buy anything and you kind of
just
are looking like
forth.
Disinterestedly in things. I think it's easier to I think it's possible to say. I'm sorry, all that to say. I think it's very possible to say. It'd be pretty easy to say that person was just waiting for somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just curious.
Long explanation. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, back to our timeline. 7 o'clock. She calls home to check on her daughter and says that she'll be home later. Talk to Sophie, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously from a payphone in the farmer's market because she didn't leave there till about 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, by the time she left, of course, it would be dark. I checked. Sunset on that day was 6:30 p.m. So it's dark out.
6:28, please.
6:28. You're right. Let's be specific.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. And not that it matters all that much, but it's just easier to murder people when it's dark out. Yeah. Okay, her next sighting was 6 hours later, the wee hours of October 8th, Saturday morning, 1:30 a.m. She was seen at a table in a restaurant called the Cheese Box at Sunset and Laurel Canyon, sitting with the dark, like a tall, neat man, as he was described, with dark hair, 30 to 35 years old. And by the way, the location of the Cheese Box is about 2 miles north of her apartment.
So not too far away from home.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, she might have caught a ride, caught a bus. She could have easily walked it in that time, although I'm doubting she did. She was still at the Cheese Box apparently at 2:30 a.m. A different eyewitness saw her there, but she was sitting at a different table and arguing with a couple of guys. And of course, some of these sightings, let's face it, might not have been her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are
after there's a grain of salt here.
Yeah. So I'm pretty convinced the guy at the farmer's market, since she lived so close by, probably knew her or was familiar with her.
Or seen her enough.
So that was probably an accurate one. So anyway, early that morning, it's just kind of vague. A gas station attendant reported that a convertible with a man and a woman pulled in for gas, and of course at this time her disappearance had not yet hit the papers.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to. But apparently she reportedly looked like Jean, and the guy in the car said that they were going to go to Fresno. And then as they drove away, the woman yelled, "Have the police follow this car!" So the attendant called the cops, but the cops were not able to find the car. It probably was a joke,
I was going to say.
Is your refrigerator running? I mean,
really. I mean, it's like early morning. She's probably drunk and just thinks this would be hilarious. Let's just yell that.
Yeah.
Because really, how are they going to...
Yeah. Well, I think that probably that stuck in his mind a little bit, and finally when he picked up the papers and saw her picture and heard about the disappearance,
I'm sure
he sort of his memory probably played a little trick on him there. But then at the same time, maybe it was her. I'm doubting it. So that same Saturday, somewhere between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m., her purse is dropped at the Ferndale entrance to Griffith Park, which is 3.5 miles northeast of the Cheese Box. And the timeline for that particular one was the guy who found it, I think his name was Henry Angle. He was a park ranger. And he didn't find it until Sunday, the day after. And so I'm not sure why he's so sure it was between 6 and 10. I mean, maybe he was by there at 6 p.m. on Saturday and didn't see it there. And then maybe perhaps they closed the park at 10 o'clock and shut the gates. I don't know. That's the only way I can think of that he knew that it had to be between 6 and 10.
But if they closed the gates... It would have been there, and they would have seen it when they closed the gates.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think it was. I don't think it was right by the gates. It was about 10 feet inside the entrance here. So
it just seems like that. I mean, you do a patrol. Like if you close the gates to a park, you close the gates.
But gates to a park, I doubt mean that the thing is got a cyclone fence around it, and it's a tall chain link fence. It's probably just bars across the road, but any goofball can walk by or stop and throw something into the bushes in the park.
Totally. So yeah, I think that this is kind of shaky.
Okay.
And also, I went and looked at the park entrance on Google Street View. You know me, I always have to do that.
Yeah, every story.
I didn't see any evidence of massive chain link fences or anything like that.
No, that's not what they do at parks.
No.
Well, I mean, a park that big. I mean, trying to close a park like that off. I mean, forget it. How are you going to do that?
You can close parks like that. They do this with Washington Park or Forest Park in Portland.
Yeah.
You close the roads so that car traffic can't get through, but pedestrian traffic, there's no
People
way to
can
keep
still
them out.
sneak in.
So they just don't even try anymore.
Yeah. No, it's not worth it. Okay, next in our timeline, October 9th, 9 a.m., a Fresno man saw her in a bar in Fresno with a man. And so apparently, once again, so this is October 9th. She still has not hit the papers. And apparently, she was saying it's 9 a.m., she's sitting in a bar with a guy and said something on the order of I just had the worst night of my life. Or I don't know if she said that to this guy or if he overheard her saying it. I think he overheard her. And so I don't really... I don't really believe this one either. Again, this guy was hanging out in the bar, probably had a few himself.
He's at a bar at 9 a.m.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, let's be honest.
Really, let's seriously. That might be one reason the police discounted this. They didn't take it too seriously. Okay, so anyway, that same day, the purse is found. And, of course, that gets the police all hot and bothered, and they start the search the next day, Monday, October 10th. That same day, October 10th, Davy Ogle, who was a guy that Jean reportedly dated for a while, or hung out with at least, he disappeared too. He was an associate of an LA gangster named Mickey Cohen. Yeah, and another one of the gang, Frank Nicoli, had vanished about a month before. But these guys actually had reasons to vanish. So they were under indictment.
They were. I'm trying to remember what they were indicted for.
Yeah, conspiracy was the official charge. But
Is that what it was?
I don't know conspiracy to what. You know, I mean, you can conspire about all sorts of things.
Hard to tell.
Maybe
but I remember seeing that and looking at it, but I just can't, for the life of me, remember what it was.
Yeah. Anyway, October 11th, Jean was cited by three waitresses at a restaurant in Monterey. You guys know where Monterey is, right?
California?
Yeah, somewhere in California.
Yeah. No, sorry. I just wanted to make sure we were still talking about California.
Yeah, still in California. But that's a ways up the coast from L.A. That's almost to San Francisco.
Well, I mean, it's not as though you can't, drive that far. I mean, you can
very easily
technically drive from Portland to L.A. in one day.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to try.
You got to remember the speed of travel of cars and the roads at that time. It was
sure, but given a couple days, L.A. to the Bay Area.
I'm not disagreeing.
No,
what I'm saying
not.
is that just because we can go to Portland, L.A. in a day now doesn't mean that was the case before.
Sure, but to say it seems impossible that she could have made it to Fresno or Monterey,
a plausible drive in a day and a half.
Yeah, even without Interstate 5.
Yeah,
it could be done. So her next sighting, October 12th, somebody reported that he saw her at a bus depot in Stockton.
I actually don't know where Stockton is. It's
in California.
Yeah. Central California, just maybe 100 miles east of San Francisco.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. Oh, of course, on that same day, the famous movie guy, Kurt, totally wasn't him in that note. Next day, October 13th, Jean is cited in North Hollywood by Shirley Ann Morse, who was a 13-year-old girl who knew Jean. Apparently, they were friends. And so this might be a more reliable sighting, although what she was doing hanging out in North Hollywood, I don't know. But apparently Shirley saw her in a car with an older-looking guy, and she looked nervous and frightened.
I bet Shirley was an actress. Don't you think she was also a bit actress? Mm-hmm. Don't you think? I mean...
I thought she was a schoolgirl, but hey, maybe. Maybe that's how they knew each other from the movies or something.
She had done some bit parts in movies that Jean had also been bit part.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Jean played her mom once.
Mm-hmm. There you go. I don't know. But that might be a more reliable sighting. I don't know.
Yeah.
And after that, no major sightings reported. On October 18th, the police called off the investigation. Yeah, they said they believed that she had just taken off and was
10 days later, right? Is that basically...
Yeah, well, actually, they didn't really start their investigation till the 9th, so 9 days.
9 days later.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hey guys, if I ever disappear, I want you to make sure the police look for me for longer than 9 days.
We'll make sure they go at least 10.
Yeah, thank you. That seems reasonable. At least 10.
10 is an acceptable number.
I agree. Yeah.
I can just see it now. We're going to be. We will not let you quit. We will not let you abandon her until tomorrow. As time went by, they continued to receive reports of sightings from all over sightings of Jean from all over the country.
As tends to happen.
Yeah.
She was also an attractive but fairly nondescript white female.
Yeah, I would say that it'd be very easy to mistake her for a lot of other people.
I was looking at the pictures of her from the number of movies that she was in, and she was probably great as an extra because she didn't have a defining look.
Yep.
Yeah, she's not going to steal the scene from the main star.
No, you change your hair, she looks completely different. You change your makeup, she looked completely different. I was looking at somebody had a collage of her photos. And she didn't look the same in any of them.
Yeah. So I don't put a lot of stock in any of these. She was seen as far away as Mexico City. And in the 1950s, she was supposedly seen with Davy Ogle and Frank Nicoli in El Paso, Texas.
That makes sense.
I actually really like that one.
Yeah.
But I have holes with it. But I'm sure we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I take that one with a grain of salt. But we'll cover that why I take that with a grain of salt later on when we talk about some of the theories.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, so what was she up to that night before we get into the theories? The police, as you know, she was going to go see the ex and then go make a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Police checked with the ex, and he said he hadn't seen her in weeks. And his new wife backed up his alibi. They also checked her story that she was going to be filming on a movie set that night. They checked apparently with all the movie companies around town, the Screen Extras Guild, etc. And apparently, no, she wasn't scheduled to work on any movies that night.
And they weren't actually doing any movies that night.
Apparently not, yeah. And this was back in the day, too. They didn't do as much location filming back in the old days, especially, I think, probably at night. So they did a lot more studio stuff. That's what the back lot is for. One other thing that they managed to unearth is they talked to a girlfriend of hers who said that Jean had told her that she was pregnant, 3 months pregnant, and that led to speculation that when she left on Friday, she was actually going to go out and get an abortion, which is why she told all these lies about seeing the ex and making a movie.
Which is pretty standard in that time frame because it was illegal.
Though I don't know why you would loiter around a farmer's market for 90 minutes waiting for somebody
Yeah.
prior, but sure.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
not normally where you meet the doctor.
Not usually,
not
but
really.
you know.
Yeah, well, you just go to the kindly farmer abortionist guy over there. So let's talk about some theories. A big time theory is, remember the note said, "I'm going to see Dr. Scott."
Yeah.
And so the question on everybody's mind is, well, was Dr. Scott an abortionist? And did she die in a botched abortion? To me, I don't really buy this because her movements that night suggest that she wasn't going out. I mean, you don't hang out in the farmer's market, like you say, for 90 minutes. And then there was a 6-hour gap between the farmer's market and the cheese box at 1:30 that morning.
And the cheese box is pretty much a confirmed sighting. Is that true?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. But
Okay.
I'm not 100% convinced. But
I was going to say, I question it because it's kind of like the guy at 9 a.m. in the bar. It's a bunch of people in a bar.
yeah.
But
And there's been times when I was out having a couple of drinks and I wasn't sure if I saw Joe.
But wasn't it the waiter that?
It was the 1:30 a.m. sighting was actually the restaurant manager, I believe.
So I would trust
okay,
that.
so
Yeah.
not a patron who's having had a couple.
Yeah, somebody who's sober. So that's I put some weight on that, I guess. But still, assuming that was her, then there was plenty of time to perform an abortion. But she was seen alive and well at 1:30 a.m. The other thing I don't get is why would you dump the purse in the park rather than throwing it in a dumpster?
Especially with like a note like that.
With an
in it.
incriminating note in it with your name on it?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely have gone through the purse to make sure my phone number, my name, nothing that points to me was in there. I mean, wouldn't you?
Well, I think we've talked about this before. Logically, from our perspective, that makes sense. But if you are frantic to cover up something, when people do frantic things, they don't think them through and they just stash something or they just chuck it.
Okay, but I guess in defense of Joe's thing, and not to like really go too deep into
we
this,
don't need to go too far.
We
into
don't,
this,
but at this point in time, abortions were not only legal but often botched. And if you are performing illegal abortions, it's likely that you've botched a couple.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So you probably kind of know what to do.
Yeah.
You're not going to have that like major freak out. This is,
Yeah.
Which is all I will say about it, and I think we should move on to the next
Yes.
theory.
Well,
I agree.
Just one other thing, though, he did an excellent job of disposing of her body, which is a lot tougher than getting rid of a purse.
Yeah, exactly.
He did a bang-up job of doing that.
Yeah.
And then he screws up all over the place on the purse.
So that seems unlikely.
Yeah. Okay, next theory, her ex, Dexter Benner. Apparently there were some rumors of abuse during the relationship, and they'd had that nasty custody fight over the daughter, and he obviously wanted the daughter back. So murdering Jean would be just the thing to do if you want to get your daughter back. But of course, as we said, he had an alibi, although it's not something I would consider rock solid because your wife might lie to cover for you.
Well, and here's the thing: he and his new wife had been married exactly or almost a month, give or take a little bit. So of course she's going to cover for him. As soon as I read the wife said she was with him all night long, I'm like, of course that's what you would say. I'm not saying that she's lying, but that is just one of those things that just automatically I have to question because so often people do that and get proved that they're lying.
Yeah, and so, you got to take that with a grain of salt. But, again, she lied about going to a movie set. So after seeing
and that's
the
why
ex.
I'm not harping on it because Jean's done some things that are throwing red flags everywhere.
Yeah. My personal theory as to why she lied about what she was going to go do is that her mother was out of town, sister-in-law is visiting, and she's going to dump her kid on the sister-in-law while she goes
needs
out.
a night off.
She's
a young, stressed-out mother. Of course she needs a night off.
but she probably felt a little embarrassed because she probably felt like, gee, she's my guest, she's here in town, and I should really be hanging out with her, and instead I want to go out and party or I want to go out on a date. So she lied. She said, I've got to go see my ex, and then I've got to go work on a movie.
Let's be honest. We've all got family members who were super nice people that suck to hang around.
Oh, yeah.
You're boring. Oh, why do I have to listen to you? All you talk about is this one thing.
All you talk about is my dead brother, your dead husband, and how much you miss him. I'm sure that there's a lot of explanations.
There's myriad reasons why she might want to ditch her.
Yeah, and so, but I think it was she just wanted to go out and party or do something. I don't know what. Anyway, so the ex, I don't think she was going to see the ex, and I tend to believe his story. They certainly never found any evidence to support any of that stuff. Next theory, blackmail. So was she pregnant with Kirk's love child?
Kirk Douglas?
Or Kirk somebody. The girlfriend who told the police that Jean was pregnant also said that Jean told her that she was going to be coming into a lot of money soon. Didn't say how or why, but that would suggest that she was expecting a big blackmail payoff, huh?
I never saw that.
Yeah. If she had been blackmailing somebody, that'd be a good motive to kill her.
Yeah.
Of course, maybe she wasn't blackmailing. Maybe Kirk, to say, or whoever, had gotten her pregnant. He had a lot of money and he basically paid her off. Basically said, "Look, if you have an abortion or whatever, I'll pay you $25,000 to just go away." Just go away, And so maybe that's what it was. There was no blackmail involved at all.
That's possible.
The problem is still,
I'm sorry. I'm just sitting here mulling it over, and I guess it is possible. I've seen probably too many Hollywood drama things, whether they're real or made up by Hollywood, where that stuff happens. So I can see some credence in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really add a lot of stock to it, but I can see some credence in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course, it makes a lot more sense just to pay somebody off rather than murder them, because
that's usually the easier route.
Yeah. Of course, one problem with this is there's still the whole question of the purse. Well, the purse with the incriminating note with Kirk's name on it. Of course, it maybe wasn't a guy named Kirk. I mean, who knows? But there was the incriminating purse note, and why throw it in the park? Why not throw it in the garbage can? Why tear the handles off of it, which would set up a lot of red flags, and which would indicate violence to the police. So that just doesn't make any sense. Okay, next theory. The Black Dahlia killer did her in.
Oh.
Yeah. So that happened about 3 years before.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you guys are familiar with that whole thing. This young brunette actress, aspiring actress like Jean Spangler, was found murdered in a vacant lot, and her body had been basically cut in two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was hideous. And so they thought at first when she disappeared, they thought the Black Dahlia killer was still out there, and the police actually believed this. So
wait, back up. So because my timeline, I'm trying to remember. The Black Dahlia murders happened before Jean disappeared.
Yeah. About 3 years
not the other way
before.
around. Okay.
Yeah.
Somehow in my head I'd mixed it up, so I was just double checking.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and so the police were really thinking this, but as time went by and a hideously mutilated body didn't turn up, the theory was pretty much put out to pasture.
I don't know. I guess maybe you've 3 years to perfect your craft or whatever, right? I guess I can kind of see maybe the person who killed the Black Dahlia is actually has improved and got better at hiding a body. But
that could be.
Also, probably not.
The next theory is it was collateral because, as we know, she was hanging out with this mobster guy.
Yeah.
And so if she just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time and there was a gangland killing and she might have either been caught in a crossfire or maybe they just thought, well, she's a witness, kill her. So that's a possibility. I'm not putting a lot of stock in that one. I don't. There's no evidence that she was actually still hanging out with that guy. Because again, she had a new boyfriend, and so I don't know that she was seeing that. What's his name? Davy Ogle.
Ogle, yeah.
Ogle, yeah. I don't really put a lot of stock in this one. The next one is those two guys at the Cheese Box restaurant that she was arguing with. I'm guessing maybe she won the argument, and that really ticked them off. Yeah.
Possible.
You made that up.
Yeah, it kind of did, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you won the argument, but we get the last word. Bang. Yeah. Next theory, Lieutenant Scott. So the police turned up another interesting thing from her past. About 4 years before, while her husband was off at the war in the Pacific, Jean had an affair with a guy named, he was like an Air Corps lieutenant. His last name was Scott. I guess she called her Scotty. And apparently he was abusive. She wanted to leave him. He threatened to kill her if she did. She eventually managed to break it off. And last time she saw him was in 1945, 4 years before. There's no evidence that he became a doctor. Remember, the note said going to see Dr. Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because the cops poured through and interrogated every doctor whose last name was Scott.
I thought they poured over and interrogated every doctor, not just Scott's.
Mm-hmm.
What I read, I thought they couldn't just hit every doctor, so they were after all the ones that had last name of Scott. But then the thing is that there's guys who do things on the sly that go by a code name.
Yeah.
So Dr. Scotty could mean anything.
Yeah. So it could have been an abortionist. It could have been a dentist. I mean, it could have been, who knows?
Yeah. Veterinarian.
Yeah, it could have been a vet. Yeah. Also, besides the fact that he wasn't a doctor, why would she go to see the guy if she was afraid of him?
Yeah, because he was a jerk, and she had stopped hanging out with him because, as you said, he was abusive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so much for Lieutenant Scott. Next theory, she ran away from home. And remember, Davy Ogle disappeared at the same time she did, which led people to speculate that perhaps they had left town together to start a new life. Yeah, I know.
I don't like it.
No, I don't either. She was dating a new guy, for one thing, and apparently she was happy about that, according to a witness. And I don't think she would have abandoned her daughter.
Yeah, I mean, she called from the farmer's market.
Yeah, I mean, she, exactly. She obviously cared about her daughter. She obviously, if you read anything about her, had a lot of shortcomings. I mean, But,
well, the thing about Ogle is there's that one report that says that, I think it was March of 1950 is when they say that she was, quote-unquote, spotted somewhere in Texas.
El Paso.
El Paso. Okay. Well, the funny thing is, unless she did have the pregnancy terminated, she'd have been about 6 or 7 months pregnant at that time. So you would think that whoever had seen her and said, oh, yeah, that's Jean, and wow, she's super pregnant. Instead, it was just, oh, yeah, there's Jean. Yeah, she looked like she always did, slim dancer's body, beautiful as can be.
Unless she wasn't pregnant and that girlfriend was lying. I mean, it's totally possible.
That's a very valid point.
Or that she lied to the girlfriend.
She lied to the girlfriend, yeah. That's entirely possible. She was lying to Kirk, too. To blackmail him.
Maybe.
She just eating a lot of bonbons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been.
3 months. I mean, you can't really tell 3
No,
months.
not
but
3
well,
months.
that's why I know at 3 months, but at 6 and 7, you can't hide that.
Yeah, but I guess
yeah.
I just generally assumed she wasn't actually pregnant. But hey, that's me.
Yeah, it's highly possible that she wasn't pregnant. Her mother, after her mother got back and everything, her mother also said that she would never abandon her family.
Yeah.
And so you got to believe her mother. Her mother obviously didn't know her that well because she was up to a lot of stuff that her mother wasn't in on. But
well, she's a 26-year-old.
Yeah.
Of course, you're gonna do things that you don't tell your parents about. I mean, that's just kind of the standard operating procedure.
I don't think that's just a 20s thing. I think your whole life you kind of just do things and generally your parents don't necessarily need to know about that.
Very true.
There's
a lot of things that I don't tell my family about.
Yeah.
I mean, there's shameful things that my whole family doesn't know about me, like, for example, this podcast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't know about it. They never will. No, actually, they probably will someday when we become really famous.
We already are really famous.
Oh, that's right. Good point. Another problem I have with this theory that she ran off either by herself or with Davy Ogle is that she actually passed up a really good chance to make some money because her ex, Dexter, who apparently was a plastics manufacturer, had some money, wanted the daughter back. And so she knew she was going to blow town, and that means the daughter goes back to Dexter. Then why wouldn't she approach Dexter and say, hey, give me a couple of grand and I'll give custody back to you? And
that's well, there's a point there, but that also, again, that just circles me back to him. Because, of course, once she disappears, the court reawards him custody of their daughter. And he goes right back to his same old behavior of the grandmother is trying to visit the daughter, and he keeps blocking it, not letting her see her. And I think that the grandmother tried to take some kind of legal action against him.
Yeah.
At which point he just said, "Oh, okay, great," and left the state.
Yeah, no, he was.
I'm gone. Good luck.
Yeah, he was sentenced to 5 days suspended in jail.
Yeah.
For not abiding by, because apparently the court ordered him to allow the grandmother to see the daughter.
Right.
And then he continued to be obstructive, and so he was sentenced to 15 days in jail, not suspended. And that's when he took the wife and the daughter and left the state and moved to Florida, where he lived until he was 87 years old. So there's just no good theories about this. But another theory that I have that's not really one that you see all over the internet is that she perhaps had a sideline. I mean, let's remember she was broke.
Super broke.
Perhaps, and I hate to say this, but perhaps she had a sideline as, say, an escort.
And she was a dancer. She was a very attractive woman by, I would say, modern and classic standards.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as if, she couldn't have done that.
Well, it would also explain why she was sighted with multiple different men at the same location. Late at night. It would also
trying to find a John.
Yeah, and then it would also explain why you would lie, right?
You don't want to tell people, hey, I'm going to go out and do a little prostituting,
Yeah, Mom may just think that, she goes and she does these night shoots, 2 or 3 days a week, and, the studio's paying her pretty decently for being an extra in a night shoot, so what the heck?
I know.
And then, conveniently, none of those movies ever actually get made.
Yeah,
right. Or, no, they cut my scene.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Which actually happens to people all the time.
Yeah, I was in an extra movie years ago, and I finally, years later, got around to watching the movie to see if I could find myself in it. Because when I went to the set, it was a big crowd scene, so I wore a bright orange T-shirt. Even so, I could never find myself.
Yeah.
They cut my scene, damn it.
They were like, we'd use this scene, except there was that idiot in the orange shirt.
We
more
can't
on
use
the orange shirt, it was hilarious. It's a huge crowd scene, and it's like this one guy, this
what
couple, Roller Coaster with George Segal and Timothy Bottom.
Don't look at me.
I have no idea.
That was never a blockbuster, yeah. But there's this one couple. They were kind of what's the word I'm saying? Kind of trashy looking. They kind of look not.
They were extras.
Yeah, they were among the extras.
Okay.
We were all extras, and so there's the guys with the bullhorns directing us around, telling us where to go. And at the beginning of the first scene, she climbs up on his shoulders, and she's like all going like this and waving her arms in the air on his shoulders and everything. And then we're done. They say cut, and then the guy with the bullhorn goes out and says, "Hey, that's really awesome and really nice touch what you guys did. You're gonna have to do that in every take." Every take today.
Good job, stupid.
Yeah, I know. That was a total diversion there. But as we know from our intensive research of Jack the Ripper, among other things, that if you engage back to the whole she might have been an escort or a prostitute kind of thing, if you engage in that, well, you run a chance that you're going to meet Mr. Serial Killer.
Well, and not even Mr. Serial Killer. There's the crime of opportunity. Gentlemen who take upon those services aren't always in the clearest frame of mind, and I mean that from both they're intoxicated on something, whether it be booze or drugs, or they're not always 100% square in the head. I mean, there's just these things happen, and that's why that profession, and I'm using that term loosely, but that profession is notoriously dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of is, yeah. So I think that it's entirely possible that this guy, say if she met up with a guy and the guy had wheels, to get to Griffith Park from there, if she was still hanging out on Sunset, where the cheese box was, to get to Griffith Park, it's a straight shot. You go east until you get to Western Avenue, and then you turn left, go north, takes you straight there, and they're very easy. So he might have said, let's go to someplace a little more romantic than than Sunset Strip. Let's go up to Griffith Park. And then what's up there? Well, once she realizes that things are kind of going south and that his intentions aren't so good after all, then she tries to get away from him. He grabs her purse. She rips it loose. He drops it, chases her down, and that's the end of the story. He doesn't bother going back for the purse.
The only thing is the note.
The note? Well, the note doesn't make any difference. This is a random dude.
Right, but I get the note still isn't explained.
Well, it doesn't have to be, though. I mean,
it could just be a random something that she was writing to her friend that worked at the food cart.
Yeah.
At the
That's fair.
The place.
All right.
Yeah,
at the movie lot. But the other thing is that I know that this is going to sound like I am just beating up on the Kirk Douglas theory again, but I really have a hard time letting go of that only because of all of the stories of his bad behavior. And we'll leave out the whole story about a rape that he supposedly did, but he was notorious for being a player and knocking women around.
Yeah.
He was known for being that guy. So, and he went to houses of ill repute, supposedly, on a regular basis. So I could see him, hey, you're a cute extra. Why don't you come to my trailer? And then when suddenly there's, a product of that union, he's just like, well, I guess I could pay her off. You know what? No, I'm not going to pay her. I'm just going to take care of this, or I'm going to have somebody take care of it, which is then would give the guilty conscience why, 3 days later, he called the cops?
No, it's the 12th, so it would have been about 5 days, 6 days, or about 4 days later.
Yeah, suddenly he's just, freaking out. Like, oh my God, I didn't think this would be this, in the news so big. I got to do something about it. I have a really hard time letting go of what I read about him, and their connection seems very slight, I admit, but it's really hard for me to let go just from the things that I've read about him.
Yeah, definitely, if you wanted to get ahead in Hollywood, if you were an aspiring actress in those days, the casting couch was pretty much a given for almost every actress in those days. And so it wasn't just the studio bigwigs that you had sex with. You probably, in order to get an in, have a connection, have sex with Kirk Douglas or some other famous actor.
He was the top dog on the pilot.
Yeah, he was the superstar. Yeah.
He was the man.
Yeah,
so...
no, he was the Chuck Norris of the day.
Oh my gosh!
Thank you.
Perfect.
Chuck Norris. Can we move away from that? I'm sorry I brought that up.
What's wrong with Chuck Norris?
Oh my gosh!
just keep going, please.
Yeah, okay. All right, now that we're done slandering Kirk Douglas, I guess we can wrap it up. Do you guys have any more thoughts on this whole thing?
No. My slandering Kirk Douglas evidently was the only thing I had to say.
Yeah, and I just think it's a huge old mystery.
It's a big old mystery.
It's unsolvable, Joe.
I think it's a big old mystery too. It may well be too that you never know who. I mean, because she was in 8 movies, uncredited, of course. But I mean,
she was in 8 whole movies.
Yeah, I know. But what I mean
really
is that
prolific.
She had a total of 4.5 minutes of film time,
if that much.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is in her, she was attractive, and she probably attracted the attention of not just Kirk Douglas, but probably some other movie star types.
Yeah.
And she may have had some things going on with other Hollywood actors, ne'er-do-wells. I mean,
who knows?
Yeah, so maybe it wasn't Kirk Douglas. It could have been a studio head. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think now that we've we haven't quite solved this one. We'll make this almost there, but not quite. Yeah.
I'm going to give this 3.5 stars on the solved rating.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
3.5 stars on a scale of 15. That's about right.
Yeah, it's about right.
Yeah. So, folks, that's it for this week. Of course, if you don't know where to find us, you can find us on iTunes. Please, of course, stop to give us a rating and maybe leave a little review, something like that. We really like those. You can find us on Facebook. And, of course, if you find us on Facebook, you have to like us. Yeah. Well, you don't have to, but it'd be nice. And we have a group on Facebook, too, don't we? Yes,
we do.
So, yeah, join the group. You can also find us on Stitcher, although if you found us on Stitcher, you're probably not hearing this because Stitcher has developed this tendency to truncate our episodes. That's something we're working on, but yeah.
Someday they will figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating. I'm sure it's even more frustrating for the people who are streaming our episodes. You can also send us an email at our email address, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
Y'all have been great about that.
Yeah, we've been getting lots of emails lately, and
so many suggestions.
Yeah, lots of great suggestions.
We try. We're kind of hitting this point, right, where we try to have a good mix of listener suggestions and things we've come up with. But at this point, you guys have either recommended everything that I ever knew about, or there are so many piling up, and I feel bad about not doing them. That just get ready, because I think it's possible that for the next year, all of my episodes are going to be listener suggestions.
Yeah.
So sorry, everyone.
Well, yeah, no, and I've got a few ideas for how we might handle some of that we'll let everybody know once we suss it all out. So.
Secrets.
I'm always scheming and planning.
Of course.
And I did not actually check the list of listener suggestions to see if somebody had suggested Gene Spangler. I know I found this one on my own, so...
No, but just this week we got an email that I happened to be on and respond to, and this person said, "Oh, I'd love to hear you tackle this mystery," and I was like, "Wow, I was literally just thinking about doing that next week." Cool.
No, that's when I was researching Lori Erica Ruff.
Yeah, same thing.
And then I checked the email, and it's like, can't you do this one? And it's like, well, I guess you're in luck.
I guess we'll get that right to you.
I guess too. Yeah. Will you ask? We obey. And so also, if you want to find this episode somewhere and you don't want to go to iTunes or Stitcher, you can find it on our website.
Because you're not listening to it right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay, so if you want to find future episodes, let me put it that way, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. Yeah, you'll find links also, and also there's a survey. So if you want to take a moment to fill out the survey, that'd be really cool. It's not one of those long, tedious ones, right?
No, it's pretty short.
It's like, would you give your firstborn male child to Thinking Sideways podcast? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Okay.
Easy.
All right.
I'll go take it right now.
Yeah, me too. I got to take it 50 or 60 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I always do.
Answer differently every time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, folks. Well, that's it until next week for Thinking Sideways, the podcast. This is Joe signing off.
We'll talk to you guys next week.
I apologize for my co-host.
Bye. Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by the UFO hidden on the $1 bill. Instead, it's brought to you by... There's a new season of a really great podcast, In the Dark. That's right, there's a new podcast. It's back with the second season. In the first season, In the Dark earned a Peabody for its in-depth coverage of the Jacob Wetterling kidnapping. In season 2, they're going to explore a new story with life-or-death consequences. In this case, it's 4 people who were killed in a small town in Mississippi, and 1 black man on death row who has been tried 6 times for their murder. You can find In the Dark now on Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, or wherever else you might listen. Thinking Sideways.
Hello, comrades, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I am Steve, as always, joined by...
Devin?
And Joe.
And once again, we've got a mystery for you.
What?
Yeah.
What is the mystery this week, comrade?
Well, this week, we're going to do another Vietnam War mystery, and I think that unlike the last one, most people are going to like it. The basic overview of our mystery is that during the Vietnam War... a Vietnam People's Air Force pilot identified by U.S. intelligence as Win Toom, or maybe the name is actually Toon, but either way, Win was considered to be one of the most proficient and deadliest pilots between the years of 1965 and 72.
He was the Tom Cruise of North Vietnam.
Yes,
yeah.
He was. And during that time, he took down 13 U.S. aircraft.
Jerk.
of course, after the conflict ended, it was discovered that officially there was no record of Tum in the North Vietnamese system. You know, they have no record of this guy, which begged the question of, well, why and who was he? So, shall we get into the mystery?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, was he some sort of spirit, perhaps?
Woo.
Yeah.
No.
Tomb.
When
Okay. I love it when we start off like this. To start at the beginning, during the Vietnam War, the Vietnam People's Air Force got help, of course, from the Soviets. And that help came in the form of aircraft and training on how to fly and operate that aircraft. And initially, the North Vietnamese were given MiG-17s, and then later they were given MiG-21s, which were not the latest and greatest in fighter plane technology, but they were good.
60s, yeah, I mean, the 17s were kind of classic 1950s Cold War technology. Mm-hmm. You know, like, it was like the Sabre jet that we had. They looked like flying pipes.
Yeah,
kind of
they
cool.
kind of do.
Yeah, with wings, yeah.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, so the MiG-17, it's got this weird open nose cone thing going on. So instead of coming to a nice point, it stops and it's open. Yeah. And then its wings are what you would consider a traditional airplane wing to be, but they're looped back and they have a rounded edge to them. But then the MiG-21 has an actual pointy nose and more of the triangular-shaped wings. So it was more modern in that sense. But, of course, both planes they're very effective if put into the right hands, and the Vietnamese had to use them because they were the planes that they had, so they became very proficient with them.
Yeah.
Which was the idea of the training. Now, there were downfalls to both planes. The MiG-17, specifically, as Joe said, was an older plane. It couldn't quite get up to Mach 1, from what I understand, and also it had old-school hydraulic control, or I take that back. It didn't have hydraulic controls, which meant that when you were going really fast, it was sluggish to respond because, of course, as we've talked about fly-by-wire, I do this every time. I got it mixed up. But you have to, as hard as you can pull is as much force as you're going to exert on the flaps or whatever.
It's a direct mechanical linkage from
exactly.
Yeah.
So
that would be tough.
That slows them down from high-speed maneuvers where the 21s are more akin to the F-4 Phantoms that the U.S. were flying at that time, which were considered, kind of top-of-the-line aircraft, or at least fighter jets. Mm-hmm. During the Vietnam conflict, the U.S. Signals Intelligence, which uses the acronym SIGINT, which just pronounces so well, they tracked all of the pilots that they could, and they did that by their call signs, because, of course, they're eavesdropping on all of the radio communications.
Right.
Sure,
I mean, that's what Signals Intelligence does.
And the other side's doing a similar thing. It's just why, we actually have, more discipline when it comes to things like call signs. Apparently, our pilots change their call sign with every mission.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you might have a nickname like Tom Cruise in Top Gun, but your actual call sign is not going to be that nickname. And
Maverick every time.
Yeah, you're not going to actually be. They're not going to be actually calling you that.
And the
Maverick
Iceman.
and Goose. Yeah, exactly.
Do they get to come up with them, or are they assigned?
I think they're.
That probably makes more sense. It'd be hard.
It does make sense because otherwise they know who's in the air and who's not. And you don't want them knowing anything if you can possibly help it.
Well, but if you get to pick your own, like every mission, it's like, all right, guys, we're going out for a mission tomorrow. Everybody pick their call sign.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't be Archer again, okay?
Yeah.
Lana! No. Well, but what's funny about that is that we've gotten much better about it, but for a long time during the Vietnam War, there was a run that the U.S. used to do every day, the exact same course at the exact same time with the exact same, to the minute, to the point that the North Vietnamese knew exactly when they were coming through and leveraged that against them quite effectively and took out a whole bunch of planes. Mm-hmm. And I can't remember what operation that was in, but now it makes sense why we switch it up all the time, but then it apparently wasn't as big of a deal.
Yeah.
Or people didn't realize how important that was.
We probably didn't think they had the capability, and then all of a sudden it turns out they acquired it on the sly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so oopsie.
What happens here is, as we've said, they're listening to the radio chatter. They're building histories and identifying the different pilots, the U.S. intelligence is of the Vietnamese pilots, kind of building histories or dossiers of where they've been and what they've done right and what they've done wrong, their strengths and weaknesses, and that allows them to eventually start tracking this one pilot in particular who we're talking about, which is Colonel Toom. He had taken out several U.S. aircraft in the mid to late 1960s and had become a bit of a boogeyman for U.S. pilots. And as the war would go on, he would rack up more and more kills of U.S. aircraft and was considered a flying ace, which, if you don't know what a flying ace is, to be considered an ace, you have to, generally speaking, and this, depending on the conflict, this can vary, but you have to have taken out at least 5 enemy aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
If you take out 4, you're a good pilot, but you're not an ace.
These numbers seem like a little low, just to the layman, right? So do we have an average of, how many aircraft a normal pilot would take out in a conflict like this?
Well, there's a lot of difficulty in that. It depends on how target-rich your environment is.
Sure.
So in the Vietnam War, in the beginning, the Vietnamese had about 70 aircraft total available to them.
Okay.
Whereas the U.S. had hundreds in the air. So it's a target-poor environment for the U.S. and a target-rich environment for the Vietnamese. Now, as the war would go on, the Vietnamese would get more planes.
Right.
But again, it's how many targets are available at any one time for you to take down. So it's a weird balance.
For them too, if we were flying in formation, one MiG can come over and just shoot an air-to-air missile. They're going to hit somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a shotgun kind of thing, really. I mean, I guess you're an ace, but what'd you do? You ran over and fired a missile with this group of planes and hit one of them. It's not the most, fantastic maneuvering in the world.
It's not glorious according to Hollywood, but when it comes to taking out your enemy, you did your job.
Oh, you totally did. But, as far as, what's going on for air-to-air kills these days, I'm not sure that there's nearly any of that going on anymore. I mean, it doesn't seem like our planes, you're talking these incredibly fast aircraft. It's kind of hard to dogfight each other.
Yeah.
But all you can do is, fire a missile at the guy, and you can't even actually visually see him. You can see on your radar or wherever, okay, there's somebody over there, click, And so it's not the dogfighting like, they used to have back in the good old days. Shooting at each other with, with machine guns and stuff like that. And I guess back in the World War II days, they would actually throw hand grenades at each other. They'd try to fly over they're flying biplanes and stuff, and they'd actually just try to drop hand grenades.
World
down
War
on the
I,
other
you
guy.
mean, or 2?
Did I say 1? There 2? I said 2. Okay, 1.
Okay,
Duh.
I was asking because I was like,
yeah.
I don't remember a whole lot of biplanes in World War II.
No, there probably was 1 or 2, but they didn't last.
They didn't
long.
last very long.
Yeah,
so to answer my question, no, we don't know what an average is.
Yeah, no, and it
because
changes.
it depends on the conflict.
And I think it's just been going down over time, really.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see, where was I? Okay, so we were talking about aces. So, like I said, you had to take at least 5 enemy craft out to be considered an ace. Mm. And at the end of the war, Toom was recorded as having taken out 13 U.S. aircraft. Now, not all of those were airplanes with people in them. There's something that it's a
drone.
Yeah, it's a drone. There were 2 of them. And I want to say they were called Fireflies or Fireplug. I can't remember which. And I read about them, and I didn't completely understand them, but I just want to let you know that that's in there. So if anybody goes out and starts reading about it, that is technically an enemy aircraft, so it counted for the record, apparently.
Do weather balloons count?
I don't know.
Probably
honestly.
Not, yeah.
Yeah, they're probably easy targets. They're probably training targets.
That'd be nice for them.
Yep. So there's interesting things here about Colonel Toom, though, one of which is that there were 2 images of his aircraft that were circulated among U.S. forces.
And these were images, just to be clear, they were taken by other pilots, right?
At least one of them that I know
air-to-air
of.
engagements, right?
I believe one of them was actually on the ground. Somebody snapped a picture while it was sitting on the ground, but I'm not 100% positive because I couldn't find these images. I could find images that were similar, but I couldn't find the same ones with the same, at least I don't think I saw them with the same plane numbers, because The planes had identifier numbers on them, as all aircraft do.
Uh-huh.
And the MiG-17 had the number 3020 on the nose, and it had 6 stars on the nose. And for people who aren't familiar with this, the number of stars on the nose means the number of kills. And then there was another image that was a MiG-21 that had the number 4326 on the nose, along with 13 stars. So that's a lot of kills. But they're two different aircraft, and that's part of the confusion in this story, because that's not typically the way a pilot would operate. They would fly a plane. They wouldn't fly multiple kinds of planes.
No, not usually. Not unless, all the MiG-17s went away, and then it's time to move Colonel Toome up to a 21. But,
right.
Yeah.
In a kind of desperate scenario.
Yeah.
And it represents the number the aircraft took down, not the pilot, right? The stars?
Typically, that's not the case.
It's how many the pilot took down?
Typically, it's the number that the pilot takes out.
So, I mean, really what we're saying here is later, this awesome pilot may have been flying a better plane.
MiG-21.
Maybe.
Right.
It's possible.
Yeah, I wonder how that works. I assume that, like, say, if you did fly, got 6 kills with your MiG-17,
and they were like,
and then you graduate to a 21. Do
they transfer
do
those
they transfer
kills?
the six kills over to the
That's
nose
the
of your
question.
new plane? Yeah.
I have a feeling that I know the answer, but I'm going to save that till later.
Okay.
It seems like
just
it's
to dry out the suspense.
Seems like it's only fair to transfer them over, but
yeah. Seems like that to me too. But and then if not, like maybe he did have the 20
MiG-21
20 kills, 19 kills.
Yeah, 6 and 13 would be 19.
That would be a lot. Yeah.
Let's jump back to the official narrative here. By the way, what I've been trying to run through is kind of the generally agreed upon official narrative of these things that are in the story. And then when we get into theories, we'll parse into bits and pieces of it more deeply, as we tend to do. But officially, Toome's career would come to an end, and that date would officially be May 10th, 1972. On that day, Randy Duke Cunningham and his co-pilot Willie Irish Driscoll, who were both U.S. Navy pilots, and they had recently just graduated from the then newly formed Top Gun program. Again, Tom Cruise.
Oh, I know.
We all know Tom.
Way to the
danger zone. Well,
oh man, I hate that movie.
Yeah. So these guys had graduated from the program. They're now in the air. It's May 10th. Oh, and people may recognize the name Randy Cunningham because he was a U.S. congressman. And in 2005, he was, not so happily for him, convicted of taking millions in bribes and sentenced to 8 years in prison. So if he was your congressman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's too bad for him. Right? So I guess he would have gotten out by now. I have not heard anything about Randy Cunningham. I remember
sure
when he
that
got
he's
sent away.
done a lot to keep it that way.
I was
I'm
going to
sure.
say, that's not surprising that we haven't heard anything from him.
Well, I hope he was smart enough to squirrel away some of those millions of bribes.
I have a feeling that's not the case.
Swiss
But
account. Yeah.
anyway, pre-bribe Cunningham and Irish Driscoll were both in a F-4 Phantom on that day, and they were in a mission which was near Hanoi when they encountered several Vietnamese People's Air Force aircraft, and it was a group of MiG-17s. As you can guess, a dogfights ensued. All but one of the MiGs were taken out, and then this fight takes place between the remaining MiG and Cunningham and Driscoll. Now, Cunningham's F-4 Phantom, it had air-to-air missiles, but of course it's faster, but it can't do well at slow speeds.
Mm-hmm.
MiG-17s are better at slow speeds, but it has no missiles. All it's got is 37 caliber and another, I can't remember what the other lighter caliber gun is.
Probably a 50 cal or
something like that. It's got cannons
Soviet
on
equivalent.
it. So it's shooting guns.
And I don't remember. I don't think the F-4 Phantom had a cannon, did it? I don't believe it had any guns.
I
right?
don't remember that when I was reading. I think that it relied a lot on its missiles because a lot is made out about the fact that in the early years of the conflict, the Phantom was plagued with tons and tons of issues of faulty air-to-air missiles, either not launching or just launching and not tracking their targets. It was a giant fiasco for the Defense Department. So I feel like it had the missiles, but I don't remember off the top of my head, so I don't want to commit to that
Yeah, it had
because I'm
missiles,
probably
but-
wrong.
Yeah, I think it was a fighter bomber. I think essentially it could drop bombs and fire missiles, but I don't think it had a cannon. But
Well,
I don't know.
If we're wrong, somebody will let us know.
If you're one of those guys that flew one of those things, send us a note.
Yep. So what happens here, though, is, of course, the fight goes back and forth. The MiG tries to slow the fight down so it can do better. Cunningham has to hit the afterburner, or not the afterburner, he had to hit the gas so he go fast. So this goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until he's eventually able to lock on with a Sidewinder missile and take out this final MiG-17, which he says he watched burst apart in flames and fall to the
ground.
The ground. Thank you. I was going to say the canopy, and that wasn't right.
No.
But it fell to earth below him. He and his escape unscathed. Very shortly after that, in that same flight, actually, they would be hit by a surface-to-air missile. They would fly out over the South China Sea, where they would bail out and then eventually be rescued, of course.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens to the hero who is taking out the scourge of the North Vietnamese skies, Colonel Toom.
If you're lucky, that's what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually not actually what happens.
No.
Yeah.
No. There's sharks and stuff. Well, Cunningham T tells U.S. intelligence that he saw the number 3020 painted on that MiG-17, and so U.S. military intelligence says, yes, you took out Colonel Toom. Good job, buddy. Not only did you just get upgraded to ace status, because that was your kill, but you took out this bad guy. Yay! And Toom
legendary
disappears.
status for him. Yeah.
Toom disappears from the war.
Yeah, so there you go. So otherwise, you might sort of doubt his story about seeing that number on the nose of the plane, but then if Toom did suddenly, not show up anymore, I guess you got him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Took his toys and left.
Yeah.
Basically. Years later, there is a Hungarian man named, I hate pronouncing this guy's name, Dr. Istvan Toportsev, and he would go to Vietnam to research the pilots of the Vietnamese People's Air Force, supposedly, and we'll get into the supposedly later on.
And I assume by years later you mean when Hungary was still under basically Soviet domination. It was still a communist state.
I believe while they were still a communist state. This appears to, from the reading that I've done, been before people from the West were let into Vietnam, because people from the West were held out of the country for many, many decades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But eventually, our historians would be allowed in, and they would come in and ask the same question as the Hungarian doctor, which is, hey, so who was Colonel Toom? To which they would all get the same answer of...
Who?
Yeah. We don't know.
Who are you talking about? There's no record of this guy. We don't know what you're saying. And for a guy who is supposedly as good of a pilot and as good at taking down enemy, it seems really weird that he dropped out of the records completely and entirely.
Maybe they sent him on a super secret mission and they had to erase his name from the whole record.
Maybe.
Yeah, that must be it.
Save that for theories.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So this flying ace, this war hero, and believe me, the Vietnamese love to celebrate their war heroes. He disappears. So it brings up what is our mystery, which is A, why is he not in the record? And B, if he was a real person, who was he?
Yeah.
So
why was he so super secret? Because, if war hero, you'd think they'd be celebrating him and have staties of him and all kinds of stuff.
Abso-friggin-lutely.
Yeah, you'd think.
All right, so that's our mystery. So let's get into the theories.
Okay.
But first, let's take a quick break.
Support for today's show comes from Grove. Grove is an e-commerce company that I like because they make it easy for me to find the best natural products to take care of myself, my home, my cats, and to make sure I never run out of my stuff. They've got a lot of really good products. Mrs. Meyer's, 7th generation, real simple, Tom's, etc., etc. And I really like the Mrs. Meyer's because it doesn't make me break out, and it looks really good in my bathroom. As I said, I really like Mrs. Meyer's a lot. There's also this really cool laundry detergent that's concentrated. It comes in a recyclable container. And what I really like about it is that it's a concentrate. It costs less to ship, and it's smaller. It takes up less space in my house. So it's really the best. Another great thing about Grove is they deliver everything right to your door when you want it. They offer free shipping and free returns, no questions asked. And they have Grove Guides, which are always available to answer your questions or add items to your next order if you run out. So sign up for Globe Collaborative at grove.co. That's grove.co/sideways. And you'll receive a $30 Mrs. Myers gift set for free with your order of $20 or more. That's grove.co, not com/sideways. Grove.co, sideways. You won't regret it.
And we're back.
Yeah.
Ah.
So theory number one
Yeah.
There's a theory?
What's that?
There's a theory?
Well, actually, believe it or not, I've got, 4 or 5 in here, never mind your ghost theory. So, I've got a lot of theories in here.
Yeah, the secret agent theory.
Yeah, don't forget about the secret agent theory.
Yeah, no, actually, this one is actually all over the internet, especially on, like, aviation sites and Vietnam veteran sites and
This
things
particular
like that.
theory?
This particular mystery.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I got a lot of good information out of there.
There's a ton of information out there, although a lot of the same information, but, you know.
And a lot of arguing.
Yeah.
Because that's what forums are all about.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So theory number one is that Colonel Toome was, in fact, a myth created accidentally by the U.S. Signals Intelligence Group.
They got their signals crossed.
Ah.
Not good for a SIG int to get their SIGs crossed.
Nope. So basically what it is that the theory is that he never actually existed, and they made him up by accident. And there's a couple of different ways that this could happen. Now, of course, as we talked about earlier, to be a fly, this is all backstory. I think we've covered some of this, but sometimes people miss these bits. So I just want to recover a little bit of territory, which is you have to take down at least 5 enemy aircraft to become a ace.
Yeah.
And the Vietnamese had over a dozen aces, like we talked about, whereas the Americans only had 1 ace. That was Randy Cunningham and Irish Driscoll. I really feel bad. Willie, that was his name, Willie.
Yeah.
Keep calling him Irish. I feel racist. But it's fun. His name, not racism. But
oh, come on, admit it, Steve. You love it.
No.
Yeah.
But so the thing is that it was the reason that there were so many aces is for a U.S. pilot. You did a year of duty. That was your tour. You spent a year in country, and then you would rotate back home, and you would do training, and you'd be stationed somewhere.
And by the way, in that year, you would not do 365 missions.
No,
nowhere near that.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But the thing is that you guys could ask to come to be stationed back in Vietnam, and occasionally that happened, but the vast majority of them did not. So
it seems like it was pretty miserable over there for the most part.
It was not. Well, nobody really enjoys war. A few weirdos do, but they're thankfully the minority. But the thing is that these guys, so they get about a year to try and rack up, 5 kills. Of course, for the North Vietnamese pilots, they're home.
They were there for 10 years, not 1 year.
They're there for the whole war, so they have a lot of flights and a lot of time to rack up all these kills. So that's the reason that there's kind of that imbalance in terms of the number of aces from one side to the other. Another reason that there would, and this is a factor as to why there's so many North Vietnamese aces, is ground-based radar. Remember that planes at that time, today we're all used to the fancy modern fighter craft we see in the movies, and they've got radar built in. They've got every kind of device built in that they can to see around them much farther than the pilot can just see with the naked eye.
Well, plus we've also got airborne radars beyond theirs, like the AWACS and stuff like that.
There's all kinds of things.
Yeah.
But that is not so much the case in the late 60s and early 70s. And MiG-17s didn't have anything built in, so they were reliant upon what the naked eye could see as well as ground-based radar. And the U.S., we knew about the ground-based radar, but the U.S. forces never actually went after those ground-based radar installations as in to take them out and handicap those MiG-17s because there were other nations helping.
Yeah.
We talked about the Soviets were there because they were helping with training and equipment, and they were coming and they were going to those radar installations and helping out.
Yeah.
The Chinese were doing the same thing because, again, Soviets and the Chinese are both under communist governance, And the North Vietnamese, they wanted to unify their country, and communism was the system they agreed upon was the right one.
Yeah,
so they're all working together.
The wave of the future for humanity. Yeah,
well,
it is.
But this means that you help your buddy out.
Well, of course, and that's and that's what they were trying to do. All kinds of countries all around the world, help them to become commies. And but yeah, and of course they didn't want to bomb the radar stations because they might kill Ivan.
Or they might kill a Chinese advisor, and that just opens up a whole nother can of worms of conflict.
Well, this has been a big bone of contention about Vietnam forever. Is that our side was way too reticent about stuff like that. I mean, we should have bombed those stations and taken out those radars.
I understand what you're saying from the standpoint of to quote unquote win the war.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah. I mean, we should have done that. And if the Soviets squawk, you just say, "I'm sorry, you guys were in a war zone. What did you expect?"
True.
Yeah. But of course, I mean, and this is just the old saying goes: generals always fight the last war. And the previous war, of course, had been Korea.
Yep. And
remember what happened there? Is after initially getting knocked on our heels, we came back big time, invaded, and were really on the verge of triumph in North Korea. And then the Chinese invaded, and suddenly we're talking about the war got a lot bigger. And so, like I said, that colored all the thinking about Vietnam, and it's really a shame too, because we could have probably had a better outcome in Vietnam if we hadn't had that sort of that tit for tat mentality and that reticence about attacking the North that they, by the way, didn't feel towards us.
Yeah, well, yeah. They just didn't like us.
Yeah,
unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
So this is going on, and this is one of the factors why the MiGs were
they were
quite
doing better,
effective because they had that other form of detection out there. There's some things that also lean into the theory of this guy didn't exist. The next one is that the name Tomb or Tune, and by the way, the spelling on these is T-O-M-B, Tomb, like a crypt, a tomb, or Tune, T-O-O-N, as in cartoon.
Yeah.
Neither of those names are Vietnamese names.
Yeah, apparently,
they're not in the lexicon at all.
Yeah, there were at least one or two pilots named Tuan, but that's T-U-A-N would be the transliteration Tuan, which maybe over the radio could come out sounding kind of like tune,
Mm-hmm.
And so, but I don't think any of those guys scored anywhere near 13 kills.
Not that I'm aware of. There's a big list. You can actually go on the internet and find this giant list. I mean, I remember Devin and I were talking about the names and how similar they were as you dropped out. None of them really seem to fit the moniker of this guy. Now, there are people that believe that this is what happened, is that U.S. Signals Intelligence is listening and they hear chatter of North Vietnamese pilots and they hear a name that they don't know and they're not sure how to interpret or write it down. How is it spelled? Something like that. And so what they do is they do their best and they write down the equivalent of what they think it is, which is wrong. And this happens several times, and suddenly this pilot named Tomb or Tune is born out of a badly transcribed set of conversations by ground control or by listening intelligence, the radio intelligence guys. Yeah. So it's a complete screw up that just happened to line up. The other way is that it could have happened, and we'll explain give me a second here, and there's some examples of this, is there are times where they are trying to figure out who's in the air, and whoever it is just isn't giving a name that they can use to assign to them. And so what Signals Intelligence has been known to do is to assign them a name. Just make one up out of whole cloth right there and say, that's Timmy.
And then that operator that signed the name, ends his tour, goes back overseas. Somebody looks at his logbooks later and doesn't realize this, right?
Right.
Yeah, and doesn't realize that he just assigned the name to him.
Correct. Yeah. He doesn't realize that Timmy isn't a real pilot. Timmy is a moniker for a made-up name of somebody they just don't know who it is. And there are historical accountings of this having happened in the past. if we look back at World War II, U.S. forces in Guadalcanal, they started calling, oh God, what is it? It was Japanese pilots who would start running night missions, and they of course didn't know who they were, and they started nicknaming those pilots Washer Machine Charlie. And that was because they were flying 2-engine planes, and those engines were slightly out of sync. So if you think about, if you've ever been on a 2-prop plane, exactly, a 2-prop plane, it's just, it's very consistent. But when they're not, they do make kind of that boom, 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 back and forth, rocking washer machine noise. So they nicknamed him Washing Machine Charlie. In the European theater, there was Bed Check Charlie, who was German pilots who were known to go out just before or just after dusk and run night runs as well. And the name was given because it was just after lights out. These guys would show up, and these guys the U.S. forces hated them because if you knew that Bed Check Charlie or Washer Machine Charlie were coming, you just had to lay there all night long. You didn't know if the bombs were going to get you or if they were just going to explode around or near, or because their accuracy was crap.
Yeah.
But it really struck a note of fear in those men on the ground.
Yeah, but that does seem like a better way to name people that you don't know instead of making up a colonel name.
Colonel Toom.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds a little made up, right? And if it's Colonel Toon, then it makes even more.
Somebody was being funny.
Yeah, that it was like a play on cartoon or whatever.
Yeah.
But assigning some name that nobody could ever think, oh yeah, that's the real name of that pilot, like Washing Machine Charlie. Like nobody's ever gonna look at a record and be like, wow.
Yeah, good
That's
point.
a weird name.
How many Washer Machine Charlies did the Japanese have?
Yeah.
I didn't know washing machines were in use.
Yeah. So that just, I mean, for me that doesn't really follow, but
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and I don't think that if his name if they assigned the name Tomb, T-O-M-B, I couldn't see them quite assigning that to another pilot because you're kind of giving him, you're assigning this name that sounds pretty badass.
Yeah.
To us.
And we're not.
To us.
Yeah, pretty badass. So just like you're not going to name some other Colonel Death or or anything like that. You're going to
Colonel Sasquatch.
Yeah,
you're not going to be
something...
like, this unknown guy, the Punisher.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
You're not going to do that. You're going to call him something. You're going to deride him. You're going to
like
something
Colonel
derisive.
Choopy.
Yeah. Exactly,
Yeah.
Colonel Choopy. Or Colonel Sideways or something like that. Oh, not that one. That's pretty badass. What am I saying?
No, actually, it's pretty hokey.
Yeah, okay.
I've met that colonel.
Well, you see what I'm saying?
I do. I totally get it.
But at the same time, of course, it's over the radio. He's speaking in a foreign language, and so Tomb could have sounded like Toomba. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can try and enunciate that to make it make sense, but it doesn't make sense. It's too close to the real thing for us, English speakers, to just ascribe that to a name from another language that we don't quite understand.
Yeah.
The other problem with this theory is the fact that, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, pilots didn't train and fly a lot in different aircraft. If you were a MiG-17 pilot, the program was you flew the MiG-17 to be the most proficient MiG-17 pilot you could be.
Oh, yeah.
Not you flew a MiG-17 and, oh, by the way, we're also going to train you on a MiG-21 and maybe something else, and you'll just be kind of an okay pilot overall, but not really good in any one of them. That wasn't the way it worked.
That's really true. It's like because, I mean, it takes a long time to get really good at an aircraft, and it's like if you switch to the 21, you're throwing away a lot of good experience. I mean, you're taking some of it with you, obviously.
Yeah.
But you're throwing a lot away, too.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
No, I mean, I totally agree with that. I think in kind of theory, for the sake of argument, you could say, this guy's racked up 6-7 kills in this kind of crappy
time to graduate.
The lower
and maybe,
model.
and who knows, maybe he one day was like, oh yeah, let me take that other one out for a spin and was equally good, and they were like, you can have this awesome one
Yeah.
if you think you can kill more
It could have-
dudes with it.
It could have
I
been.
mean,
I suppose in that case, let me take it up, see if I can kill a few American pilots. And he did. And so, okay, I guess you get it.
Guess you get
know,
that
I guess
one
you
now.
get the 21. But
Yeah.
typically that was not. And the Soviets, I think, were running their Air Force.
They were.
And,
Yeah,
and
I
that
can't
is not
imagine.
Soviet doctrine at
No.
all.
Well, no, and if
to,
you remember, keep in mind though, it's the controls are not going to be the same from one model to the next. It's like
no.
getting into. I'm just going to pick on Chevy. You get into the little itty bitty Chevy car, the little 2-seater that is a pregnant roller skate, and then you jump up into their giant SUV. The general basics are the same, but things are not exactly the same, and they're in different places, and it's all going to be a little different. And you're going to be really not that good in the big one when you just got out of the pregnant roller skate one.
which
Well,
we're good at.
yeah, well, and that's why I'm just saying for the sake of
Yeah.
argument, I guess it's technically feasible, but highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Seems that way to me.
Though I guess I could see the kind of accidental, they just assign that call name to any pilot they don't know that kills somebody, and then that would make sense that it was either plain, they oftentimes didn't know the call sign of the pilots that were actually, striking their aircraft, and that would also explain why it was Tomb, right? Because they were like, oh crap, this unnamed Tomb, the Tomb guy came again and took down one of our aircrafts, and we
The
just
Tomb
don't
Raider.
know. Well, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
So that could be an alternate on this, that it was an accidental recreation of this guy.
It's
but
a
it was-
moniker given to a pilot who scores a kill, but we don't know who that pilot is, and it
Exactly.
gets repeated over and over.
Yeah.
And as the beginning of the theory said, then becomes when somebody else finds the logbook a year later, holy cow, this guy is a badass.
Yeah.
No, it
Yeah.
could have been. Or, actually, this is another theory that's out there on the same whole, it was a myth thing. And I found this theory on 21stcenturysocialism.com. Yeah, I did, for reals. I'm not
I
joking.
believe you.
Yeah.
I know you
And
don't make this stuff up.
The theory is that the Colonel Tomb was actually a creation of the U.S. Navy, whose planes these were. And they created Colonel Tomb and created this big legend, and then had him killed as a big morale booster. It's like this legendary pilot, and we killed him off.
Yeah. I can see that. I can understand it. It seems pretty weak.
Yeah.
And it seems kind of hard to. That would take a long time to build up, especially when you consider how often guys are cycling in and out of their tours of duty.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to let that run for at least a year, if not two.
Oh, yeah.
Before you pull the final lever and kill him off.
Yeah, I know. That is kind of the whole thing about it. I think 21stcenturysocialism.com's viewpoint was like, here it is. Here is the perfidious, U.S. once again, coming up with this big lie, about,
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and so,
Of course.
Yeah, so I kind of suspect they probably made it up, or some commie made it up. I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
That was a perfect lead into the next theory, because the next theory is that actually Colonel Tomb was a piece of propaganda, but he was a piece of propaganda created by the North Vietnamese.
Yeah, kind of like carrots.
Yeah. Carrots?
Carrots?
Well, I don't remember during which war it was, but it was right when the U.S. had come up with night vision technology or some
we've talked
radar
about this.
technology.
Yeah.
But they just started doing this propaganda thing in America where they were like, carrots will give you great vision. And that's not really actually true.
Is it? Oh, really?
But they were trying to cover up the fact that they had this advanced technology, and that's why they were being successful overseas during the war. So they just kind of went with it, and now it's like part of the
Our guys
war.
have great vision because they all eat carrots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember talking about
I remember
this.
that when I was a kid. That was kind of like, the accepted wisdom is that carrots were good for your eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Turns out that's wrong.
Yeah.
They're
Well, I mean,
terrible
they're
for
not.
your eyes.
They're not bad for your eyes.
I'm
but
sure. Yeah,
they
carrots are
don't
not going to hurt you.
actually give you like supervision or
No.
anything.
And you won't go blind if you don't eat them. So
You might.
no.
Depends on how else you're eating.
Okay. Don't listen to that, boys and girls.
Yeah, eat
Devin's
your
making
carrots.
that up.
No, you should eat your carrots.
The theory is that indeed the North Vietnamese made this particular pilot up, as Joe would say, out of whole cloth, and they did so because, as we've already established, we were listening to them, And they knew we were listening to them. So
of course.
They said, hey, why don't we go ahead and make some crap up?
Yes.
Because nothing screws up the enemy than a giant stinking pile of bull that we make up out of nowhere.
Well, and wouldn't be that hard. So, on all these different runs, he says just name Colonel Toom.
Yeah.
And just that simple. Yeah.
Well, and the other
it looks like Colonel Toom is just everywhere.
And the other thing that they can do is they can, and what would be easy to help leverage this, is that there was always a commander of the squadron, and that commander didn't always go up. But let's say that they made the gag that if the commander's not actually in the air physically, you say he's in the air and you call him something that then is badly interpreted. And that's, again, we're going back to this, this interpretation of a name that is given. And maybe they had a half dozen different names that they used, and Toom just happened to be the one that stuck for the U.S. because it turns out Colonel Pinky wasn't all that scary of a name.
Or, it could have been an inadvertent thing on the part of the North Vietnamese. It might turn out that Colonel Toom is kind of, Vietnamese military slang for venereal disease, say, for example. So the pilots are out in their bombing run or whatever, and, they're killing a little time on their way there, and one of them says, yeah, looks like I'm getting another visit from Colonel Toom. So, and so maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it was. They're just talking about their VD.
That is the dirtiest answer I have found to this story yet, and I like it a lot.
I was going to say maybe it was something they were competing for. Like, whoever on that run gets the most kills gets to be called Colonel Toom for the next run.
It's true.
Yeah.
And then that helps also explain how they racked up so many kills under that moniker.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I do have to say, though, there is a gigantic problem with this theory, and that is that the North Vietnamese government, or the Vietnamese government in general, because they're a unified country now, does not let any opportunity to promote the deeds of its patriots to pass them by.
Oh, of course not.
And if this guy were as proficient and good as the records in the story say, then he should have had, as Joe said earlier, statues erected. And
at least one.
And we've talked about this on another episode, and you two know, is that I just got back from Vietnam. I was in the North, I was in the South, and I saw placards and billboards accounting to the deeds of everyday people during this conflict. And granted, it was the 50-year memorial or anniversary, so they were putting out more of this. But what we would consider little acts of heroism were made giant scale. So this guy that is now on a giant scale of heroism of beating back the Americans, there should have been a lot of stuff. They wouldn't just pass the opportunity by to trot him out and say, look at our great pilot.
I'm sorry, I don't understand how that follows this theory, because isn't this theory that he was total boogeyman made up by the Vietnamese?
Yeah.
It is, but if he was made, it doesn't make sense that they would have made him up, because they would gravitate and they would grab and they would elevate anybody who was doing good on their side. So it seems weird.
So the architect of the scheme would at least get a note.
Something to that effect. Yeah,
well,
somebody would have got recognition.
The other problem I have with this theory, too, is that you make this big, scary boogeyman to scare the pants off the American pilots and stuff. You don't kill them off, right? And they killed them off. Why would they do that? And,
they may not have killed them off. It may have actually just gotten to a point where they found out through their moles in the U.S. intelligence that the U.S. thought they had actually gotten Colonel Toom because he shot down the right number, right? Because that was one of the planes that was identified as him. And they thought, all right, we'll just let them. This is too much. This has gotten out of hand. Let's just let them do their thing.
Maybe. Well, and there's some pilots that were believed to be Toom, and we're kind of going off script here, and that's fine because we do this all the time. There was at least one, if not two other pilots that for a long time were believed to have been Toom, and those guys were actually retired from the pilot seat. They were taken out of the air by the Vietnamese military and said, listen, you are too valuable to us. You have to train the next generation of pilots.
Sure.
And so then they became a trainer. And these guys, if you look through the records, you can find, this guy retired after the war to here and did this, and this one did that. But again, we know where those guys were, and they're talked about. They didn't just disappear. So it seems weird that they would just invent him and then let him go. And I guess my problem with it is that if they did invent him and then they let him die, what a better way to stick a finger in the bad guy's eye than to say later on, oh, hey, by the way, Colonel Toom, he was total crap. We made him up, and we're going to now celebrate the fact that we fooled you with this giant campaign of crap.
Yeah, we punked you, Uncle Sam. Ha ha. Yeah,
Uncle Sam's not good with being punked.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
But, Uncle Sam must be used to it by now. But,
it's true.
Yeah. So, I'm not buying this series for the reason that they wouldn't kill him off. You know? Yeah, I just don't buy it.
All right, so it's a bad TV plot line.
Yeah.
Anything else on this particular one, Devin?
Nope.
Cool.
No.
Okay, well, let's go on to theory number 3, which is that Colonel Toom was, in fact, real, but he was not a Vietnamese pilot.
Mm-hmm.
In matter of fact, he was one of their allies' pilots. As we talked about earlier, both the Chinese and the Soviets were in country and helping the North Vietnamese. And as with equipment and advisors, and we do know that in at least one other war, which was the Korean War, there were Soviet pilots fighting in that war in the air.
Yeah.
And we do know also that in the Vietnam conflict, there were Soviet guys running different battle stations and battalions on the ground. So it's probable that this guy could have been, from another country who was a neighbor country that was an ally country. Of course, nobody's ever come forward. Now, the Soviets, they're pretty big on coming forward and taking credit for what they've done. Mm-hmm. So it seems funny that they didn't do it. The Chinese are a little less so, at least in the past.
Yeah, no, I assume that they were communicating air-to-air in Vietnamese, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, there was no Slavic language in there or no traditional Chinese or Mandarin in there. So as far as I'm aware, it was all in Vietnamese.
And so I don't know. I'm assuming that a Chinese person would have an easier time learning Vietnamese than a Russian, but I don't know. Or at least speaking it without a heavy accent. But again, I don't really know.
Yeah, I think that it is a similar foundation.
Yeah.
Actually, I know they're a similar foundation because the Vietnamese language and the Chinese language do thread back like 500 plus years ago before they split apart.
Yeah.
And the Vietnamese do have Chinese characters as kind of decorative symbols to represent things. Although from what I understand, they can't read them because they read their language, not the Chinese language. So yeah, it is possible.
Yeah, so
it's possible what you're saying.
More likely Chinese than Soviet.
Yeah. But
just because somebody's Soviet doesn't mean they can't learn to fluently speak a language other than their own without
absolutely.
an
I'm just talking about speaking it so well with so little accent that the guy listening on the other end can't tell that you're a foreigner. I would just think the Chinese would have a better chance of getting away with that than the Soviets.
And I don't know, but the thing is again, nobody has ever come forward and made a claim.
You would think somebody would have, huh?
Unless they did indeed die in the conflict, but even then you would think their government would say, oh, hey, Uncle Sam, we punked you.
Unless it was, Russia and they were, coming out of this thing, they were like, oh, well, maybe it doesn't really behoove us for relations to admit that this guy who killed a bunch of their people was actually our guy, maybe it actually politically makes more sense for us to just keep that under wraps and not really, talk about it.
And that would explain why both countries would then kind of sweep it under. Vietnamese don't want to say, oh, yeah, well, our best guy, he wasn't our guy.
Yeah. Right.
And like you're saying, the Soviets really don't want to bring light to it.
Or China. I mean,
China, yeah.
The politics are a thing that we have to...
I hate them, but they are.
But, I mean, that's just... diplomacy is a thing that we have to take into consideration here as well, because, it's certainly possible that at that time in the history that they just thought,
No, I think that, especially from the Soviet point of view, their long-term plan has always been about, bringing American opinions of themselves as low as possible. And it's been a long-term project, and so.
Well, and look at reality TV; they're doing their job.
I know and look at our universities; it's working well. And so the thing about it is what, from that point of view, what is it better to have the American public believe? They got their butts kicked by a combination of the Soviets, the Chinese, and the Vietnamese, or they got their butts kicked by just the Vietnamese. What serves your purposes better?
Yeah,
I definitely. Just
and that depends on the long-term plan. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
Next theory?
Let's go on to what is actually our last theory.
Oh, wow.
And we raced through the beginning and then we drug out through this. So the last theory is that Colonel Toom was not a pilot. Not a single pilot anyway, but instead
Wascally Wabbit?
No.
Instead, multiple pilots.
Oh, okay.
Several different pilots.
Wrong script. Okay.
Wrong script. So there are quite a few, as we talked about before, North Vietnamese pilots who had been considered aces or scored records to be aces. And I have 3 of them listed here because these are kind of the top 3 contenders who may have been mishmashed together to create Colonel Toom. So there's Win Van Kok, who has 9 kills. There's Win Van Bay with 7 kills. And Win Doc Sot with 6 kills. So these 3 guys right here, that is 22 kills between 3 pilots right there. And they flew different planes, but it's possible that they may have been melded and mashed together. And the reason that some of that is if you remember those photos of the airplanes that I told you before had been circulated. So there's the MiG-17 number 3020 with the 6 stars, and then the MiG-21 with number 4326 that had 13 stars on its nose.
Yeah.
Well, I held this little fact back when we talked about it in the beginning, but in a traditional sense, at least the way I think about it, I think most Westerners do, and especially because we watch movies and TV, stars on the nose of a plane denotes the number of kills, and those number of kills are to the sole pilot or co-pilot team that fly that particular bird.
Because, in our military, the pilot or the team get the same plane always.
That's
all
their
the time.
plane.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the way that it worked in the Vietnam conflict, because the Vietnamese People's Air Force didn't have a whole lot of planes.
Yeah.
They had a glut of pilots. So, and this is kind of makes sense from a communist state of view of, because we share everything. So it's everybody's, and that means that everybody gets the victory. And so instead of a single plane having a single pilot with X number of kills, you had a single plane with X number of kills. So
and 3 or 4 different pilots.
3, 4, 5, 6 different pilots. So each guy could have taken down one enemy aircraft, and that plane looks like it's flown by one seriously skilled pilot.
Yeah.
And that's the way their system worked.
Mm-hmm.
So suddenly you can see where the confusion of looking at the numbers on the actual nose cone and how that could be recorded to the Western eye could cause this happen.
So, we're hearing a lot about this Colonel Toom, but we don't actually know how many kills he's got. And then somebody else, but he seems to be the most deadliest of the ball. And then somebody spots this thing somewhere in a photograph or wherever, sees the 13 stars and thinks, that must be the famous Colonel Toon.
Yeah.
Or Tomb, excuse me.
Or whichever one it is.
Yeah.
You're not wrong in saying Toon or Tomb.
Must be the infamous Tomb, because, oh my God, look at all those stars.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility that their code name, their call signs were actually assigned to their planes, not the pilots themselves?
I do not know the answer to that, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
I had not thought of that particular angle.
Yeah.
I had the idea that it was possible, and this may not be right, but I'd had the idea that maybe when a plane went down, they reassigned the number to another plane, and then that plane continued on with a new set of stars. But of course, if you see this MiG-17 4030 with 6 stars, and then you see it or with 4 stars, and then you see it again with 5 or 3 stars, whatever, you could start to think that the numbers are stacking up and something's confusing, but I don't know. It's, by the way, total speculation.
Well, I'm
guessing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just a little bit would. The reason that I would suggest that is, they only had so many planes, but they also had like a bunch of teams that went out in different planes.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost wonder if they just always wrote, okay, they're all right. These this pilot and co-pilot team are assigned to this call sign airplane, which makes it harder to track the actual pilots because they knew that other people were listening. So they're just tracking the planes at that point, and then you just are never saying everybody who's on that mission and everybody who's on the ground, knows who's in what plane. I don't know anything. This is total speculation.
I was going to say, I like the idea, except that I have read accountings that talk about the fact that sometimes pilots would melt down in the seat when another pilot would go down, and they would break the communication cycle and suddenly start using the proper names. And so, but that's still. But what I'm getting at though is that I think that they started out using whatever their assigned call sign was, and then using your actual name. So not Iceman, but
that would still follow if Iceman was the plane and people are freaking out because Iceman's going down, and then suddenly they're talking about, oh my God, John's dead.
Yeah,
still follows, right? Because they're still freaking out. They break character or break whatever protocol, and they're just talking about the person that was in that thing that actually the call sign was assigned to the
plane itself,
not necessarily that pilot.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
I don't
how
know.
I would do it. If I had an Air Force, I would definitely just assign call signs to airplanes.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get a lot of really angry emails about why that doesn't work.
And why didn't we just kill Val Kilmer?
Yeah.
Val Kilmer!
That just is how I would do it if it were me.
Kill Val Kilmer?
No. Track the planes.
I know.
Not the pilots. Because, it makes it harder for them to keep these sort of logs of, okay, well, Iceman is really crappy at this thing. Well, actually, matter of fact, it turns out Iceman is just the plane. So who knows
and
what you're getting.
And it's possible, like I said, though, is that it may be that it's just these couple of guys that their numbers or their kills recorded by the North Vietnamese, it's 9, 7, and 6, these particular gentlemen that I just listed out. But, of course, on the U.S. side, those were all erroneously assigned over to Colonel Toom.
Totally.
And so in the U.S. books, these guys are not as good, but then Toom is taken. I don't know.
Yeah,
I really don't know.
Yeah, it is really hard to say.
I do have to say, though, there is one hitch that I came across in this entire story. By the way, this is kind of stepping outside of the theory section and onto Steve's soapbox section, which I try not to do, but this one really made me mad. In the telling of the story, we talked about the Hungarian doctor, István Topsev. God, I'm butchering his name every time, and I apologize.
It looks to me like
Topersev
and Topersev.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, the Dr. István. In everything that I had been reading for a long time, it talked about how the Hungarian doctor had gone and done the initial research and then followed by other people. But as we're wont to do, I said, well, I want to learn some more about this guy, and I want to maybe read some of his stuff and check him out. And I started following the path of him. And at first, I started coming across these sites that were reviews of his books, and I got the feeling that maybe he curated them, because normally when you get into a review site and you see other authors on there, they say, oh, the Hungarian doctor is a great guy, blah, 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 or the Hungarian doctor is full of crap, and here is why, and I've proved it. But instead, these reviews said something like, the Hungarian doctor has got everything right in his book, and I got it all wrong in my book. And I am a horrible author and researcher and a giant pile of poo as an author.
Wonder
Thank
who wrote
you,
that
doctor.
review.
Well, that's why I thought, wow,
Yeah.
it's really funny. I think he's kind of curating this stuff, and he's also hugely prolific. I found at least a dozen books. It looks like he's putting out a book a year on a different kind of aircraft
But the
every year.
The guy is apparently a plagiarist, though, right?
Well, it appears that way, because as I got onto stuff, I started reading, and there's one review that I found, and it's on Amazon, which is great. And it's his book about the Vietnam conflict, and in there's the one that's always cited as talking about Colonel Toom. And basically what it said is that he had taken and copied almost word for word, including the front and rear covers of a book, which in English is History of the People's Air Force of Vietnam. I can't pronounce it in the local dialect because I tried, and I just cut it out because it was really bad on my part. But basically, he just straight up copied it and put it in English, and somehow that inserted him into the story. Sadly, it appears more and more these days this is a common thing, the plagiarism. Have you, what is the book? There's that book of out there called The Art of Not Giving an F. Have you guys seen this book?
Yes.
Yeah, I've not read it, though.
Okay, well, this book is out there. Well, I was at home talking to my wife. I was like, oh, my God, I can't believe I found this blatant thing of plagiarism. She's like, oh, dude, go on, look for that book, The Art of Not Giving an F, and look for it on Amazon, and you'll find another version that has almost an identical copy, almost an identical cover, and it's $5 cheaper.
Yeah.
So it appears that this is happening more and more and more, and somehow this guy 10, 20 years ago did it and has become he's just been swept up in the copy-paste phenomena that is the internet talking about stories like this. So I say that because
Why
boys
not?
and girls, you need to check your sources, because I almost was like, and the Hungarian doctor said, and then I found out my source was complete crap. And it was not a good thing.
Yeah, the Hungarian doctor might not have been wrong about any of this stuff. It's just that he just
He
straight
never
up-
did the research.
No, he straight up copied it all, so you can't really take credit. But at least he's hopefully not leading you astray.
Yeah.
No, well, it appears that others have gone and asked the same questions, so it is still a valid mystery.
The original author did.
Yes, as well as Western historians have since followed and asked the question and tried to figure it out. So it is still truly we don't know.
Yeah.
No,
So-
it is a puzzle, and people still are speculating about it. It's like I said, not on web pages that most people tend to look at.
Yeah.
But it is
So
going
at
on.
this point, I want to know what favorite theory for each of you.
Well, Devin, you want to go first?
Yeah, it was the airplanes.
Oh,
That's my favorite theory.
They were
Your
called
theory of
Toom?
it was all
My
assigned to the
theory,
plane and not
yeah.
the pilot.
Second to that would be that it's a number of different pilots that just got lumped in together.
Okay.
on accident.
Joe,
I
how
think-
about you?
I don't think that was the airplane, because I don't think you'd want to name your plane Toom. I don't think that's not conducive to good morale. But so I'm going to go with it was just a myth, the product of confusion among the SIGINT guys, and would maybe aided along by the North Vietnamese a little bit too. Could have been that. Could have been one of those things where there was a little confusion, and they're scratching their heads early on and going, "Wow, who's this Colonel Toom?" And of course, their sources, because I'm sure there were agents. I mean, most of the guys doing the translating were probably Vietnamese. Probably at least a few of them informed to the North. And they said, "Hey, there's this scary guy named Colonel Toom," and those North Vietnamese are like, "Oh, really? Oh, then he doesn't exist. But what the hell? We'll have a little fun with this." So it could have been a combination of those things.
And I really feel I kind of agree with you. I think that it is some combination of a myth both on the part of the U.S. and a part on the North Vietnamese. I don't know where it ends in that mix, but that's kind of where I think it's at. All right, well, we're done with the flyover there, so we should probably get into the important details that I know everybody listens to the last couple of minutes to try and get a hold of, because this is what you love to hear from us, which is all of the how to find us stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So,
but how can somebody send us an email, Steve?
Well, I'll tell you about that, but I'm going to save that to the end, Joe, because that's not the order it's written on the piece. I know. I'm fine. If it's not in order, I can't do it. So we, of course, are going to have links for this particular story, as well as all stories that we talk about, on our website. And on that website, you're going to be able to download and stream the episode or any episode. You'll also see on the website, on the right-hand side, there is an episode list, which is in chronological order, as well as links to merch, so T-shirts, stickers, mugs, all that good stuff. That's all on our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. We are available for streaming and download just about everywhere that is out there. So if you're using Apple Podcasts, we're on there. If you're using Google Play, we're there. If you're using Stitcher, we're there. If you are on Stitcher Premium, which is really awesome, then we're there as well. Remember, boys and girls, if you use Stitcher Premium, you will get the episodes 4 days early. You will also get them ad-free, and you will get bonus content. And if you aren't signed up for Stitcher Premium, you can go to Stitcher.com/ThinkingSideways, use the promo code Sideways, and you'll get 1 month free for that, if you sign up for the annual plan, of course. We are, of course, available on all the social media, because we are all about the social media. So we are on Reddit with our subreddit, which is our Thinking Sideways. We're on Twitter as Thinkin' Sideways, without the G in the middle, where Devin tweets funny memes and silly pictures. Speaking of pictures, we are also on Instagram, where we are Thinking Sideways Podcast. That is also going to be Devin putting, I was almost going to say tweeting, but it is posting silly pictures and funny things. And we are also on Facebook, where we have the Facebook group and the Facebook page. So you will like the page, you will join the group. To join the group, you have to answer the questions, at which point you'll get in, have all the fun discussions, and meet all the other members who are a hoot, and they will become your new family. So you should join our new family. Yes, we are your only family.
Yeah, and they're better than your old family. You don't need them.
Exactly. And as a family member, you're probably going to want to get a hold of us directly, and you're more than welcome to do that by sending us an email. So if you send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com, you can send us emails with questions, with comments, with story suggestions, whatever. We'll get back to you. Sometimes it takes a little longer than others, especially with things that are going on, and we've been really busy lately, but we're still answering all those emails. So feel free to send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And with all of that done, I think that we're done. That's the last of it. You want a MiG-17 or you want a MiG-21? Which do you want, you guys?
21 for me.
Neither.
Neither?
Yeah, I'll take a boat.
Okay, good, because I'm afraid to fly, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna go the John Madden way, and I'm gonna get on an Amtrak. So we are all gonna get out of here in our various forms of transport, and we will talk to you all next week.
Bye, guys.
Toodaloo.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin, joined as usual by
Steve.
Joe.
And I apologize for my lack of enthusiasm. It's not a real lack of enthusiasm. It's just that I have a cold that's waging war with my body right now.
The creeping crud.
It's the creeping crud.
It's going to send you waging war with
So,
our bodies since we're trapped in a tiny studio with you.
I'm sure we all have it at this point. So I apologize if like my voice cracks or anything. I think we're going to be okay.
Hopefully.
I'll take pauses for hydration if we need to, but just know, I'm sorry if I get overexcited and my voice just loses.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Okay.
Okay, everybody, let's just do this mystery now.
My voice is going to sound a little funny because I'm going to put on a hazmat suit now.
We'll stick the mic in there with you, don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
So today we're going to do something we haven't done in a long time, which is a cryptid.
Yeah!
Cryptozoology, and we're going to go talk about the Mothman.
You mean moth person?
Oh, okay, yeah, the moth person.
Okay,
maybe. This also listener suggestion, like a really long time ago, I think.
Yeah, who?
I think it was Tom.
Tom or Thomas?
Yeah, which he had a
It's
lot
been
of
a
suggestions.
long
Yeah, it's been a
time.
long time. Probably at least a year. I apologize it took us so long to get to it.
Well, and I know this came through recently on Twitter too. So
Yeah, we've gotten
obviously
a couple.
people want it.
Yeah, I guess.
The Mothman is a very popular one.
Apparently, yes. So I wrote a nice little like lead in, which I totally ruined with all of our other stuff. So I'm just gonna read it. Everybody get ready.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right, Cuddle by the Fire, everybody. From November 1966 to December 1967, or maybe as late as 2000, West Virginia, in the area of Point Pleasant, kind of the middle of the western border of the state, was plagued by sightings of a very mysterious kind. That was good, right? Why did I just run over that?
It was
Doesn't
good.
matter.
Yeah, that's all
I'm glad you
scary.
didn't skip it.
Yeah, Mothman is perhaps 6 or 7 feet tall when standing. He can fold his wings and walk with this weird kind of shuffle.
Mm-hmm.
People talk about it being penguin-like.
So it's a 6 foot tall penguin.
Well,
But
maybe-
penguins don't fly, so
Maybe his pants are just down around his ankles.
maybe that's it.
Yeah.
When he flies, his wings kind of just unfold. He has arms too, right? So that it's not, he doesn't lift up his arms and their wings. He unfolds his wings from his back and just shoots straight up into the air with great speed, is how they say it, and then levels out and goes wherever he wants, and nobody's ever seen him flap his wings.
Exactly. And they say he can go 300 miles an hour or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know how people are able to...
Tell that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I mean, it's one thing to be like, oh, I'm driving in my car and he's going a significant amount faster than me, but that's crazy fast. He just holds his wings out straight and goes.
So it's a superpower.
I guess. And this will come to play in the theories and later on and all of that stuff, of course.
Of course.
Not to be a tease, but he apparently can fly much faster, as Joe was talking about, than any kind of bird should be able to fly. They say it's 300 miles an hour, like Joe said. Apparently, Mothman's favorite activity is chasing cars, which is how people are able to tell that he goes 300 miles an hour. I don't know who these crazy people are that are
Sounds like a dog.
Yeah. Yeah,
Maybe
well,
he is a dog. Dog with
maybe
wings.
it's a dog with wings. That would
Yeah.
make sense, kind of, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No?
But
Okay.
and he also likes to try to tear the roofs off and get his people inside. Those
Well,
tasty morsels inside.
They're just they're moving anchovy tins.
Yeah, I know.
In some versions, he doesn't have arms. I know I said he has arms. I think he has arms. Lots of the pictures that I've seen, the renderings I've seen, he does have arms. But some versions say he doesn't have arms and he just has wings with no palms or fingers or hands or anything like that. So he's futilely trying. Is futiling the right word?
Futilely?
Futuling?
Futilely? I don't know.
Futilely?
Grammar's never been our strong
It's
suit.
not, no.
Futilely or...
Trying to tear the roof off of cars with no hands or palms. That sounds funny to me. So
he's not very smart.
yeah, so in the stories of him trying to rip car roofs off, I'm willing to say he doesn't have arms just for the pure humor of it.
I will go with that.
All right. So here's how the story goes. You guys ready?
Yep.
Really
Have it.
cuddle up to the fire this time. Do it.
Yeah.
You guys doing it?
I'm scared.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
On November 12th, 1966, 5 men who were digging a grave at a cemetery, which is already totally normal sauce.
It's kind of a lot of guys to dig a grave.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot, doesn't
It's a
it?
union job.
Well, okay, yeah.
guess.
They're city workers.
Yeah, maybe. They were in western West Virginia. They claim to have seen a man-like figure flying low from tree to tree overhead. And this is the widely accepted as the first sighting of Mothman.
Do we have a time of when that was supposed to have happened?
No.
Probably daylight. People don't usually dig graves at night unless they're robbing them.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and that's my question because
That will pertain later.
yeah,
But all of the other sightings that I've heard of happened at night. So
This could have happened at twilight, say.
yeah.
I guess it could have been the end of the shift.
Yeah.
I can buy that.
Who knows? Maybe they were.
It's November, so it gets dark early. So,
Yeah.
Okay. I'll run with that.
Okay. Okay. Then on November 15th of the same year, two young couples who were doing total normal things in an area of Point Pleasant.
Lover's Lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were at that.
They were Lover's Lane,
They were at the
essentially.
creepy TNT factory
Yeah.
northeast of town.
That's actually,
yeah.
yes, that's actually true.
Yeah.
It was the TNT. It was known as the TNT area, which is the site of former World War II munitions plant. They were hanging out there for totally normal reasons, and then reported to police that they saw large white creature whose eyes glowed red when the car headlights picked them up, so they reflected. They didn't glow. I'm just going to go ahead and make that edit right now. As a reasonable human being, if you shine a light at something and it reflects that light, it's reflecting, not glowing.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's like a cat.
Yeah. Yeah. Or any animal or just any animal. Even human eyes reflect light to some extent.
To some degree, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not red, but
Yeah.
Most
Hopefully not
animals.
red.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Who knows? Depending on the person. During the next few days, a lot of other people started to report sightings. Two volunteer firefighters said that they saw a large bird with red eyes. A Mason County sheriff said that he thought the sightings were due to an unusually large heron that he nicknamed a shatepoke.
I don't know how that's pronounced.
I've read that a couple of times. I Googled that word and I couldn't find anything
I'm going to say
for it.
shatepoke.
That's
Shatepoke?
probably the
Okay.
PC way to say it.
Shapoke?
Chipotle?
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
the origins.
Yeah. So herons do get quite large, actually, by the way.
Some of them do, and we can talk about that a little bit later. The largest herons get, I think it was 16.
They get like a 6 or 7 foot wingspan.
Yeah.
Oh, easily, yeah.
But those herons only live in South Africa.
Oh.
So probably not that, but maybe. Or something,
but
maybe,
yeah,
possibly. We'll talk about that in a minute. Contractor Newell Partridge, that's how you'd say that, right? Newell? Told this Mason County sheriff, whose name is George Johnson, that when he aimed a flashlight at the creature in fields nearby his house, they glowed, the eyes glowed like bicycle reflectors. And also said that there were some buzzing noises from his television set that were caused by this animal, and that his German Shepherd dog definitely disappeared because of this creature.
I'm going to guess this guy's TV antenna was made out of tinfoil.
That'd be my guess, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the 60s, I'm guessing that's probably what it was.
Yeah. Wildlife biologist named Dr. Smith from West Virginia University told reporters that he thought that all of the sightings fit the description of a sandhill crane, which is the largest American crane, which can get almost 7-foot wingspan, and they have reddish coloring around their eyes. Bird may have... That's not its typical migration route, but birds wander sometimes. They aren't. They're not confined by rules.
Sometimes you get an insane bird too.
Sometimes
they have
you do.
So maybe he was a little nuts and just sort of or maybe his friends ditched him on the migration south.
And this is where having timestamps on these would be really helpful because, and we'll talk about this when we start talking about the theories, but I have some problems with the idea that it's a heron given a lot of the inferred times, I guess, that these sightings were happening. Mostly I infer that these were happening at night because everybody says, oh, when I shine my flashlight, the eyes glowed.
That's a reasonable presumption.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty reasonable.
And it's a lot easier to mistake, like, say, a heron or a crane for, a guy with wings at night. You're not really going to do that during the day.
Absolutely it is. And then this kind of tragic thing happened. This bridge called the Silver Bridge, which was in Point Pleasant, I believe.
Yeah. What's the river there? Is it the Ohio River or what?
Mississippi? No, it was the Ohio River.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm thinking about a different bridge collapse that we'll talk about again later.
Yeah.
No, it was the Ohio River. It caused the death of 46 people It collapsed on December 15th, 1967. And right after the bridge collapsed, Mothman sightings essentially ceased. There are a lot of... I guess I should rephrase that. I'm going to rephrase it to say generally accepted sightings of Mothman ceased. There are a lot of sightings since then, but almost all of them are brushed off as hoaxes or crazy people or somebody, falling for a prank or things like that. I'm about to say your very favorite word in this entire world, Steve.
What's that?
It's ufologist.
Ugh.
Ufologist.
Ufologist Jerome Clark has written a lot about Mothman, and he says that for many years after the kind of initial events, that first 16 months, I guess it was about 16 months, members of the Ohio UFO Investigation League re-interviewed everybody who had seen the Mothman or claimed to have seen the Mothman, all of whom insisted that their stories were accurate.
Of course they did.
Yeah, and there was a woman named Linda Scarberry. You're welcome for that last name. She claimed that she and her husband had seen the Mothman hundreds of times, sometimes at close range, commenting, "It seemed like it didn't want to hurt you, it just wanted to communicate with you."
Well, that's likely. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of dead people. Of course, maybe he engineered the bridge collapse.
Well, I'm sorry. I really have a hard time when somebody is suddenly saying, "Oh, yeah, he hangs out at my place all the time.
Yeah.
And we try to chat." I've got to discount that perspective.
I agree.
It's just too easy.
I agree. There's a cryptozoologist named Lauren Coleman who did a bunch of re-interviewing of witnesses that had been interviewed for a book that we'll talk about in a minute. He re-interviewed a bunch of the witnesses and said that the sightings of Mothman kind of continue today, and that the Mothman was a huge creature about 7 feet tall with huge wings and red eyes, and they could see the creature flapping right behind them as they fled.
So the witnesses are saying this.
Yeah, and
the
apparently
witnesses
they say that Mothman did flap his wings.
Yeah, that's a little departure there.
Yeah, which weren't in the original interviews.
Okay.
Apparently.
Because stories don't change over time. I got it.
Yeah, I mean, the truth doesn't change over time, really. But yeah.
No, never.
There have also been a lot of sightings of cryptids that could be described in a very similar way to Mothman, just worldwide. And in I guess the most interesting way that these sightings correlate with the Point Pleasant sightings is that they herald kind of big disasters. For instance,
impending doom.
For instance, yeah, there were Mothman sightings or Mothman-like creatures sighted pretty close to right before Chernobyl had the meltdown. There were Mothman sightings right before a mine collapse in Germany. Two of the less popular incidences, which is one of the one that I was thinking of earlier, was that there was a Mothman or Mothman-like cryptid sighted before the I-35 bridge in Minnesota collapsed on August 1st, 2007. That was the one that went over the Mississippi River, sorry. So that bridge collapsed, and there were apparently reported sightings of Mothman or Mothman-like creature around that time. As apparently there were also 2 pictures taken on 9/11 that were of Mothman or a Mothman-like creature.
Okay, I got to stop here.
Okay.
So I'm presuming that you've kind of gone through these photos that are of Mothman at these events. Have you seen these, Joe?
They don't look like much.
They're way off in the distance, and they're blurry spots. The bridge collapse. There's this protruding dark spot on a collapsing bridge.
Weird.
Which I'm
Totally
sorry
Mothman.
is probably a part of the bridge breaking away, not a creature hanging out on the bridge.
Most likely.
I don't want to poo-poo this, but this makes me think a lot of the Watchers in that show Fringe. There's the guys who watch all these events, and so it's okay. So the Mothmen or the moth creatures watch all these events, and they're the harbingers, and they're there to witness them all. I mean, that's kind of where this makes me think it's going. But okay, I can see how people do that, except none of the photos show anything to me.
Yeah, well, I think one of the interesting things is that it's actually been proven that the quote unquote Mothman sighting near Chernobyl was just totally made up on the internet.
Oh yeah, that was
Totally
bunk.
made up. And I think, many of the other ones likely were as well. And I guess that takes us pretty nicely into theories, because I guess there are only really 2 theories here, and that can kind of spread into the rest of the sightings. It's either that the Mothman is real or the Mothman is not real.
Now, the Mothman, again, in some descriptions of him at least, and most of them actually, he doesn't appear to have a head. It's like he's got shoulders, and then he's got his 2 glowing eyes are like kind of set in his chest, correct?
Yeah, the swing shoulder thing is higher than head level, I guess, is kind of the way the face is lower. That's why they call it Mothman, right? Is because it doesn't look like he's like a man with a head and wings that come out of his shoulders. It looks like his head is down on his body more, like where you would put moth's head would be.
Well, yeah, if you look at a moth, their torso extends and then it actually ends, but you can't really tell that from a little bit of ways because their neck is the same size, and so they look like one kind of cylindrical thing with big eyeballs on it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so I can see what that...
Kind of like an owl, too.
Yeah, an owl is a great analogy as well.
An owl is a great analogy as well.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to just go ahead and hop into those theories?
Let's do it.
May as well.
Sure.
And there are a lot of theories out there about Mothman, of course, as I'm sure all of you know, if you're even mildly into cryptids of any kind. Mothman's kind of the starter cryptid for a lot of people, I feel. But we're just going to do some of them. The thing, of course, the top contenders, of course, we can't do all of them. And as I said, we're going to break them into 2 different sections. Either Mothman is real or Mothman is not real. Okay? And the lines do get a little fuzzy here.
Okay.
But just bear with me. Just doesn't matter. Anyways, okay, the first Mothman is real theory. Mothman is real and an alien. Yeah.
That makes
Actually,
sense.
this is really interesting. So, Lauren Coleman, that zoologist, do you remember?
Yeah.
Who went around re-interviewing,
The
quote-unquote, people.
cryptozoologist.
I'm sorry, the cryptozoologist.
That's better.
Who went around re-interviewing people, was actually re-interviewing people that were described as being interviewed in this book written by a man named John Keel. He wrote it in 1975. It's called The Mothman Prophecies. And it laid out a lot of investigation. It was spattered deeply with a lot of personal theories. There was a movie made of it.
With Richard Gere.
With Richard Gere. I know Steve
never saw it.
really wants to talk about Richard Gere. He's in love with him, apparently. I don't know what's going on here.
I actually am Richard Gere.
Oh, no. I didn't know. But Keel has a lot of theories about UFO sightings. Apparently there were, strange lights seen around.
Oh, I do remember something about lights in the sky at the same time.
Yeah, and he thought pretty strongly that Mothman was indeed an alien. Okay.
Well, anyway, the alien theory is my favorite theory.
It is.
Yeah, well, it explains a lot.
I guess. I kind of like the next theory.
Okay, the next theory?
It's that Mothman is actually a mutated bird.
Oh, this is awesome.
Yeah. So actually, it turns out that you remember that TNT factory?
Yeah.
The place, or what did they call it? The TNT
Lover's
spot
Lane?
or whatever. It was Lover's Lane.
Makeout point.
It was the old World War II munitions storage area.
So it's a hot spot.
Which, as it turns out, was evidently a bird sanctuary prior to that.
Well, afterwards, too. I think.
Afterwards.
And also it was declared, I don't remember exactly when, but it was declared a Superfund site at one point.
You're kidding. I didn't
Of course
see
it was.
Yeah.
I didn't
it
see
was.
that either.
No, it was.
That's where
I don't remember where I saw that, but yeah, apparently it was declared a Superfund
where
site.
young teens in the 60s went to make out.
I know.
So apparently, since it was a Superfund site and a bird sanctuary, if you just mix those
just
two
disgusts
together,
me.
it's just, honestly, that, it's legitimately, I'm sure that I've read that in a comic book somewhere, right? I'm sure that's how Hawkman was formed.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Exactly.
sure of it.
Yeah.
So the fact that this could be some kind of mutated bird over the years, it's not that much of a stretch.
Well, actually, it kind of
This
is.
was Hawkman, apparently. No,
Okay.
listen, okay, I understand that he wasn't
Stanley was in the area.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he said, like, he had a one-liner that was, like, totally off topic, just so that he could be in it. It was
Okay,
perfect.
continue on with this.
No, I
before we
mean, okay.
devolve anymore.
And to be fair, yes, I'm sure Joe's going to do the, like, naysaying, like, well, he never flapped his wings, and, like, he
yeah.
could take off really fast. So, whatever.
So he mutated
Hawkman could, too. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So the bird mutated into a really huge bird with red glowing eyes, and so.
Well, I don't... See,
Yeah.
the thing is I'm
and
not
a
so sold...
hatred for human beings.
Well, I'm
and
not...
cars.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on the, like, glowing eyes thing. I really, like, I
Yeah.
think all of the descriptions were that they were reflective, and lots of things glow red when you shine something. I mean, like, cat's eyes do that all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
we talked about that already. Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
I'm not, I mean, I don't think that that's so much of a problem for me.
Okay.
But no, but the trouble with the mutation theory is that it's that exposure to chemicals can cause mutations, but those typically manifest as cancer, not as magic properties and sudden changes in your size.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Those chemicals don't automatically equate to getting the three-eyed fish in The Simpsons. It doesn't just automatically, woof, something new automatically evolves. That's
But
the problem.
over generations and decades of breeding in a bird sanctuary that also is a Superfund site.
So why isn't the Mothman actually at Chernobyl if that's the case?
Because it wasn't a bird sanctuary.
Well, yeah, but there's lots
Okay.
of radiation, so
I give.
yeah.
I give.
Yeah, but anyway, I mean,
My logic is just foolproof.
Baffled me.
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, I mean,
Bamboozled.
mutation is a normal part of the whole process of evolution. That's
Yeah,
how
yeah.
it works. But-
Joe, just
Yeah.
let me have my fun.
okay, sorry.
Thank you.
But yeah,
Okay, next theory. Mothman is real and actually a different kind of cryptid, or the other kind of cryptid is it. It's hard to tell. People,
he's a car.
yeah. he's actually a transformer.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people have suggested that Mothman actually might be a thunderbird from Native American lore.
Look, it's
Or
a car.
that-
It's a wine.
Or that
No, it's Mothman.
Or that I'm just gonna keep talking here.
Okay.
Or that thunderbirds were actually Mothman. I'm not totally clear on which went which way. But lifted from Wikipedia, the plural thunderbirds could shapeshift into human form by tilting back their beaks like a mask and removing their feathers as if they were feather-covered blankets. There are stories of thunderbirds in human form marrying into human families, and some families can trace their lineage to such an event. This, of course, would mean that Mothman would date to the 1600s, if not earlier, or that Mothman is a type of animal. It's like a classification, not
Like a
one single
super
thing.
shy creature that we rarely see.
Kinda
like
like
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
the leopards and stuff that live in the mountains that are seen once every 30 years or something. Is that what you're getting at?
Or Bigfoot, yeah,
Some sort of Bigfoot-like
Yeah.
creature.
totally.
Maybe Bigfoot got exposed to all these chemicals and he mutated.
Oh, maybe it was Bigfoot.
Yeah.
That actually makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really sold on this whole like Thunderbird. Thunderbirds are pretty much accepted as lore, even by the people who perpetuate the myth. I mean,
Yeah, well, back eons ago, in places like New Zealand, I think here too in the U.S., there were enormous eagles and things like that. I mean, there were like in New Zealand, they had ones that were big enough to carry away a child.
Yeah,
we still kind of. I mean, like California condors are huge.
Yeah, and
still, and they're like not even that big compared to how big birds used to be. Certainly, that existed. Does it anymore? Would
Not
it be
for a while, no.
confused with Mothman in the 60s? I don't know.
But well, and I was going to say is that if we're going to go down the Thunderbird route, that is a legend that was passed down in an oral tradition for who knows how many hundreds of years. It's kind of like when we were talking about the progress into the New World, and that there would be some prehistoric creatures like mammoths and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
big, large creatures around,
Yeah.
and then the stories, and they probably weren't as big as they were described, but of course, as with all good lore, it evolves. So
Yeah.
it goes from a 5 or 10 foot wide wingspan to a 30-foot wingspan over time as the story evolves. So I can
Yeah.
see how that could be a story. I have a hard time with it wrapping into the Mothman.
I agree.
Yeah.
So two things I don't want to discuss, but I just want to say. Also, maybe it's maybe Mothman is an angel, or also maybe a dude with wings, because that's different than an angel.
The angels from Doctor Who?
No.
What kind of
Oh,
angel?
the biblical kind of angel.
Yeah, like biblical angels,
Are we
not
talking-
like weeping angels.
Okay, so are we talking like scary Old Testament angels, or are we talking
No.
like It's a
We're talking
Beautiful
like
Life angels?
benevolent, yeah.
Benevolent kinds of things?
Or it's a dude with wings.
Right,
Yeah,
which
could be
again,
a guy in
different.
a guy in a flying suit.
Well, actually, okay, may as well just talk about that now. That's actually dude in a flying suit or with a personal flight suit is in my Mothman is a hoax / not real theories.
Oh, see, I was going a dude with wings.
Yeah.
Actual wings.
Right, and I don't
Which
know
is
that.
Hawkman, which we've already talked about.
Hawkman? Okay.
Okay,
Um,
so a personal flight suit.
Yeah.
Okay, and I guess, like, for me, I'm willing to jump down this rabbit hole, to use a term that we use, like, all the time, apparently.
Probably overused.
We definitely do.
Yeah.
Except for evidently.
but
That gets overused a lot here, too.
we evidently use just evidently too much. I actually really like this theory. If I can get over the, like, 1960s, the technology probably didn't exist, especially for, like, semi-silent, pretty quiet flight. You know, that's the, like, kind of crux of this whole argument.
Are you talking, like, what they refer to as the squirrel suit?
No,
Flight suit?
like wings with propulsion systems.
Oh, okay. All right.
Except it was-
Just making sure, not like the glider, the guys who do the base jumps with the squirrel suit.
No,
okay.
no. This
Yeah.
would have had to have a propulsion system because he took off.
Yeah, and also
Very good point.
it was silent, so some sort of
Or at least
some
quiet.
sort of alien, some sort of I'm thinking some sort of alien anti-gravity technology,
Something
possibly.
like that, maybe, yeah.
So I'm thinking
seems
that
possible.
probably it's alien in origin, and the military got a hold of the alien and mugged him and took his special suit and
Yeah.
dressed up one of their test pilots in it.
Yeah, I like the idea that unknown technology, flight suit, totally testing, people are jerks. They're going to mess with people sometimes. Also, things like night vision goggles that glow red. So
They
if you're
do have the
testing
red
at night,
lens.
they have the red lenses, so if you were to flash lights at somebody wearing those, they would maybe reflect red. I don't know. It makes sense to me. Again, we talked about this a little bit, but we'll talk about it some more. Very large heron.
Yeah, really. I mean, herons do get pretty big. But,
They do, but they aren't super nocturnal, especially not super nocturnal like chasing cars.
yeah, they're not known for that.
Actually,
Okay.
here's the thing about birds. The majority of birds have no night vision. That's why birds roost at night, is they can't see at
Right.
night. So let's just suppose that there is a bird roosting somewhere and it gets disturbed, and I've got a bird, and if it's dark and he gets loose, he freaks out and he flies around like a crazy creature, running into things because he can't see where he's going, and he goes for the one spot of light. So I could see, let's just propose that there's one of these herons, and I can't remember, what is the name of the heron with the big red circles around its eye? That's
Oh, that was a sandhill crane.
Yeah.
okay. It's a crane. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was calling it a heron, but the crane.
Same thing.
Essentially, if something spooks it from where it is roosting or sleeping, and its automatic reaction is to get away and fly, it then can't see where the heck it's going, so it's gonna go to a point of light where it can see to land, which would explain why it was following a car. Totally explain it. It was a bird.
It could have just been a really, really huge owl too. 'Cause they
That
can
was
see
the
at
other
night.
thing.
They
yeah.
can see at night.
And they do. The other thing about owls that's like super interesting is, especially like barn owls. Like if it was a really large barn owl, for instance, they have those legs that like look kind of like tiny men legs.
They're
Yeah.
stubby.
Yeah.
They're a little stubby, but they are also kind of thicker. Or at least with all the feathers and stuff, they do kind of look like little dude legs, and they look kind of furry a little bit. And, I haven't done my research on how big certain owls get, but if it was a particularly large owl, and
They
people
can
were
have like
seeing
5+
it,
feet.
well, and
Yeah,
if
they
people
can
were
be
seeing
huge.
it at a distance, and it just happened to be in that area. I think that the idea of it being a barn owl could make a lot of sense. They fly so silently.
Or a great horned owl. They get even bigger. And and for both of those owls, they appear to have no heads. It's like their torso just segues completely up, and they're sort of square
just
top,
like a moth.
top. Yeah, just like that. Yeah. And another support for this theory is a little known fact, but that couple that was chased down Highway 62 in 1966, they were driving a Volkswagen Rabbit.
Steve here. You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered.
They have been remastered.
Because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the Lost 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi, welcome to Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin.
I'm Steve.
I'm Joe.
And we're here to talk about a mystery.
Another one?
Yeah, this one's a little out of my norm. Although, no, I guess that's not true, because the other thing that I like, other than, like, middle-aged men who die under weird circumstances, is weird noises that we don't totally know what's going on with.
You do.
I have a pattern, it's true.
It is. It is. It's still disturbing to me.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, this one should be less disturbing because it doesn't have to do with random deaths.
Okay.
Oh,
perfect.
good.
Perfect.
Well,
Nobody
as far
dies
as
in
you
the
know.
story?
Nobody dies.
You don't know. I mean, it could be the sound of someone dying.
I guess that's true. It could be. So we're going to talk about the bloop.
Oh, yeah. You've talked to us about this one before.
Yeah, and every time you kind of go anywhere and think about, it's on all the lists. Every single top 10 mysteries that nobody can explain. Woo, on our favorite, like, black background, white text websites.
Yes.
It's one of the mysteries. So I thought we'd just talk about it.
Well, why not? Let's take it on.
All right. There's this thing. It's called the SOSUS, which stands for the Sound Surveillance System. It's a chain of underwater listening posts located all around the world. There's one in Coos Bay, Oregon, which is like really close to us. Even.
Yeah.
There's a bunch up and down the Pacific. They're all over the place, literally all over the place. And originally they were set up during the Cold War to listen for submarines and things like that.
Yeah, but they still are used for that.
But since the Cold War, instead of just getting rid of them and scrapping them, they decided that this would be a great thing to use as a research tool to kind of, we haven't explored a lot of undersea anything. So being able to listen at least to the undersea world seemed like a good idea.
Yeah, I can see
it is.
that.
Actually, but I saw that in one of those articles, and the Navy still uses SOSUS.
I'm sure they do.
They didn't turn it over to private use. They just allow them access to the data.
Yeah.
But
I think that's great. One of the arrays is called the Equatorial Pacific Ocean Autonomous Hydrophone Array. Yes, you're welcome.
Well, that's a tongue twister.
It is.
Say that 10 times fast.
I can't even hardly say it once fast. So this sound array is located in a remote point in the Pacific Ocean that's just west of the southern tip of South America.
Okay.
They talk about it being in proximity to Chile a lot.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I got a reference for that. All right.
In 1997, the SOSUS picked up a sound that's referred to as one of the loudest sounds ever to be recorded by a lot of sources. Most of those are not particularly reputable sources, but they're pretty interesting sources, and we call it the bloop because it sounds like a bloop. Do you guys want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, I have two versions of it. One is the version which it's only ever officially been released in, which is sped up 16 times. So we'll listen to that one first.
Does sound like a bloop.
Well, sounds like a giant whale just sort of going whoop, whoop, whoop.
And then
But
the
that's
second one
sped up, of course.
we'll listen to is it's just the little bit we're talking about, but it's been slowed down from the released 16 sped up version.
Wait, so let me make sure I get this right in my head, because this is a word problem.
Mm-hmm.
So it's released at 16 times its original recorded speed.
Yes.
And then somebody else has gone ahead and taken it, slowed it back down.
Mm-hmm. So what this is like, somebody releases a picture and it's zoomed really, really far in. And somebody says, oh, well, I want to zoom this picture out a little bit so I can kind of see what it might have actually been supposed to be about. But you've only got so many pixels.
It's going to be grainy.
It's going to be grainy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the sound quality on this one is grating. So the reason I wanted to give that disclaimer was because, you know, it's not supposed to be metallic. It's supposed to just be more of significant of the duration of it. And it's totally possible, and I don't know the answer to this, they probably changed the sound range that it's in because it's a really low frequency sound range. So I don't know, to my own discredit, I don't know what the human ear can hear naturally.
That might have been the reason for changing the sound range, because it didn't sound that much lower in frequency in the slowed down version of it.
Yeah,
you would think that it would be. If you slowed it down that far, it should be much, much lower in pitch than
So I don't know what that situation
Who knows
is.
what kind of adjustments were done, right?
But I do know the bloop rises rapidly in frequency over about 1 minute and was a sufficient amplitude to be heard on multiple sensors, which range from over 5,000 kilometers away.
That's a little bit of distance.
That's a big, big distance.
Mm-hmm.
So for kind of a frame of reference, one of the things they talk about is that a blue whale or a humpback whale is the loudest recorded aquatic mammal ever, their songs. And the biggest distance a whale sound has ever traveled is 800 kilometers.
So this is what, like
5,000
times?
5,000 kilometers?
A little over 5 times more.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's really loud.
So it's really loud.
Mm-hmm. But lower frequency sound waves travel further in the ocean too.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's true. So the analysis initially concluded that it was not a man-made noise, so it wasn't bomb or something.
Some kind of machinery or something weird.
Or anything like that. Nor was it consistent with any kind of geological activity. Like there wasn't an underground earthquake that had happened or a volcano erupting or anything like that.
Oh, yeah, because that would make sense.
Loud, right?
Mm-hmm.
And travel far. But they said that the sound wasn't consistent with that. And the record of geological activity was also not consistent with that at that time. So there's this guy named Dr. Fox, and he was in charge of analyzing this stuff. And initially he said it might be an ice shift. And then later he updated his opinion to say it was probably of animal origin. But again, we've talked about how big a thing would need to be to create a noise that loud. If a humpback whale, which are giant, only creates, 800 kilometers noise.
Unless it was a somewhat smaller sound that was closer to the hydrophones.
Well, so the thing about that is that it was recorded at that kind of similar frequency, just, thousands of kilometers apart.
Oh, so
of those mics.
On more than one.
On more than one mic. It wasn't just one mic. It was a bunch of mics recording a super loud noise that were really far away from each other.
And I remember reading in one of the articles that I found, they were talking about that if it was an animal that had made that noise, it would have to be an order of magnitude larger than a whale, or at least be something that had some crazy huge sound making apparatus in its body. Is the only way to say it. He's got to have some kind of crazy vocal chamber, which nothing is built with that much. I mean,
kind of like that.
Anatomically, it doesn't happen.
Well, it's kind of like the aquatic version of the howler monkey.
Yeah.
Seriously, maybe there are such things.
Maybe that's it.
It could be,
but if that was the case, then these would be getting picked up on hydrophones all the time.
Yeah. So, and that's the other big question mark about this, is that it's the only time that a sound like this has been recorded.
Well, but addressing the whole issue of this is the only time. I mean, most of those sound recordings, they're sometimes listened to in real time by Navy guys, but a lot of it is just saved. It's just saved to hard drives, saved to tapes, whatever, and later analyzed. And so, is it possible? Has anybody actually made a concerted effort to go through the record and see if there are see if there are similar noises in the record?
They have, just because it's such a loud anomaly. And actually, there are 5 other sounds they're all classified as unidentified sounds that have been recorded by these arrays around the world that I'd love to also kind of talk about a little bit in conjunction with this.
So besides the bloop, there's the plop, the thud, the kerplunk, and what else?
Actually, it's the Julia, the train, the slowdown, the whistle, and the upsweep. And they're all released, so we should just listen to each one of them.
Who comes up with these names?
Well, you'll listen to them and you'll hear why they're called
Okay,
these.
all right.
So here's the Julia. Did you hear how it kind of sounded like a muffled Julia?
No.
It sounded like a cat purring almost to me.
Something. Yeah, it's
I've had
definitely
cats that
like
made that kind of weird noise.
It's definitely a weird noise.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm okay with calling it Julia, but I don't think it sounds like Julia.
So, Julia was heard on March 1st, 1999 in the same general location as the bloop was heard.
Okay.
So the next one is the train, which was heard on March 5th, 1997, which was the same year that the bloop was heard, in the Ross Sea near Cape Andrea, Antarctica. So the NOAA, which are the only people who released these recordings, only released them at 16 times sped up of any anomaly.
What are they trying to hide?
I think that's just they actually sound like.
They don't really sound like much of anything at their actual.
Yeah, it's just kind of these really long, drawn out, whatever. So the next one is the slowdown. The slowdown was heard May 19th, 1997, a couple 100 miles north of Easter Island.
Now that one sounds like Julia.
Actually, that sounds like a. Have you ever been in a subway and you hear the train coming and it slows down? That's exactly. So that to me would have been the train.
They should have called that the subway train.
I mean, I get the train. I hear the whistle, right? Okay, except for the next one is called the whistle.
And where did the whistle come from?
From 1997, July 7th. And it's just southwest of Mexico City. It's like a couple 100 miles southwest of that. The whistle to me just kind of sounds like wind.
Yeah, it does sound more like wind.
Which is a little weird underwater, right? Like, I understand, but it just kind of sounds like wind.
Yeah, it's probably just a fast current over a hydrophone.
Over a lot of hydrophones. And then there's one more, and it's called the upsweep. And it was recorded on August 1991, slightly southwest of New Zealand. You hear that woo, woo?
That was like being in a swamp with frogs.
What was this called again?
This one's called the Upsweep.
The Upsweep, okay.
But it's in the middle of the ocean in between New Zealand and Antarctica.
So now these all happened in the 1990s, all in the southern hemisphere, right? Between, 91 or 97?
Yeah, and I guess the thing is that not all of them, actually, half of them are close to Antarctica, but half of them are kind of spread out through the rest of the ocean, more close to the equator and things like that.
Mm-hmm. So they're all over the place.
They're kind of all over the place.
All right.
So there are a couple theories here. One, of course, animal. We've kind of talked about it a little bit. That it would be the vocalization of some kind of living organism.
Which still seems...
It would have to be a big living organism. Like really big.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I swear in the research when we were going through things, I swear I saw something that one of the articles was talking about, like I had said before, it would have to have something that just had some huge noise-making chamber on it, or it was potentially something that lived super far down where the water is A, denser, and B, colder, so that the sound travels farther.
Yeah, so those were absolutely the two kind of theories. One was that it was a sort of like a giant squid type thing using like kind of a gas-filled sack, and that it would have like exploded or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So that was one theory. And then the other theory was that it would have been something that was a deep dweller. But this would have been like really uncomfortably shallow area for something like that to be existing.
Yeah.
These microphones are not particularly deep down.
Well, and first, again, because these are sped up 16 times, so the original sound would be very, very low frequency. And I don't know... it's hard to imagine any animal that could actually usefully use such low frequency. For example, your perception of that sound. How big would your eardrum have to be to pick up something that low in frequency if you're trying to communicate using sounds like this?
I suppose, but I guess, the argument is that it may not be the sound, but the vibration that's important. The vibration that noise makes. And I don't know what kind of vibrations.
Yeah, we don't have a way to imagine that because we hear in the air, not underwater. But then again, if we've all been swimming, you've been underwater and you've heard things and they're very muffled. High frequencies really get dropped down underwater. Mm-hmm. So it would make sense theoretically that lower frequencies would be a better form of communication because you can pick them up easier.
Definitely. And that's another thing about these sounds is that they're, inherently distorted by the distances because higher frequencies, and if you have any particular event, there's going to be high and low frequencies. Let's take an explosion for example. There's going to be low frequency and high frequency parts of that whole thing, but in the water, the high frequency part of that is going to be attenuated by the distance, and only the low frequency part is going to carry through the entire way to the hydrophone. So we're not, so we're just hearing a bit of this sound,
right?
And then not necessarily the actual representation of it, but the actual.
That's
sound.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
But,
so on top of the animal theory, also is the Cthulhu theory.
I love the Cthulhu theory.
And this is actually.
What about the Chupacabra one?
No, well, listen, the Cthulhu theory. If we can suspend disbelief enough to say Cthulhu is real. This incident only happened 1,760 kilometers away from the location of the sunken city where Cthulhu was imprisoned.
Can you pronounce the name of that city?
Nope. Can you?
I cannot.
Joe?
Atlantis?
No.
No, I cannot either. I'm not even sure that we're pronouncing Cthulhu correctly.
Who knows? Yeah. I mean, in his language.
For anybody who doesn't know, who is Cthulhu?
Oh, Cthulhu is a mythical beast written about by H.P. Lovecraft.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure everybody gets on board so they know what we're talking about and this isn't just some random term because we tend to almost do that.
We do sometimes. That's true. So, I think that if we can get to the point of Cthulhu is real, that's a totally viable theory. Because he lives, not very far away. He's giant, right? He could totally swim that far. It would be, no thing for him. And, he's just exploring, so...
He's just checking out his hood.
Yeah, and he would definitely fit the bill of a creature can make that kind of noise and travel that kind of distance.
Yeah, I can see this. I don't... I'm gonna suspend my disbelief of Cthulhu for the moment and say yes, you're right. It would be a large enough creature to get away with making that noise.
So if Cthulhu is real, it was Cthulhu, but Cthulhu isn't real, probably.
Not as far as I'm aware.
Unfortunately.
Unless he is.
Yeah,
there you go. Okay, mystery solved. Let's get a beer.
So again, we're just going to delve deeper and deeper into the weird outlandish theories.
Yes.
The next weird outlandish theory is mermaids.
Can I stop for a second?
Yeah.
And just everybody, including our listeners, I was reading this story and going through this, and I got so excited I threw my arms in the air and I shouted in my house, "It's Cthulhu and the Killer Mermaids!"
Yes,
which I think is a great band name.
I think so too.
That would be good, yeah. So obviously, I mean, mermaid voices are kind of high pitched. You know, they had that siren song thing that they used to lure mariners to their death or something like that. I'm thinking of the sirens anyway, so forget that. But anyway, but they don't have those kind of deep throaty voices. So if it was mermaids, no. You have to assume, and I think this is fair, that they built an enormous gong and they were whapping it with their tails in unison.
Well, so that actually that brings up my biggest problem with the mermaid theory, aside from the mermaids exist part, right? Is that mermaids are ostensibly about human size. And if a humpback whale can't make a noise loud enough to travel more than 800 kilometers, how's a mermaid gonna do it? I mean, maybe some kind of technology, but then why aren't we picking up way more of these things, right?
Yeah, there's a problem with that one to me.
Me too.
Yeah.
So, okay, next outlandish, awesome theory is that it was transdimensional travel. Somebody entering or leaving our dimension deep below the sea.
What is that based on?
I think the theory that if you were going to travel transdimensionally, it would rip a loud hole in whatever fabric of time space we have, and that might be a loud thing.
Okay, but
that's literally all.
That's all you found?
That's all I found. Did you find more?
I'm always like,
I thought you were making that up at first.
No.
Nope. Okay.
So there's that.
All right.
Traveling a little back into the more valid theories are...
Oh, they're valid theories.
Well, a few. That it would be what's called a USO, an unidentified submerged object.
Okay.
So like a UFO, right? But it's a USO.
Potentially aliens.
So it could be of alien of nature.
Or some Black Ops sub that we don't know about that's being tested or something like that.
Which is my next theory, which is Soviet Russia.
Oh, so specifically Soviet Russia.
Soviet Russia.
Doing what exactly?
No, it probably wasn't Soviet Russia. It was the 90s.
Yeah, they were kind of gone by that time.
But, it could have been a bomb. I mean, it probably wasn't. The analysis says it wasn't. But those people are also paid by the Navy. So
True.
They may be saying, no, it doesn't sound anything like a bomb. You guys are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But it was actually a bomb detonating. That would be, kind of the place in the sea where you would want to detonate a bomb. There's not a whole lot of
there's nothing there, really.
And it'd freeze.
Well, that is one thing that our Navy, and have to assume the Soviets, or the Russians, have been experimenting around with is active sonar. And we've had active sonar for many decades. But submarines don't actually use it. It's been because it gives away your position.
What is active sonar?
Well, active sonar is whenever you're watching the movies or TV and they show a submarine and you hear that ping noise, that's active sonar. And so active sonar is when you send out a burst of energy. And it can be generated by your sonar electronically, or it can be generated by an explosion and getting an echo that way. But active energy, and then you get a return signal, and that allows you to localize, your opponent, another submarine.
Okay.
Typically, submarines don't use that. They use passive sonar, which is they only use their hydrophones. And they never use their active sonar because it will give away your position. It's like looking for somebody in a dark field in the middle of the night with a flashlight. They're going to see your flashlight long before your flashlight picks them up. And so the problem with passive sonar, it's been very effective. It's used not only by submarines, but also by the SOSUS nets to detect all kinds of objects out there. But the problem is that submarines are getting much quieter, and they're now considering the problem of how do we, if they get to the point where our enemy subs, how are we going to find them? And so they're returning to the idea of active sonar. The idea would be very powerful active sonars in your own submarine, or an energy source that's not actually localized in your submarine that transmits a lot of energy, and basically it's like setting off a flash, like a flash bulb in a huge dark room. They get this big flash of energy, and suddenly it's all illuminated, and you can see who's there. And so they have been experimenting with this kind of stuff. So it's conceivable that we're talking some sort of like massive active sonar experimentation.
I guess that's true. Yeah. That somebody just miscalculated where all these microphones were, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just were
or if it went farther than they planned that it would be able to go.
Yeah, I mean that would make sense if it were giant and it went off. That would hit all of those mics at about the same time. It would be really fast.
Yep.
Okay, I'm buying into this theory.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. And here I thought I had it figured out.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
But I mean, it's like, again, it's like, I had no idea the exact strength of with their active sonar experiments that the Navy has been doing, the exact strength of the signal they've been sending out. Mm-hmm. Something that massive would send it's hard to say if there's a point to sending out something that huge, because after all, you're not trying to identify targets 1,000 miles away.
Right.
You're trying to identify targets, 20, 50 miles away.
Sure.
If that even.
Do you guys have any theories you want to talk about before I drop the bomb on this whole thing? No? All right.
No,
here's my
can't
bomb.
think of anything else.
I'm sorry to tell you, I've brought a mystery that they're pretty sure is solved.
They're pretty sure.
I think that it's these people who are in charge of these systems.
These people who are in charge of covering things up.
Well, if you want to go the conspiracy theorist route, which at this podcast we try to keep an open mind to all possibilities.
Yeah.
The people who are telling us what has happened here are also the people who are in charge of telling us everything that's happening, and the Navy's paying them and intelligence agencies are paying them. And so
there could be a finger in the pie issue.
There could be, as Joe was just saying, it could have been a massive sonar blast, something like that. But there's this guy named Robert Dizek. He's a seismologist at the Oregon State University, but he also works for the NOAA.
Okay.
And he said the bloop was an ice quake.
An ice quake?
Yeah.
Is it like instead of tectonic sheets shifting, it's ice sheets shifting and grinding against one another?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So
an ice quake.
And here's the thing, is that Julia was an iceberg that ran aground in Antarctica. The train was probably generated by a really large iceberg grounding in the Ross Sea. The slowdown was moving ice in Antarctica. The whistle's hard. It was detected off, kind of more in the northern Pacific area, and they don't have an ice-related theory for it. Although we were listening to it, and it just does kind of sound like wind, like a high current or something like that. Although one would assume that this is what these people listen to all the time. If it were just a current,
they would know how to eliminate that.
The upsweep, it turns out, they hear a lot, and it's seasonal, and they think it's ice melt.
Ah.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and rail against this because correct me if I'm wrong. All but one of these so far that we've gone over were all detected in the southern hemisphere, right?
Yeah.
Okay. SOSUS is in the northern hemisphere as well,
it's all
right?
Over, yeah.
And we only heard these things so far. It's about 5-6 times. Mm-hmm. But icebergs do stuff and ice shifts constantly. So why have we not heard these before and continue to hear them? And why aren't they in the north?
Yeah.
So that's my problem, because I read the ice theory and it was okay. It's justifiable. It makes sense. I can see it being a viable solution, except it only happens in one hemisphere, and it's only been recorded in these couple of times.
But I don't. That's a valid point, but you don't know exactly which arrays researchers have been granted access to. Maybe not necessarily all of them.
Oh, wait, so researchers don't have access to everything that SOSUS picks up? Is that correct?
My impression is that they do have access to all of that stuff, but I will say that apparently that they have picked up sounds really spectrographically similar to the bloop. Not quite as loud,
Mm-hmm.
but similar in their range and tone and all that stuff. You know, they've been doing this constantly. I mean, you know, in 2000, they picked one up that was near Georgia, and they actually got to watch the iceberg like sink into right where the array was. And, you know, they seem to kind of be picking this stuff up. The only thing is that the magnitude is ginormous compared to what they pick up usually. And, you know, maybe it was just a really big iceberg.
I guess I could see if it was a series of abnormally warm seasons and things are starting to shear for some, and I hate to say it, but global warming is the term everybody throws out. But if there's some temperature fluctuations going on, okay, I can see that being possible, but it just still seems weird to me that we suddenly had so many in such a short period of time and they've never really heard it before. That's a big question mark for me.
You know, but if you think about a large number of arrays and massive amounts, years of data, and you have to sift through the data, because this is not something that the Navy's not going to pick this stuff up probably, because they're not listening at these incredibly low frequencies. Mm-hmm. You know, they're listening for the sounds of submarines and stuff like that. So it might be the stuff that's been going on for years, and the Navy guys who've been listening to it for all this time haven't really picked up on it because they're not really interested in those frequencies.
And, you know, I'm about to ask something really horribly silly, but when did the Cold War finally end?
1989, I think, was on.
So, the first sound that we have that was recorded was in 1991,
Mm-hmm.
which would have been about when they were getting around to actually getting to use these arrays, right?
And
I mean, you know, the war doesn't end and then immediately they're like, actually, let's give the scientists all this data. You know, it takes a year or two.
Well, yeah, but all this has happened around the turn of the century, and is there any more that they've talked about that have happened in recent years?
Nope.
And maybe that's because they haven't had enough time to sift through all that data, as Joe was saying. But I still,
a lot of data. But.
You know, I don't want to sound, you know, as if I'm throwing a conspiracy, but it seems hinky to me that that's the exact answer that we've got.
Yeah, I agree. The thing to add on to that is that this guy, Dr. Fox, right? He said, yeah, it was an ice quake, and then he said, oh no, actually it's an animal, and then a bunch of other people were like, no, it was an ice quake. No, it's totally an ice quake. No, dude, it's an ice quake.
Do you think... oh, go ahead.
Who knows what they're...
Is it possible that Dr. Fox and all these other people are servants of Cthulhu? And... yeah,
maybe
they're helping in the cover-up.
Yeah,
it could be the Cthulhu cover-up. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Well,
I would. Yeah, but my answer to which is a valid point that you make. But my answer would be that it's just they haven't maybe gotten around to sifting through that data yet, and they might not have been given access to some of the northern hydrophone networks too.
That's my big question. Yeah,
you don't know what networks they've been allowed to get data from.
And you're right. You're right on that. It just still, like I said, something smells a tad off, and I'm not saying that it's not the right answer. It just not everything's there for me to put the puzzle together.
I agree with you.
I'm not convinced.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure at least one of our listeners is working for the Navy and listening on the SOSUS network. So, you know, if you know what SOSUS arrays civilians are being allowed access to and which ones they're not, please clue us in.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That'd be great.
We'll be giving you our email at the end of the show.
That seems like a perfect segue to me, unless anybody else has anything else to say.
No.
Well, then, if you do have that information, please email us at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Visit our website, it's thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can find links to this story, any additional information we feel like providing you with. You can leave us a comment. And of course, you can listen to us on the website. You're probably listening to us on iTunes, but we're on Stitcher now, so definitely give that a check. If you're on the go, you don't feel like downloading it or whatever, you know, you can stream it straight through your Stitcher app. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm thrilled.
Yeah, so thanks for listening. Let us know if you have anything you want to tell us, or if you have any ideas for shows, because we love suggestions.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do love the listener suggestions.
Yeah.
And if you have top secret underwater, hydrophone network information for us, please send it along.
And keep blooping.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Bye.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Code Writing Carpenter Ants. Instead, it's supported by the generous contributions of people like you, our listeners, on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/Thinking Sideways to learn more.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I am Steve, of course, joined by...
Devin?
And Joe.
And Joe. And
gang.
this week we have yet another mystery. This week we are going to talk about the death of
Strong bad.
of Abismo Negro.
Oh.
Abismo Negro, for anybody who doesn't know, was a luchador, and his luchadors. That's obviously Abismo Negro was his ring name. His real name was actually Andres Alejandro Palomeque Gonzalez.
Do we want to tell people what a luchador is? In case
We
they
will.
don't know?
That's probably
We will.
a good idea.
We're
Oh, okay. Sorry.
going to get there.
I'm sorry.
Just a brief description of what the mystery is before we talk about the details on it. Palomeque was found dead under a bridge near El Rosario, Mexico in March of 2009. And the initial belief of what caused his death and then the eventual official cause of death was accidental drowning, which caused a lot of questions to be raised. And the reason partially is because it was during the dry season in Mexico.
And he drowned in a...
Basically, yeah.
He basically drowned in a mud puddle.
But it was filled with deadly dihydrogen monoxide.
That stuff will get you.
Oh, yeah. A single teaspoon of that can kill you.
Can kill you.
Yeah.
And everybody who's consumed it dies.
You
Yeah.
done?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
So this supposed mud puddle was actually a body of water. It was about waist deep. But it is really strange because it raises the question of how does a man who is so physically fit drown in such a small body of water?
When he could just stand up.
He could just
Wait,
exactly
sure.
stand up.
Yeah.
And so the questions around the mystery are, how did he die? Was it really an accident? If so, how did it happen? And if it wasn't an accident, then it must have been murdered. And who pulled off this very well covered up murder?
Yeah.
That's really what our story is.
Good questions. All.
It's quite insidious, I must agree.
Before we get into the mystery, quick shout out to Stephen, who suggested this.
Not Steve.
Not me.
Yeah.
No, somebody else. Like a year ago. This is another one I've been sitting on forever. I admit it. I'm doing this all the time.
You are. I go through that spreadsheet that we keep of all of the suggestions, and I see, that one sounds, Steve called dibs already. That one's up. Steve called dibs already. Okay, I'll do this one. No, Joe's got dibs already.
Yeah, sorry.
You guys have been doing this for years.
I know. I really apologize. We should have warned you, except that you would have got in on the really good stories, is to tell you that we were calling dibs on the spreadsheet.
I know.
So,
I didn't know until
hey, by the way, Devin, we're calling dibs on the spreadsheet, so go ahead and call dibs on anything you want.
Oh, great. Now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now that we've got, actually, the reason I do that is that every time it's time to do an episode, and I'm trying to think of a good mystery to do, I go out there and I go through those things, and sometimes I'll be opening those up and realizing, Christ, I've looked at this thing like 3 times already, and then forgotten about it and gone back and looked. So I decided to start marking the good ones. And you'll notice I've marked other ones as too short or not a mystery. Or
I have noticed that.
Joe has his own crib note system.
He does.
Yeah.
I still don't know what the asterisk means. I've asked him 3 times. He refuses to tell me.
Actually, I've forgotten what it means. I think it means I looked at it or something.
So, new mystery next week. What does the asterisk mean?
Dibs.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's go on with our story, shall we?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
I do have... Okay, before we actually get into the story, quick disclaimer here. The story took place in Mexico. There's a lot of Spanish. Spanish is not a language that I'm very good with. I mean, if you've heard me speak British English, you know how bad I am.
Or English. Yep, I
American
said it.
English.
America.
So, I have done a lot of work to get the pronunciations of things right. If I drop something, which chances are good, I'm going to drop a couple of things wrong. I apologize in advance.
That's all right.
Okay, back to Devin's question several minutes ago, which is, what's a luchador?
What is a luchador?
Okie doke. Luchadors are wrestlers.
Oh.
Luchadors are part of a sport which is called lucha libre. which loosely translates to English as free fight. Lucha Libre is kind of similar to professional wrestling that you'll see in the U.S., which is it's non-Greco-Roman wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like the professional wrestling where the guys are big hulking guys and they have these grievances against one another.
Yeah, we're talking like WWE sort of,
TNA.
John Cena sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Except that the Lucha Libre is a little unique in terms of there's a cultural aspect where all of the wrestlers are always seen in the ring as their persona or outside the ring as their persona, where they're wearing a mask, if not an outfit.
And we're talking like hood masks.
Yeah,
not
full
just...
face mask, complete body suits that are color matched. So there are things that you'll see with these where it is very stylistically linked together. The masks are very stylistic, and one wrestler's mask and another wrestler's mask don't look anything alike other than they're a mask because just the way it's organized. So it's very distinct.
Yeah. Frankly, I've always been a little creeped out by those masks.
Yeah, I would agree with that, actually.
Well, it's funny, though, is that most people probably will know what we're talking about because there's so much pop culture stuff that's been done. I mean, there's cartoons. There was Mucha Lucha, which was on TV for several years, which was a cartoon.
Of course, Strong Bad.
Strong Bad from Homestar Runner.
Yeah.
Although, my favorite thing about Strong Bad, have you ever caught the joke of Strong Bad?
No.
He's wearing a luchador mask, but he also wears boxing gloves.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So there's this weird little joke in who he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nacho Libre also. I don't think he wore the mask. I didn't see the movie.
I didn't watch that. No, that's one of those ones I wasn't going to watch.
You're starting to
after
get
Jack
the
Black
idea.
made that movie where poop disappeared, I kind of stopped watching his movies.
I literally have no idea what you're talking about.
Exactly.
I don't think I saw that one either.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
What movie was that?
Ben Stiller was in it. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, really.
Don't go down that alley. I'm going to go on record here as saying, in regards to Lucha Libre, it's all fake.
What?
Yeah, really?
I'm pretty sure it's all fake, and I'm pretty sure that's a well-accepted fact.
No.
I don't know about that, Steve.
Okay, so American WWE/TNA wrestling, people still try to pretend that's real, but the reading that I did, I get the feeling that people who watch Lucha Libre, they get that it's kind of made up.
Well, of course it is.
Now, okay, so I've gone ahead and I've pissed off sports fans on this entire continent at this point.
I'm sure not many of our listeners are wrestling fans. But, it all makes sense. I mean, if you're going out into the ring 5 times a week or whatever, and actually really going at it, you can't just do that all the time. You get to get injured a lot.
Did either of you watch matches for this?
I have seen them before. I didn't for this.
I was cracking up watching some of the matches where they're all super macho and they're buff and it's so hard. And then one guy smacks into another guy and that guy goes completely flaccid and falls down and then jumps up and is suddenly just energized. It was so hilarious.
Yeah,
one of my favorites is one guy's down in the center of the ring and the other guy starts running back and forth, corner to corner, bouncing off the ropes.
To give him time to get his wits about him.
Yeah, I mean the idea I think is that he's building up momentum and speed. When really all he's doing is running back and forth. But then he
he's
falls
building
on top
up
of the guy.
momentum. To fall,
hilarious,
right?
Yeah.
To fall. It's not even like you're gonna run.
He's building up static electricity. Is what he's doing.
Yeah, probably. And then you see him do the other one with the guys down, and he climbs up on the ropes in the corner and then jumps off on the guy, jumps on top of him, and just lands next to him. And his arm is actually the only part of him that hits the guy's body.
Yeah.
And it's just totally, the whole thing is just hilarious.
It's hilarious.
Yeah,
it's so much fun to watch as long as you keep that in mind because I laughed for a good 15 minutes watching these.
Yeah,
they are so fun.
Yeah.
But that's enough about the little precursor bits. Let's get into our mystery. Are we ready to rumble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrong sport.
No, right
Sorry.
sport.
Boxing.
Let's get ready to rumble. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so Palameke had been wrestling for about 2 decades. He began his career in 1987. At that time, he was under the character or ring name of Alex Dynamo. And then several years later, and of course mask and costume changes, began wrestling as Pequeño Samurai, which translates to Little Samurai.
Aww. What did his costume look like? A samurai?
You're gonna have to.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
I'm gonna tell you that it doesn't look like a samurai.
Okay,
I'm just gonna tell you no swords involved. It is wrestling.
Oh, that's too bad.
He then again later, several years later, changed his outfit again and his persona, and in 1992 became Winners. That's the character's name, Winners. At which point he actually enjoyed a lot of success.
Yeah, he did. He actually had a pretty good career there for a while before he started circling the drain. That name, Winners, it's just not ominous enough sounding.
Okay, so there's this funny thing in Lucha Libre where there's Rudios, which are the rude boys, that's your bad guys, and then there's the good guys. And the Rudios always have these kind of sinister names, and the good guys have these very simple, clean, pure names. And so Winners, or Winner, depending on how you see it written, he was a good guy. So it's kind of that clean, pure name. So that's why I believe that's why it was only Winner instead of the Olympic champion Winners or something crazy like that.
And then he went over to the dark side and became Abismo Negro.
He did. He did eventually do that. But here's something that we got to point out about the wrestling sport itself, which is things are done with luchadors. There are leagues or federations, and people might be sort of familiar with this with other sports. You know, you see the majors and the minors and the semi-pro leagues and all of this stuff. The thing about the Lucha Libre is that there are these leagues or federations, whatever you want to call them, that all operate at the same level independent of one another. So there are, we actually mentioned this briefly earlier, in the U.S., there is the WWE, the World Wrestling Entertainment.
Formerly WWF.
Formerly WWF. And there is also TNA, Total Nonstop Action.
Which I had never heard of before, this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd heard of it for years, but I always thought it was part of TNT, the TV channel.
Yeah.
But it's not. But these are two leagues that are on the same level, but they are completely autonomous of one another.
Yeah, their wrestlers don't cross over and wrestle their guys.
And if they do, they full on leave one side and begin to operate inside the circles of the other. They don't go back and forth.
There's no crossover. Now, so they wear the luchador masks and the costumes and all of that stuff. Is it publicized who's behind that mask, or is it just, when they're talking about the fights, are they saying this person is this person, or are they just saying, and it's this person?
They always refer, at least in my experience, and again, I don't know a lot of Spanish. I don't watch a lot, so I can't give good firsthand knowledge of this. But what I understand is everybody kind of knows who's behind the mask. But when the mask is on,
it doesn't matter.
That is the character, and that is who you talk about.
Okay.
You don't say, and Bob Jones playing the whatever.
Oh,
that's not the way it goes.
Right.
It's his character,
Right.
It's like watching a play.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, as an example, in the WWF when I was a kid, so there was Hulk Hogan. Everybody knew who Hulk Hogan was. Well, that's kind of his name.
Yeah.
But then there's Jake the Snake. Not Snake. His character was Jake the Snake. He had a last name. His first name happened to be Jake, but they never said Jake the Snake, a.k.a. whatever his full name.
What about The Undertaker?
That was not his real name.
That's not his legal name?
No.
Oh, man.
No.
Good
I
name.
have some apology letters to write.
You do.
Yeah.
We are way off track.
Yeah.
Okay,
Get
so
back on.
we were talking about the leagues.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. Okay, so Palomeque was originally, he was wrestling under, it's commonly the abbreviation in English is CMLL, which is Consejo Mundial de Lucha Libre, which is Spanish for World Wrestling Council. And that was when he was under the characters of Alex Dynamo and Pequeño Samurai. And then after 1992, he went over to what you see commonly referred to as AAA Promotions, which I'm actually not going to try and say this one in Spanish because I know I'll butcher it really badly. Which in Spanish translated to English, it is Assistance, Counseling, and Administration Promotions, which is why everybody calls it AAA, because it sounds much sexier that way. But when he was, when Palamoke was at AAA, that's when he started his winners, and he had a lot of success with them. And then in 1997, he changed from one of the good guys to the bad guys. He changed his character, and that's when he became Abismo Negro.
Which is the Black Abyss, which we haven't actually said yet, I don't think.
It is absolutely correct. We have not said that.
Just wanna make sure.
The direct translation, so this is the funny thing. Joe and I chatted about this a little bit earlier. The direct translation in English is Abyss Black. But it is properly translated Black Abyss.
Yeah, it's one of those nuances of translation.
It is, and it plays a bit of a role later on as we go through things. But he had a lot of success. Like I said, he did that. He made that transition in 1997. He was one of their top wrestlers at AAA. In 2004, he was good enough that he actually got into an exchange program with TNA here in the U.S., and he, for a year, wrestled in matches in the States.
With the luchador mask and stuff?
With the mask and everything.
Crazy. Okay, yeah.
Cool. Before he eventually went back. And it's funny, I watched some of those matches, and it's kind of terrible, and shame on TNA for doing this a little bit. I mean, he knows English, but he plays totally dumb, like he doesn't know English, and they play that up. It's a weird stereotype thing. It was awkward. Still totally hilarious to watch him running around, smacking guys in the face. But, yeah, it was a little strange.
Well, wrestling is a little strange.
Yeah, the whole thing's a little strange.
Strange to me is why people watch that, but hey.
The people who watch it and take it seriously is what I don't get. But, again, I have made all those people angry once, so we're not going to keep doing that. Okay. Let's move forward. So after, he goes to the States. He's on the TNA matches for a year. He starts to hit what I would call a rough patch. Starts missing matches on a relatively regular basis. And based on the reading that I've done, he generally starts to be considered unreliable, as in not showing up for matches.
And that's kind of a bummer.
Good. Yeah, it's too bad. He has such a great career.
Hundreds of thousands of people show up for a 4-match night, and one of the guys doesn't show. They just paid for a 3-match night, and they're not happy.
Well, but so here's a question. I mean, they wear a costume and a mask.
Somebody just swap in
a mask. Is there no option, for there to just have somebody else go on as him?
I think that might have been done a few times.
So there is ways that happens. There are some negative repercussions that come about from that. We're going to talk about some of that.
Personally, or
both for the reputation of the character, as well as the organizer of the event, depending upon how they go about it.
Okay.
We can just jump to this. There's a bit where somebody goes on stage pretending to be our wrestler, our luchador here, and it is not actually him, and they bill it as him, and don't make any mention that they have a fill-in pretending. And when it comes out what happened, that promoter gets banned for 2 years.
Okay, so we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah, so it's possible. I know exactly where you're heading with that, but it's
considered bad form.
It's terrible form. Yeah. So the problem is he's missing these matches because according to the rumors that were floating about, and this is for a good number of years, he really likes some drugs. He especially seems to have been fond of cocaine.
A lot of people are.
A lot of people do like cocaine, to the length that he is reported to have wrestled for drugs, as well as possibly have done it in the locker room, in the open, with other wrestlers.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe this sounds like rude, but don't you kind of think you'd want to be high if you were doing this for a living?
Maybe.
Like, if you're going to go, like, fake a fight, don't you think maybe you want to get high before that?
I can't believe I'm about to do this, but I'm going to defend wrestling in a way that I never thought I was going to do.
Yes, that was my goal.
Okay, so let's think about this. A match is choreographed. You go to the ballet, and these dancers have trained, and they know their steps and their routines, and where they're supposed to be, where their marks are on stage the entire time as they're moving about rapidly with up to, I don't know how many of them are on stage, but a bunch of people. Okay, now let's think about that from the point of a wrestler. There are two of you. You are choreographed to do very specific things, which are feats of athleticism. The last thing you want is the other dude high as a kite and missing his mark and bringing his elbow down not on the mat next to your head, but on your throat. There's a lot of choreography and actual skill involved. I get that wrestling is a joke, but there's a ton of skill involved for that to look real.
But if you toot a few lines before the match, it won't necessarily make you less sharp.
2 points. One, you used a ballerina, which was maybe a bad example because I know I'm going to get some flack for this, but a lot of ballerinas do cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of them.
Do they?
Almost all of them.
I understand that.
Please don't send me angry emails.
So luchadors and tutus, got it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's been a thing. But I guess point two is I don't know the history well enough to know, maybe he was actually a serious wrestler and hated the fact that he sold out, and so he wanted to get high so he wasn't so embarrassed by it.
I don't think that you can get into the sport. I mean, he started in the sport at 14.
Yeah.
He started professionally. I mean, his debut, he was a 16-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm.
So he, at this point, in the story, when he dies, he's almost a 40-year-old man. He's been doing it for years. If he had a problem with it,
he would have gotten out of it.
He would have. It would have been very obvious many years ago.
Mostly, I don't know why I'm even bringing this stuff up, because I feel like it's just not an issue that he was doing cocaine. I mean, obviously, it's an issue that anybody's doing cocaine, but
again, there's a certain level of physical control that you have to pull off some of these things. I mean, you see these crazy flying moves that these guys do, and if you are blitzed in any way...
Well, it's not heroin, I mean...
But if you are not in your most soberest state of mind, bad things can happen.
Maybe.
So, that's why I say that.
Okay.
But the point is, he
did drugs.
He apparently liked his drugs. And like I said, to put all the drugs on the table, he liked to do coke. And it is also rumored that, as a lot of guys at the time, and previous to him were doing, he was also on anabolic steroids.
And now, is that proven that he was on steroids?
It's not.
Just suspected?
No. Thank you, Joe. It is very highly suspected, but there is nothing that I have found that says definitively he was on steroids. Palameke evidently knew, or somebody around him knew, that there was a problem, because he apparently went into rehab several times. And I also am under the understanding that AAA banned him a couple of times, maybe not officially, but he would come and go in the scene.
Well, if you're missing matches, obviously they're going to do something to you.
Yeah,
I think it was probably something in the order of, go away, go into rehab, get yourself cleaned up, and then come back someday whenever you.
Right, and so then they would let him come back, and he would seem fine, and then the cycle would start again, and then things would go bad, and they'd kick him out. Now, AAA, they were trying to figure out what to do, because his character was pretty popular, and they needed a Rudio in that.
He was still Winners at that time, right?
No, he was.
Was he already at Abismo Negro?
He was Abismo Negro at this point, because he had gone to that character in 1997.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So this character is really, fans loved him because he did this weird thing. He loved to bring out a lighter and a can of hairspray or something like that. And he was doing the flamethrower, walking down through a crowd of people with fire. Like, people loved this crap. So he was very popular. AAA is trying to figure out what they're going to do because their very popular Rudio is suddenly super unreliable. And what do? They go ahead and they introduce a new Rudio, who is Black Abyss.
In English, right?
In English. Very similar costume. If they pitch these guys against each other as a gimmick several times, and you watch it, I had a hard time keeping straight who was who. I had to dial the video back to look at the colors of who did what because the costumes are so similar. But they did this as a way of, well, if you kind of screw it up, we're gonna kick you out, and we're just gonna replace you with Black Abyss. So, get your stuff together, man.
Yeah.
It's funny, but it didn't seem to fix the problem. So let's move to the last days of Palameque's life. In 2009, Palameque took part in the King of Kings event, which was in Guadalajara. And that happened on either the 14th or the 15th of March is when it began. I had a hard time pinning down the exact date, but I think that's because the reporting is based on matches and not the event itself. But the point is, he was eliminated in the first round. He is then known to have at an event in Mazatlan on the 16th of March, and he was subsequently supposed to be at a match on the 21st at another city in Mexico, and he no-showed that event.
The 21st?
The 21st event. He was at the one on the 16th and then didn't show for the one 5 days later on the 21st.
Maybe he forgot.
Maybe no.
Maybe he was,
Hi.
Yeah, because it's rumored that he stayed in Mazatlan and he went on a coke bender for at least 5 days, until which point he ran out of money. And this, by the way, I don't know this for sure. I want to put that out there. This is based on the reporting that is done. His family has never said this, and we don't have a real clear accounting of his actions during that time from the match on the 16th forward.
Okay.
So we don't know this for sure. This is strongly believed, but not 100% proven. He's either supposed to be on the 21st. He was either supposed to be in Monterrey or in Cancun. I don't know which one. But instead, what he does is he leaves Mazatlan and he heads home on a bus to Mexico City. So it goes in the wrong direction entirely.
Yeah.
Like he just blows off the match. He wants to go home. To get home, like I said, he got on a bus. And this is another bit of weirdness in the reporting, which is he got on the bus either on Friday the 20th or Saturday the 21st. And here's why I think it's weird is that the bus left at 12:30 in the morning. So my impression is that the bus probably actually left on Saturday morning at 12:30 a.m.
Probably. That's what I'm
But
guessing.
the way it's reported, you'll see it said that he got on a bus on Friday and blah, 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 blah.
Well, maybe it was Friday when he got on the bus.
Well, he certainly probably showed up at the bus station on Friday.
No,
Yeah.
you guys are both right. But you will also see it said definitively that he got on a bus that left at this time, and it was his Saturday was the day that the bus departed town.
Well,
It's weirdness, but I'm pretty sure that
It's just
it was
lazy
the
reporting.
morning hours of Saturday.
Yeah.
We got on Friday night.
It's okay.
It's
not
weird,
important.
but
Yeah.
about an hour into the trip, so this is about 1:30 a.m., Palameque, reportedly he became agitated. You see this described as having a nervous breakdown. It was to the point that he got up, he went to the driver, and he made the driver of the bus stop the bus, and he got off the bus on the edge of the highway. Now, this happens near the town of El Rosario. The bus driver evidently must have reported this to his superiors because they knew where they dropped him off.
How far is El Rosario from Mazatlan?
It's miles. It's not hundreds. It's more like a dozen, maybe 2 dozen miles away at the very most.
Well,
I would say it's
slow
actually.
bus.
What's that?
That's a slow bus.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Mazatlan to El Rosario, it was an hour drive, which means it must have been about 50 miles.
Okay.
I apologize. No, I was thinking of the bus stopped north of the town of El Rosario based on what I figured out.
Okay.
That's where I was getting that mixed up. So it's about an hour away, about 60, 50 miles.
So he's agitated. He gets off the bus.
Yep, and he walks away from the bus and shortly thereafter texts his wife and says something to the effect of, he's lost in the dark in the hills.
Mm-hmm.
She, fearing for, him, what's going on, she contacts a promoter that they know who's in Mazatlan to, get a search party and go look for him. That search party, I have to presume, didn't start that night, but probably started the next morning. They went around town. They showed his picture around. Nobody recognized him, at which point they began to search outside of the town. The searchers found Palameke's body.
And I believe it wasn't just these private parties. It was by this time the police also. Right?
Yes, the police were involved, yes. I mean, this is just people looking for him, I guess is what I meant, is they started the search party in general. I excluded the police, that's my bad. They go looking for him. Sunday, March 22nd, they find his body face down under a bridge in a body of water. Like I said,
a very small body of water.
Very small body of water. It's the dry season. It's one of those bridges, you may have seen this before, it's a concrete bridge, and there is a river, and concrete walls have been built up on either side of the bank of the river vertically, and then the bridge sits on top of those. So it makes kind of a channel.
Yeah.
And the center between the concrete creates a divot. That's where the body of water was, almost directly under the bridge, and that's where his body was found floating.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird. Again, it's one of the few places where the water could have accumulated. Mm-hmm. Now, I in the reading, they never say specifically where it is.
Did they find a smiley face drawn anywhere near the body?
Not that I ever saw. But it's entirely possible that it may have been cut out.
No, he was too old.
He wasn't in college either, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. My bad.
He may have been in the Lucha Libre fraternity.
Probably not, though.
Now, as I said before, though, we don't know exactly. The reporting doesn't specify where the bridge is. This is a failing. I reported this, by the way. This is a failing on the part of Google Translate. There appears to be in the town of El Rosario a citrus company, and according to the translated text, it is a bridge that is citrus company tall. So I reported that issue. But it appears to be several miles north of the town on the 15 Mazatlan Tepic highway is where he was found. He was found in the report. Again, this is the weird part. The reporting says that the body was found in the Belhuarte River, which actually is south of the town. And if you look at it on satellite, there's these really big bridges with big pillars, and nothing matches the crime scene photos. There is, however, a small stream that flows into the Belhuarte that starts north of the town. It's really weird if you have to follow the freeway to figure out exactly where his body is. The point is, he's found in the river. I know I took that way too far, but
So he's found in the creek, not the river.
It's creek. He's found in a depression in the ground that's full of water. Initially, the official cause of death is nervous breakdown caused by steroids, and that nervous breakdown is what caused him to fall in the water and get stuck in the mud, and because he was unable to pull himself out of the mud, drown.
I mean, I have problems with that, but I also
I have huge problems with that, but yes. But drowning also, is the official COD, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happens when you're having a nervous breakdown. I mean,
we're going to get into the theories.
We will.
We're going to get into this
That's why
much more. I know. I understand.
More.
So let me finish this we got just a last little bit here, and then we'll get into theories. There is an autopsy performed apparently on the body, but once they figure out that, there's water in his lungs, they stop doing anything else because they figured out why he died. They don't ever try to figure out what caused his mental breakdown.
And so they stopped the autopsy when they found the water. They didn't like check his heart to see if he'd had a heart attack or anything like that, or
nothing is reported along those lines. Nothing says that. And here's the problem: is that the like I said in the beginning, the initial the medical examiner's like, well, he was obviously on steroids, and that's the problem, and that's what caused all of this. And oh, look, I found water in his lungs, and I'm done. At which point, kind of similarly to what we talked about in the Cobain case, body is turned over to the family. The family has the body cremated in a matter of days after the fact, and we have no records of what was discovered or how much investigation they actually did during that autopsy.
I find it hard to believe that they would just say, "Oh, water in the lungs, we're done. No, we're not going to do anything else. That's it. No, everybody pack it up." That seems odd to me. It's possible that that's all they reported, but I can't imagine.
In a small town in rural Mexico, it could be that I don't have the time or the funding to do a whole lot. Look, I found water in the lungs. I get to sign off and say this is what happened and get my 5 minutes in the sun. The news loves me. I pronounce Abismo Negro died of drowning.
Yeah, but was that guy, you said it was a small town, was he actually a forensic pathologist, or was he perhaps just a regular doctor who was contracted to...
He was the local medical examiner.
Oh, so it was then. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. A local, does that mean that it's a 100-mile radius area? I don't know how big of a range he covered. I couldn't find that.
Yeah.
Because this is one of those weird, it's kind of an area where there's not a whole lot of information available.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how big of a spread he covered.
All right.
There's one last thing, which I know we actually talked about this just a little bit ago, which is the 21st of March, which was a Saturday. Abismo Negro should have been there at a match. And
in Cancun, right?
Yeah, and he was. He was wrestling.
Yeah.
He wrestled that night, and the crowd loved it. He was
Even
there.
though he was already dead.
Even though apparently he was either already dead or
having
depending
a
on
mental breakdown on a train or
on a bus.
Yeah.
So this is the part I talked about where it was found out later on that somebody had dressed up in an outfit looking like him and took to the ring. Now, Black Abyss, the character whose name is in English, had been known to come and fill in when he wouldn't show up. Except Black Abyss was at a match somewhere else.
Yeah.
As Black Abyss.
As Black Abyss.
So somebody else had to come in there and do Abismo Negro.
Right. And they didn't say anything, and it came out, and it was a huge egg on the face situation. But that's one of those things that people use as a conspiracy line of, well, obviously they knew that something was going to happen to him, and they booked somebody else to come in as him ahead of time. Somebody had given him wind that this thing was going to go down.
Maybe.
This is one of those things that you see happen.
Seems wrong.
Well, maybe they got wind that he was on a 5-day coke bender, and they decided they were going to need a replacement, most likely.
That's possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely possible. Well, let's go ahead, and that's the end of the story. Let's move right into theories.
Yeah.
Because there's actually a good number of theories, though they're all pretty interlinked. But
they're kind of like small variants in one another.
A little bit.
Yeah.
So, theory number one is
UFOs.
Not UFOs.
Chupacabra.
Yeah.
Or, well, actually, you know what?
Could be. Mexico.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Never steal Coke from a chupacabra.
For real, though.
Dude.
That's a bad
grudge.
idea.
Lifetime grudge. And by lifetime, I mean your short remaining amount of lifetime. Because you can get
your hour man
here, which is that the theory is that Palameke was murdered by a cocaine dealer and or a drug cartel.
AKA the Chupacabra.
Yes.
Of course.
So, we talked about the fact that he had a penchant for cocaine, apparently, according to the reporting.
Sure.
And when you like to do lots of drugs, you end up hanging out with the people who supply you those drugs. And those don't tend to be the most reputable people around.
Often the case.
So the theory goes that Palameke, he's hanging out with these people. He pisses off the wrong person, presumably a drug dealer. And my guess would be that this would have had to have happened in Mazatlan. And that dealer, that angry drug dealer, then says that you're going to get it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to get you for this. which is what prompts him to leave town quite quickly on a bus. And what prompts him then to have his panic attack or freak out and get off of the bus and send this panicky text to his wife? I don't know. I mean, it's possible that maybe the guy was also texting him, though I've never found any records of that. His wife has never provided anything that supports this at all.
I suppose his phone was in his pocket when he was found, and it was wet, and they probably couldn't really restore anything.
I would presume that would be the case. There's no mention of where his phone was recovered. That's another interesting fact.
Yeah, this case is actually not that well reported.
Actually been recovered.
Yeah.
You might have dropped it and lost it somewhere. But,
Yeah.
He may very well, but
I have a few theories on this one.
Okay, well let me finish just the theory itself, or do you want to push him in now?
Go ahead.
Okay, so basically this theory is that he's in contact with this drug person. I know that sounds silly, but drug person, and that freaks him out. He gets off the bus. Somehow they find him and either A, shove him off of the bridge into the water, or are on the bank with him and drag him into the water and hold him under the water until he expired.
I just had a couple thoughts.
Okay.
In terms of if somebody was following him or not. Somebody could have been texting him. He could have had an additional phone. If he was doing lots of drugs, he probably had a burner.
Could have been somebody who was on the bus with him.
That was the other thing I was going to say, is it could have been somebody who was on the bus with him. Or it could have been that if a drug dealer was thinking, oh, I'm going to kill this guy, he provided him with some less than pure drugs, or some drugs with laced with something of some kind that he did either right before he got on the bus or while he was on the bus that caused his panic attack. I mean, it's not a direct hand of I literally held this guy's head under the water and killed him, but if you send him into a panic attack on a bus in the middle of nowhere, he's probably going to have a panic attack and somehow find himself dead or otherwise locked up.
Wonder if somebody could have slipped him a little LSD.
Yeah, or all you do is you give him bad drugs and then have one of your guys be on the bus with him.
But
just to ensure,
But nobody was witness getting off the bus after him. Right?
No, I don't mean that. I mean that, you do your drugs and then you start to slip into this paranoia and you look up and there's one of the guys who is your drug dealer's henchman and you think,
staring at you.
Oh my God, I have to get off this bus. So he gets off the bus and nobody follows him, which is fine, but he's still in this panic state of what's going to happen? What's going to happen? I have to get away. I have to get away. I have to get away.
See, the thing about that is that if the henchman is there scaring him, then getting off the bus in the middle of nowhere really makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because,
but I'm not. But we're not saying that he's, as Steve would say, we're not thinking rational thought here. We're
Thank
thinking
you. You took it right out of my mouth.
Very drugged up thought.
Yeah, there's that. But the other thing too is if you're going to send a hit squad out to find him, well, number one, how do you find him out there in the dark? But
if you're following the bus. If you're in a car following the bus and your henchman on the bus says, he just got off. Did you see us stop?
Yeah.
It's true, yeah.
Although, if I was going to go after Abismo Negro, I would have a pretty healthy-sized team. Because
I would think that they would use weapons that were not just their hands. Because the guy...
Unless you've drugged him really well.
True.
But Abismo Negro, I don't think we mentioned it. Before he got into wrestling, he was into martial arts big time, too. So, he's a big, strong guy.
He's a big, strong guy. He's been doing this for 20 years. That means he's very muscular. He knows how to handle himself. He fights for a living.
Well, kind of.
But he does physical work for a living. He's a big guy.
Yeah.
It's not as if I, as a scrawny 40-year-old guy with a pot belly, is going to run up to him and yell at him, and he's be like, "Oh, scared of you." That's not. He's going to look at me and smack me in the head.
Probably.
And I'm going to have a concussion.
So here's another question. We said it was dry season, but there was this kind of pond area. The shore around this pond area, was it dry or was it wet?
It's a very good question. There's only 2 images that I could find. Those images seem to indicate that it was kind of a clayish riverbed.
Okay.
And that right up against the water, it is soppy clay. And then outside of that, it's kind of hard dirt.
Okay. Yeah, that answers my question.
So there should be footprints of some kind.
The hard dirt, it's easy to get rid of footprints. Clay, less. Wet clay, it's hard, very hard to get rid of them.
Yeah.
But then again, if there are footprints there, that's not necessarily a shocker anyway.
That's true, and also there are enough people out searching that there's nothing to say.
That the scene wasn't swamped.
Right, and that the first person who was there didn't say, and I noticed there were a lot of footprints around. They would just be like, oh my God, we found him, and everyone could come running and say, oh, we found him, and then...
Yeah, next thing you know, that's whenever I murder somebody that way, I always bring several sets of shoes along, so I can leave all kinds of footprints. Yeah.
Joe is
that's where my shoes have been going.
He does have small feet.
He does. Very petite.
Or you have big feet. One of the two.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the next theory, which is that he drowned due to his panic attack or psychosis, which was caused by his use of steroids.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say this again. We don't know that he was on steroids, but there is so much friggin' talk about it that you can't ignore it.
Well, it occurs to me that it is totally possible, even probable, that the medical examiner came back and said, yeah, he drowned. He was on a lot of steroids and a lot of coke and a lot of other things, and the family said, cool, he drowned.
So what was
you wouldn't necessarily then publicize, and he was on tons of drugs and he did it to himself. You would probably downplay that as much as possible say he drowned.
But for his dignity.
What were the results of the toxicology report, if one was done?
That's a very good question, Joe. I never found that because I don't believe it was ever publicized.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying it must have been, but yeah. I mean,
it could have been done.
Let's stop, though. Let's back this train up for a second, though. We say one must have been done. We don't know what the standard practice is in this small area. I'm not trying to sound like a jerk who's belittling the medical practitioners in Mexico by any way or means, but we also don't know that based on their funding, what is their resources? What do they start with? If they go, the easy thing is let's open him up. Oh, look, water's everywhere. Done deal. It's easy. I mean, we don't know, and I don't know that, and I don't want to put anything on anybody. But as far as I know, that wasn't done. But let's continue to run down the steroids line.
Yeah, sure.
Because I got a hold of some of our experts, and there's a lot of conflicting information about the psychological effects of anabolic steroids.
Apparently, some of that stuff about roid rage is...
it's a little inflated.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit inflated.
Well, it's hard. I mean, it's hard because you can't really study it.
That's a good point. And so here's the deal. On their own, anabolic steroids, which for anybody who doesn't know, that's the thing that guys take to pump themselves up. Pump you up.
We're going to pump you up.
Exactly. All right. These are the things that people take to get big, but they do have the potential to cause behavioral changes. And these behavioral changes don't come on suddenly. They're things that build up over time. The side effects, according to the studies, though, these behavioral side effects, only occur in 2 to 3% of users. But there's a couple of things to point out about the studies, the first of which is that they presume, and in the studies, the users are only using one kind of steroid. Well, turns out guys who are juicing use multiple types at once, and they do what's called pyramiding, where they will go in let's say it's a 12-week rotation, so they'll build up for 6 weeks and taper off for 6 weeks. But 2 weeks later, they'll start another kind of steroid. So they're constantly in this cycle with multiple kinds at once. Well, in the studies, because they're clinical studies, they can't do that. That's one thing that's not factored in. The other thing about the studies is that they eliminate people who have a potential psychological issue.
Like a pre-existing one.
Yes.
Yeah, you want blank slates as
right.
Case study. But people who do that stuff aren't blank slates.
No!
Yeah.
But therein lies another problem.
But Abismo did he have a history of psychiatric problems?
Not that we know of.
No, but I mean, the other thing that you don't really necessarily take into consideration in studies like this, right? Abismo Negro probably had like a couple concussions.
Yeah, very
right?
possible.
There was probably a little bit of that sort of thing going on. And we know now from a lot of studies that are being done in America that can have profound, prolonged, and also delayed effects on your brain and the way that it works.
And
so if you're also doing steroids on top of that...
And then those things can just systematically get worse and worse and worse.
And then, of course, he stops off in Mazatlan and snorts about a half a pound of cocaine.
On top of steroids, maybe, and then you're just done. You're done. And who knows how pure the cocaine is, right?
Well, okay. So let's take the coke out of the situation. Because this theory is not so much centered in the cocaine, but just that. Let's say he's at the peak of a pyramid of a cycle of his steroid use. That could have been enough to just push him over the edge.
Yeah.
So then all of this, it all builds up to this psychosis where he suddenly has this breakdown on the bus. The only thing that kind of lends itself possibly to indicate that this could be right is that I said before he was at a match on the 16th because he had been at the King of Kings match on the 14th and he got knocked out in the first round. And then he goes to this other match, which sounded like it was kind of a house match or a town match. It was just kind of a local event, but he was booked for it. He was despondent is the phrase that I saw used. He was not happy. He was complaining to the other wrestlers. Now, maybe that's, I'm not getting used enough. They're leaving me out because I'm always missing my matches. I mean, I don't know what it is, but people have pointed that and say, well, his behavior he was on kind of a downward trend and was about to break.
Well, he was kind of on a downward train there. So I would be depressed if I were him too.
Yeah. And so if you follow the finality of this, it says that he had his break. This is, of course, because it's due to the steroids. Steroids caused the break. He then gets off of the bus. He is completely unaware of his surroundings and either wanders into the water and is so unaware that he aspirates water and drowns, or we've said this before, the water is shallow, like waist deep shallow. It's entirely possible that he was on the bridge. He wanders over the edge of the bridge and falls over the rail.
How high was the bridge, though?
I would say that bridge was 20, 25 feet high.
What?
Joe, what is that in meters, by the way? That's, 10, 15? 10, 12?
God. Let me think.
3, that's 10, 12.
Yeah,
10, 12 meters.
I would, I guess I would say that if you fell face first off of something like that, your face would be pretty mashed up. That'd be something.
You would think.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this. Let's say he falls off the railing and he lands anywhere that is not head first, so he is in a prone position when he hits.
You're still gonna break, bruising, lots of outward damage will happen from a fall like that.
But not enough that I think that if he's been soaking in the drink for a day, it's gonna be super noticeable. And my point is that he would be stunned and then drowned. You're right. There should be outward signs, but there's a whole bunch of details of outward signs that we have no record of.
That's fair. Yeah.
I'm kind of doubting that he fell off the bridge, though, because I don't know what the standards are for railings in Mexico, but I assume they're kind of similar to what we have here.
Oh yeah, no, it's a roadside bridge. It's about waist high.
Yeah,
I mean, I was on Google Maps. I was pulling a Joe. I was on Google Maps doing Street View, and I drove across that bridge, and it's about waist high.
Yeah, so if you seriously want to get over that, you're gonna have to probably do it deliberately. You're not just gonna trip and fall off.
Well, you might. The other thing I do want to just point out real quick here is I don't know if you guys have seen this video or not, because I know we're going to talk about more he was just panicking and drowned theories. There's this video of this little kid who I don't know, I don't remember where he is, but he's like probably 5 or 6 years old, and he's clinging to a rope, floating on his back, like crying because he thinks he's going to drown, until suddenly his older sister or mom or somebody comes over and just kind of pushes his legs down, and it turns out it's been like lower than waist deep, this water, the entire time. But he was so sure, and I've seen this happen to other people too, you sometimes you get so sure that you're drowning. You just panic and don't do anything actually helpful. You're just thinking you're drowning.
You seize up.
Right, you just seize up, or you start flailing around thinking, oh my God, I'm drowning because my face is covered in water, without thinking, my back is dry though, or I could stand up. You know, if you're entirely submerged, your head is entirely submerged, you're probably just going to think, I'm drowning. And if you're already having a panic attack or some kind of mental break, you're probably not going to be able to do anything helpful. So I do want to bring that up a little bit.
Yeah. No, so that's
as we talk about
possible.
that, in saying that, yeah, it's only waist deep, but it's still waist deep, and that's enough to submerge your head fully.
So, and I also, I'm going to move a theory that was at the end of this. I'm going to actually shuttle this forward. We're going to talk about this now, which is that let's take the psychological break out of it, okay? It's entirely possible. So I can't explain why he got off the bridge. Or off of the bus, excuse me. I can't explain why he got off the bus. But when I talk about the fall bit, it's entirely possible. He's in the dark. It's 1:30 in the morning. He can't see a damn thing.
It's actually well past 1:30 by the time he actually fell into that hole and drowned, probably.
Okay, so it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, something. Yeah. It's pitch black out. He can't see crap. And so the hole, he fell over the railing. He could have literally been have you ever walked into a wall in the dark and had no idea it was there? He could have been walking and suddenly just pitched over the rail and went down because he had no idea where he was. It's entirely possible. Do I think that's what happened? No. But because we're bringing this up, there in the water line below the bridge, the lip of the bridge where he was found, it's not a straight line. It's kind of an undulating shape. Yeah. So he would have either, if he fell off the top of the bridge, he would have either A, hit the water, or B, hit the ground. And I'm pretty sure he didn't hit the ground because there's no impression of his body in the shore. And also it'd be really hard for him to hit hard enough to bounce into the water.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that he would have hit the water. Which again brings me to, he could have hit just right. We talk about this all the time. The odds of this are phenomenal, but it's possible. Hits just right where it doesn't leave any outward signs, but it stuns him and he drowns.
Well, and also if you do a belly flop on the water, it's going to knock the wind out of you.
And you're going to suck in.
And you're going to draw air in. And
you're going to draw a lot of water in when you do that.
There's also that phenomenon, which I experienced one time rafting, and I don't know how cold that water was, but when you hit really cold water,
I can't imagine it was cold, Joe. It was the dry season.
So this was March, right?
Yeah.
I suppose it wouldn't have been that cold.
It's not freezing cold. Gasp reflex.
It's just a gasp reflex
because you hit the water
what you
hard.
You
get the water, the wind knocked out of you.
Yeah, or you're so stunned, you just like are out of it, and damn. I tend to think he just stumbled into it, or maybe fell off the bridge myself.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going though, because we've talked about this enough so far, but we got more theories
somehow.
Okay. Next theory is that this is related, very similar to the last one. Is that
the one before last?
The one before last? Yeah, because I moved one up. He drowned. His panic attack or psychosis, whichever it is, was caused by actually not steroids, but steroid withdrawal. Because one of our experts that I was talking with was bringing up the fact that, while the psychosis can happen, it actually is a little more prevalent when somebody goes cold turkey. That's the problem, is you just suddenly get off the sauce. And that might have been what caused him to go off his trolley, as they say, and then get off the bus, be so confused, and whatever happens for him to end up in the water happens.
Is it steroid withdrawal? What withdrawal is it that makes you really thirsty? Do you know?
From water, I think.
Like that you need water.
Yeah, if you haven't had water for a couple of days.
Well, I mean, there are certain drug withdrawals.
There are.
That cause you to be really thirsty. Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe like he was going through some withdrawal of some kind and saw this little thing of water and thought, I will drink from that, but was so messed up
that he just went in.
That he just went in head first.
I don't know. I mean, when he's
that
in
is
this
accidental
state,
drowning, technically.
Yeah.
So I guess it's technically fair. Yeah. Okay.
we're going to go to the next one, which
Yeah.
is very similar again, which is that his panic attack or psychosis was caused by none other than cocaine, because like we talked about, he seems to have really enjoyed it. And this is a list of side effects that I found. The short-term side effects of cocaine are anxiety, paranoia, panic, and some other forms of psychosis. And because he's a user of it, he likes it, he would fall into the category of long-term effects. Those would be auditory and tactile hallucinations, otherwise known as hearing things and feeling things on your skin.
Yeah.
That's a common description. Disorientation, delirium, and confusion. So, coke bender, jump off bus, fall off bridge, end up in water is kind of the short of what this one is.
Yeah.
And he was probably lost, too, which, they believe me, is kind of a panicky feeling right in and of itself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, in the very dark of night.
Yeah.
And, he had a cell phone, but we don't know if it had a good flash on it for him to use.
It's
Kind of like the
2004, right?
2009.
Oh.
Okay, so he probably did. He might have had a smartphone. Didn't
He might have had a smartphone.
But he might have
not
not.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
Moving on again, we have one last theory, which I actually think, personally, I find to be my preferred theory,
Okay.
which is that he drowned or fell due to a stroke or a heart attack.
Yeah. Which is
When-
not unusual if you've been doing a lot of coke. Heart attacks are not uncommon.
It's also not unknown or unprecedented when you've been doing steroids, because steroids are known to cause people to have strokes and heart attacks. And this isn't necessarily for heavy users. This is just like casual users who work it into their workout routine and suddenly have it. They just suddenly, with no signs previously, have a stroke, have a heart attack, because they decided they were going to juice. And this happens. By the way, did either of you look up the slang for steroids?
No.
Oh, what slang is that?
The names that it gets, this is the best thing ever. So
yeah.
I've said it a couple of times, it's juicing, but they call it juicing, gym candy, pumpers, roids, stackers, and are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Arnold's.
I know. I love that. That's my favorite.
That's my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
But
The Schwartzkys.
the Schwartzkys are known for causing heart attacks.
Yeah.
And for causing strokes. So it could have been he's on or maybe it was the coke. He's on the bus.
Some combination thereof.
He's in the beginning of a heart attack or a stroke, which is known to be a state of delirium.
It's not just delirium, it's also causes you to be panicked and uncomfortable.
Yes.
Like very uncomfortable.
Yes.
And also oftentimes like hot, and you try to escape all of the situations that you're in.
I'm pointing at her with the yes finger.
Yeah, that's the yes finger.
You're
I mean,
sticking
both
your
of
finger
those.
there.
And again, it doesn't necessarily have to be drug induced. It could have been that it was just a blood clot from an injury.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that he just lived a hard lifestyle. It could be that he was genetically disposed to that, maybe. But I mean, if it was a small stroke and all it did was really incapacitate him for an hour and also drowned, it's not unreasonable to assume that the ME would miss something like that.
Oh, yeah,
In
entirely
addition to
possible.
that, also a heart
In
attack.
a cursory medical examination or a cursory...
Well, yeah, if you see water in the lungs, you're not going to also do an extensive exam of the heart and brain to see if they had a heart attack or
blood
a stroke.
clots or damage, yeah.
Although, I could understand why somebody would immediately jump to the drowning conclusion. But the thing about it is he was a strong guy. I'm not going to say he was totally healthy, but he was probably fairly healthy.
That's my hard part with he fell in the mud.
And he couldn't get out.
And
so what would incapacitate somebody? Well, maybe a heart attack, or a stroke.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's why
combination
I look
thereof.
at something else that's got to have debilitated him. Because if you have a stroke or you're in the throes of a heart attack, your body is not going to respond. And as I said before, if you're even partially in the water, You're going to breathe it in, then you're going to drown.
It also, those also,
which is a
I
terrible
think,
way to go.
maybe lend a little more credence to the fact that he did try to contact his wife. You know, the other theories that we've talked about, we say he was hallucinating, he was in delirium, but people who are having these really huge psychotic breaks don't necessarily text their significant other and say, I'm lost in the middle of the woods. You probably don't contact them, or you say,
You don't think about it.
Or you say, you know, the mushrooms are coming for me, or like something, right? I mean, you're not going to say very calmly, hey, I'm lost in the woods. And granted, I haven't seen the text, so I don't know exactly what his demeanor was, but it would also lead credence to, you know, a heart attack or something where you say, okay, I was just getting out and this happened, or maybe he had a heart attack and then a stroke.
That's the problem with text messages.
It's hard.
The tone is stripped away. That's why simple text messages can cause giant controversy because of the fact that you don't know which way they're meant to go, it's I am lost does not say angrily I'm lost or panicking, oh my god, I'm lost. I mean that doesn't come through.
But none of those are hallucinatory reactions.
Very true.
That is a strange thing. I mean, you know, here he does this loony thing, which is get off the bus, and then he does a rational thing, which is send a text to his wife. You know, so I don't know if he was fading in or what. I mean, obviously, if he was having a stroke or something was going wrong, staying on the bus and telling the driver to go faster would have been a better solution.
It was another 4 to 6 hours to his destination.
Or telling him to turn around to go back to the nearest town.
Oh, you're saying go faster so I can get to help.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only a 54-minute drive or something like that, according to Google, which probably on a bus is probably like an hour and something drive from point A to point B in the town El Rosario or wherever it was that they were close to. It's not that long, so they were pretty dang close. It would have been easy for him to say, I think something's wrong with me. Get me a doctor.
But it could have also... My point was he may have said, oh my God, something's wrong. Get me to Mexico City now, is the way I was saying. So when Joe says make the bus go faster, he doesn't know El Rosario's there. He may not realize
But usually you would say, I don't feel good. I need a doctor. And they would just find a hospital or something, right? As a good bus driver. You wouldn't just say, okay, cool, get off right here.
No, that's
what's the thing.
And here's my catchfraise: rational thinking. If he's
I'm on your side on that. That
Okay.
I think, you know, I know enough about first aid and what people go through first aid care in general, emergency care, and what people go through with heart attacks, with strokes, with things of that nature. And the reaction is escape. Just get out of. That's one of the things they tell you to look for in situations like that is if someone's nervous and agitated, it's a huge sign that something's going wrong inside their body and that you should get them emergency care as soon as possible or administer emergency care. So
he stumbles around in the darkness, falls into a mud puddle, and having a heart attack, stroke, dies, and that's it.
Yeah.
Are we in consensus here? Is that
I think so.
I'm not locked into what caused it. I think that he had either a stroke or a heart attack.
Or an accident.
But I don't know what caused him to end up in the water. That's my problem, is that I see one of those as leading him there, but I don't know why it came about. And maybe it is just one of those damn random things. But that's so I don't know that we're in consensus because I'm not even settled on.
You're not even in consensus with yourself?
No, as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard to say. Did his family ever raise a stink about this? Anybody raise any suspicions?
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean his wife, you know, she had him cremated. They had a ceremony. There was a bajillion luchadors there. Black Abyss, his career kind of ended after that. He tried to go on and take over the mantle of Abismo Negro. That didn't go on. He was going to go as Abismo Negro 2. That didn't work. But that was it. I mean, there's this whole weird thing in the luchador society, but she stepped away from it, at least from the reporting side of what's been reported.
Sure. Well, I mean, that does lead credence to the fact that maybe there was something additional in the report, in the autopsy report, that they're just not making public.
Yeah, which would be understandable.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
All
Well,
right, well, I guess there's that.
there is that. So
yeah,
let's give everybody the administrative details that they need to know,
pertinent
which is that this episode and all other episodes are available on our website. We will, of course, have links to some of the research on this story. I will let everybody know that if you're going to do additional research, make sure you've got a browser that translates, because a lot of this is in Spanish. But you can, I will try and put some of the English versions on our website. Website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. By the way, for folks who have not yet noticed, we don't have comments on the website anymore. That's unfortunately because it was being abused. We had to shut that down.
Which is a shame because we had many really thoughtful, intelligent commenters out there.
Good conversations, but as I've said before and I'll say again, it was ruined by a few for the many.
Yep, too bad.
We are always available for streaming or downloads on iTunes. So if you are a user of iTunes, go ahead and subscribe to the show there. You can also go ahead and leave us a comment and a rating. If you do so, please leave us a good one. If you've got a concern, get a hold of us, because we can't address those concerns when you're doing it on iTunes. We're on a bajillion streaming services, so whichever one you use, we're probably on it. And if you found us, that's awesome. I don't know how they work, if you can comment or rate or anything like that. They're all different.
They're all different.
We are on the social media. So we is on the Facebook. The Facebook page and the Facebook group. We have both of those. So like and join, come in on the discussions. Great time.
And if you wanted to comment on our website, but you can't now, you can still comment on Facebook.
Mm-hmm. You can. Yeah. You can also comment very briefly on Twitter.
Yeah.
We have the Twitter account, which is Thinking Sideways without the G in the middle. Or we also have the subreddit, which does have conversations starting based on each episode.
Yeah, and other stuff.
And other stuff. So those are totally available to you. If you want to talk to us directly, go ahead and send us an email. Email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. We always respond to everybody, sometimes not as quickly as we like, but we always respond to everybody. So that is an option. For support of the show, we have a couple of different ways. On the website, there is buttons on the right-hand side, one of which is for PayPal if you want to do a one-time donation, or if you would like to get some merchandise. We've got merchandise available there, shirts, phone cases, mugs. Still need to get a coffee mug, damn it.
Yeah, me too, actually.
And we also have Patreon. So patreon.com/Thinking Sideways. Patreon is a recurring donation, so it's based on per episode how much you want to give. So keep that in mind if you do want to do that, so that you sign up and don't say, I'm going to give $10, because that's $10 per episode. Yeah. We love that, but we want you to know ahead of time.
Yeah, you should be careful about that.
Yeah, please do.
I would feel really bad about that.
Absolutely.
You pledge $50 and then you get your bill.
Yeah.
$200!
What?
Oh my God! I don't have anything else. You guys got anything else?
Let me think.
All right.
No.
Talk to you guys later.
Ciao.
Bye, brother.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
You never know. Stories of terribly just and understood.
Well, hey, and welcome to the podcast. I'm Steve. As always, I'm joined by
Devin.
And Joe.
And this is Thinking Sideways. And
the podcast.
The podcast.
Yeah.
The podcast. There's imitators, but this is the podcast.
The OG podcast.
OG?
Original? Oh my gosh.
I know what OG means. I'm just shocked that you're using it. Well, yeah, we just shattered that. Okay. Well, before we get into tonight's show, I just kind of want to give everybody a little bit of an idea of what's going on here today. This is the beginning of something special. It's very special. Okay. Special as in what we're going to be doing for this month. This show will be coming out on the first week of October. And for the entire month of October, since it's that month, that spooky, spooky month, we're going to do stories that are kind of based around Halloween spooky stories.
Yeah, like my story is going to be Casper the Friendly Ghost, fact or fiction.
Thankfully, Joe's not going to do that story.
Let me get some clanking chains. Hang on.
Now, I'm going to give everybody a little bit of a teaser, and that is that at the end of the month, we're going to be doing a show that is what I would consider kind of a big Halloween favorite.
I would say that's true.
Yeah, it's pretty scary
We've
stuff.
gotten lots of requests for it.
We have, and I think that's all we're going to tell people.
Okay.
We're just going to leave you on the hook. You're going to have to wait the next couple of weeks. 4 of them.
Yeah, actually, though, if you can guess, send us an email if you want to take a guess. If you guess correctly, then you'll get a free Thinking Sideways T-shirt if we ever start making them. And so if you want to head, just let me say it's a very well-known thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that
so please take a guess.
Is it? And as they say, on with the show. Today's story, Kansas, which is about 50 miles from Kansas City or Missouri, or you said it's about 10 miles outside of Lawrence.
Outside of Lawrence, Kansas. Yeah. And everybody knows where that is.
Of course.
So, yeah.
Of course.
I do.
And there's quite it's been quite a legend around that area. It's pretty well known. And depending on the sources, this story has been around for anywhere from 50 to 100 plus years.
Wow.
Yeah, although it seems to. Well, I'll talk about that more later.
Yeah.
Just quickly, though, let me describe Stull, because I got on Google Street View this afternoon and looked at it.
This is his favorite thing.
And, I know. And so it's a tiny little town of, 20 or 30 people or something like that. Not very many people live there. And, by the way, when I was cruising through on Google Street View, not a soul was evident. Not a single human being was in sight.
Well,
now, that was kind of creepy.
The story itself from this creepy little town, according to Joe, all centers around the cemetery in that town. And in that cemetery, supposedly,
is a gateway to hell.
So here's the legend. In 1867, a church was built where currently the Stull Cemetery is located. And that church was eventually abandoned, and it fell into disrepair. Maybe part of the reason is the fact that behind the church is a set of stairs which, according to the legend, opens up on Halloween, and from it emerges Satan himself.
Oh.
That's right, Old Scratch. And why? Do you know why?
Well, because
he
hell.
He wants to get a breath of fresh air, maybe.
Well, yeah, probably.
To reclaim the souls of the damned.
Well, there's actually a lot of supposed reasons why Satan comes out of this stairway on Halloween, at midnight on Halloween every year.
Okay.
And this is kind of a laundry list of...
Is it just the one night, or is there another night?
Okay, well, depends on the accounts. There's Halloween. There's the spring or summer equinox, supposedly. People account a lot of different days.
And it's at midnight.
But it's always at midnight.
Interesting.
Always at midnight.
Oh, I have such a problem with that time, but okay, sure.
Why?
Well, okay, so in pretty much all of the accepted Christian lore, the hour of the witching hour, almost the hour of the beast, is actually 3 a.m. So it's always interesting when people are like, "Oh yeah, it's midnight," because that's for whatever reason not nearly as credible. There we go, is the word I was looking for. It's not nearly as credible or mysterious and believable to me as when people are like, "Oh, it was at almost 3 a.m.
Yeah, I think it's got something to do with the clock hitting and the night spinning. I don't know. There's all kinds. It's always midnight. Though. You're right.
Midnight has always had that sort of creepiness about it, or for some reason, just the very word midnight. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go through this list of supposed reasons as to why Satan himself comes out every night. The first is that the graveyard, which the church is located on, sits on one of the 7 points on this planet where the devil has his gateways.
Wait.
Run with me here.
Okay.
There's 7 gateways to hell on this planet. Supposedly one of them is located somewhere in India, and according to legend, it just happens to be that Stull, Kansas houses one of those very spots.
So they just had the bad luck to build their church right atop of a stairway to hell.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah, they had a really bad surveyor.
I don't know. I would guess that there was some kind of like, oh yeah, there was a draw there because there was so much evil, and they felt the need to cleanse it. But
and we'll go into some of that stuff.
Sure.
But let me just kind of run through this.
But you would think that Satan would put some warning signs up saying, "Don't build here." You know, I mean,
because that's the way he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a real warner.
he wants you to build there.
Yeah,
All right. The next
true.
is that location was a favorite spots for witches to practice black arts, and they do this because of the fact that this place is a focal point for black magic. Again, if I'm guessing this is based on it being a gateway, this focus, one of the 7 points on the planet, and also because there's a large pine tree on the grounds that was used to hang at one time witches.
I just feel like this is a chicken egg scenario.
Yeah. Well, let me keep going.
Okay.
We got a tree to talk about here.
Oh, right. Sorry.
The tree has been in the graveyard evidently for decades, and up until several years ago when it was cut down. But evidently there was a headstone at the base of the tree, and the tree had grown up and around this headstone and eventually split it apart, which is something that people point to as evidence that it's an evil place.
Uh-huh. That's just kind of what tree roots do. You know? It's like,
Yeah, I know.
Oh, man.
Let's see. The next one is that Satan is visiting a dead witch who was at one time his bride, who's buried there.
Yeah, as we saw in the thrilling documentary of Corpse Bride.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I'm putting that on my list.
Before I get too far off, I'm pretty sure. Do either of you ever watch that TV show Supernatural?
No.
It's on my list.
It's not on anymore, right?
I think it might be done. I watched some of it.
That's about the two brothers who.
Yeah, but evidently,
I saw that a couple of times.
there was an episode where they actually played off of this whole Gateway to Hell install, and there was a season finale where they were shutting the Gateway to Hell, and it was installed.
And they were like inside them. They were shutting the gateway to hell. They were closing it from. It was closed on them.
They were closing it to stop the evil from escaping.
Oh, nice.
I haven't seen the episode. I just happened to find something that related to it, and then read it on IMDb.
And they put a good stout padlock on it.
I think a lot of concrete.
Yeah.
Okay. The next reason that Satan would be coming out at that location, he's visiting a son that he had with a witch. And that son was so deformed that he only lived for a few days. And according to the legend, the ghost of this boy appears on Halloween as a werewolf and scares or chases people off of the grounds or prowls around the woods and scares people.
How many supernatural legends can we cram into one theory?
Oh, just wait.
Oh, are there
We got more.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Actually, we should tack a few more on while we're at it.
Well, let me before you
legend.
start working on these. Let me just give you the rest of them.
I got to say the story about Satan's son who was deformed and died. Maybe feel really sorry for Satan.
Next up.
Okay.
The legends, and this is again another reason that it's so haunted and so terrible, is that in the 1850s, the mayor of the town of Stull was stabbed to death by a stable hand in a stone barn that was on the cemetery grounds. And I'm guessing the idea behind that is that it's desecrations of hallowed ground. I've got to guess that's why this would be a reason, but I'm not sure.
Like the Indian grave thing.
Right, this is a hallowed site, and then you commit murder.
Although I guess that would mean that no more than 17 years later, but probably like 10 years later, they built a church on top of that building. So that's a weird. I'm sorry. I'm just like attacking these as we go.
I know you are,
but I need a little clarification here. Okay, so in the 1850s, the mayor of the town was stabbed, and that's what that attracted Satan to it, or it was the gateway was already there, and that's why he emerges
I think
from
it attracted Satan. Again, it's that
okay, so
it's committing murder on hallowed ground.
But was it hallowed ground at that point?
It was a cemetery at that time, which is theoretically, according is supposed to be when it's a some kind of a religious burial area. It's a whatever. I can't remember. It was Germanic people that had settled the area and had made the graveyard, and suddenly I can't remember whether they were Catholic or what, but if it's at that point, it's a graveyard, it's a hallowed piece of ground.
Yeah, but it was in a barn on a graveyard, so.
How does that make a difference?
I don't know. It just does in my mind.
I think what we need to do is actually there's a really cool graveyard not far from where I live. It's a very old pioneer graveyard. Let's go murder somebody there and see if a stairway to hell appears.
Okay, on to the next one.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for making Halloween just got weirder. Thanks, Joe. Here's our next one. In the early 1900s, and I don't have a year, but this would be, between 1900 and 1910 when everybody calls it the 1900s. I'm guessing that's the time range we're looking at. A boy was accidentally burned to death by his own father while he was burning a field. So dad's burning the field, doesn't realize the boy's in the field, and it kills him.
The boy's too slow to just walk out of the field?
Or dies from smoke inhalation. I don't know for sure. And then a few years later, a man in the town was found hanging from a tree, and I have to presume it's that same pine tree. And both of these took place near a road that was known as Devil's Road, which appeared on old maps of Stull, but it doesn't exist anymore. So it's not a modern road. You can't go on Google Maps and find it. But some of the hype may be the fact that Stull is located. Also, this is another thing to kind of go in that same vein, is that in the state, Stull is in the Topeka zip code, and that's evidently has the prefix of 666, the mark of the beast.
This attracted Satan to the spot.
I'm guessing.
I thought we're still.
This is on the laundry list of things that are built up around why Satan might be coming there. I can't point to one.
So he was attracted to the 666 postal code.
Yeah.
Which didn't come into existence until when? The 1960s?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, are we going to discuss the fact that it turns out that 666 is actually like a misinterpretation? It's not actually.
We can actually talk about that right now. I mean, what do we? I don't remember what is the translation correct.
I think it's like 661 or something. Or
I heard 6696 is one possible interpretation of it.
It's not 666, whatever it is.
Yeah, I know that.
That it's a misinterpretation, and the
That reminds me. I saw this whole laundry list in this humorous email that was rocketing around. It was like all these different numbers, like 666. 666666, Social Security number of the beast. And they were just they riffed on the whole thing. They had like 20 of these things.
Okay.
Anyway, enough of that.
Yeah, because we're not done yet with the reasons why Satan might be coming to this place. And I should probably just go ahead and say something right now, which is this story, urban legend.
Yeah.
It's totally got the urban legend feel. So I think everybody who's listening has probably figured that out by now, but I just want to say that, which is why I want to get all of these supposed reasons out there and out of the way.
Yeah, if you're already packing your bags and then gassing up your car to drive to Kansas to go look at this place, hold off a bit until we get to the end of the episode.
Yeah, because you'll find a few things. Now, this doesn't say exactly why he's going to that location, but one of the things that it's believed he's doing by coming out at midnight on Halloween is that he's gathering up all of the souls in the area. And by the area, I don't know how big that is. I don't know what that denotes. Is that the continental U.S. or is that just that area code? I don't know.
I like it that he operates by zip code. That's kind of cool.
But he's gathering up all of the souls in the area who died of a violent death that year to then parade them around the earth for one more night before taking them back to hell.
Nice. Although, just because somebody died a violent death doesn't mean they're going to go to hell.
True.
Yeah. Of course, you never know. Maybe you do go to hell for dying a violent death. If you weren't smart enough to outwit your adversary, maybe God sends you to hell for that.
So, sorry, you guys were talking about something, but I was busy off in Google land. So I found the number of the beast, the actual number. It's 616. Well, okay, no, I'm sorry. Google says it's 616.66666.
Oh, really?
So it's not a whole number.
They finally calculated it out.
A
Right
whole
on.
number. So I
This
guess
is the
it's,
world's hardest math equation.
You gotta love
technically,
science, huh?
I guess it's 617 because you round up. But I don't. I mean, I'm just saying. So so FYI, every listener, that is the number of the beast.
So it's 616.6666666.
Repeating infinity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know where that number comes from and why a fraction is attached to it, but
Does the devil have a wiki page?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, we should check.
Okay.
We'll look it up later.
Well, let's keep
Sorry.
going.
Sorry.
That's all right. I like that. Okay, well, and this is just more to add to the legend, less of a reason why Satan would come around. But thanks to his presence, evidently, strange things happen in the graveyard, and these are a lot of this is some reports on All Hallows Eve, Halloween. People keep saying that they are reporting strange moaning noises. That the old church that's on the property on the graveyard, that church that was built. Still had a crucifix on the wall, and evidently on Halloween, the crucifix would spin 180 degrees so that it was upside down, which kind of sounds like pranksters to me. And I also don't know that it would still be attached to the wall, but hey, that's what people say is happening.
You would think somebody would have stolen it a long time ago.
You would. And actually, there's a lot of focus on the church. The church that's on this site has spawned and helped foster a lot of the stories and the legends. The church itself in the early 1900s caught fire for reasons unknown. I could never find out what caused the fire. It was never recorded anywhere that I could track down.
Probably caused by something flammable.
Or Satan.
That's usually, or could have been Satan.
But after it caught fire, it stopped being used. And some people are saying that the religious community actually destroyed the church themselves in an effort to seal the gateway to hell.
So they burned it themselves?
Yeah. And because it wasn't maintained for so long, the roof of the church actually blew off many years ago. Like in a big windstorm, just ripped off. So it's a building with no roof.
This sounds so much like an episode of True Detective. I can't even tell you.
I remember that church.
Yeah.
But being open to the sky it seems to be one thing that helps some of the stories. It seems to help the idea that witches and black magic are taking place there.
Well, yeah, because they can get in on their flying broomsticks now.
Yeah. And they're not going to be seen by anybody when they're doing their practices. According to the stories, when it rained in the area, water would not fall on the inside of the church, but instead would run off as if the roof was still there.
Well, obviously the rain didn't get the news.
Evidently. There are reports that strong winds were actually happening inside of the church. So this is kind of that poltergeist area where there's just strange cold spots and winds out of nowhere. And there was one guy who said that the wind was so strong it knocked him over and, quote, held him down and wouldn't let him up for a while.
So, and they were probably hot winds, and they smelled of sulfur and all that stuff.
Never heard that part. Nobody ever commented on the temperature, which was a little funny to me. For that same reason.
I just can't wait for the theories for this.
I know. But we've still got some more things that are about the church.
Man.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot here. There's glass bottles. So I don't know if you guys had come across this, but they...
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, some people say, and they are adamant about this, that if you threw a glass bottle at the interior wall of the church on Halloween, it wouldn't break. Or if you held two glass bottles in the shape of the cross and hit them against the wall, they wouldn't break, which is a little... odd, but that also then spawns people to say that, well, if you did throw a bottle at the wall and it did break, then you were going to hell.
Oh, it's so convenient. It's so convenient. I just, for a second, these kinds of stories are just, the worst, right? Because you're like, well, it didn't break for me, but if it breaks for you, you're going to hell. Which is, it allows for the fact that, anybody who has, a fine grasp of physics or, feels like they want to do it, they are going to go and it's going to break and they're going to be like, oh, well, maybe I'm going to hell.
Or I have a really thick wine bottle and you have a very thin-walled vodka bottle.
There's always that, yeah.
Yeah.
Even beer bottles don't break as easily as you would think. So
No.
I remember many years ago, I was out with a friend, and we were kind of bored, and so we decided to make a Molotov cocktail. So we poured some gasoline into a Rainier Pounder, which is a 16-inch beer bottle, which is actually not as heavily built as, like, say, a long neck bottle, like you'd find a Bud in or something like that today. Those have thicker walls than the old Rainier Pounders. And so we stuffed a rag in it, and then it was about half filled with gasoline. Stuffed a rag in it.
I'm so afraid where this is going.
Oh no, it was, and so we were out. We go out to the middle of nowhere, and we light the rag on fire, and then we take the bottle and fling it. Fling it hard down the road about 20 feet, so it hits the pavement good and hard, and it didn't break.
It went ting, ting,
yeah,
ting.
And so beer bottles don't break as easily as you think. But I have a theory about the origin of this particular thing.
Okay, let's hear this.
Yeah,
I'm curious. I'm curious.
I think that somebody decided to insert this into the legend at some point.
This is the glass bottle.
The glass bottle that won't break no matter how hard you throw it against the wall. I think whoever was doing it was some guy, probably in his late teens, early 20s, who was being a complete flaming and thought, I know, I'm going to trick all these people that go out there into smashing bottles and leaving broken glass everywhere. and so I think that's what I think it was.
Could be.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and we're not done here with the legend the stories around the legend. There are threads out there that say the name of the town was actually Skull and not Stull. So the town is Stull, and people are saying that the T was actually a K at one point, so it was the town of Skull. But the residents changed the name to Stull as a way to try to repent from the bad deeds that had happened there and throw people off from the trail of everything wrong that was done.
If you're going to change your town name from Skull
to Stull,
I mean, just change it a little more, maybe.
Yeah, really.
Maybe Scroll or Heaven.
Or how about Femur?
I mean, really, the fact that you change one letter in your thing, that's probably not going to help so much. Maybe you just be no, we're called normal now.
Well, no, they just weren't as creative in the olden days.
Apparently.
Evidently.
Maybe.
They didn't have the internets to help them.
They could have come up with something else.
This is pretty eye-opening now. I never knew that Kansas was such a hotbed of black magic and witchery.
Evidently it is.
Wow.
Okay, well, let's actually get back to the gateway of hell, because we've been talking about Satan appearing and the reasons that he is. But like I said, the gateway is supposedly located at the church, and it's supposedly located on the side of the church, but it's not easy to find. This is because it isn't used by people much, excluding Satan, because he's not a person.
Well, fair.
But people
or
don't
witches.
use it.
Witches aren't people either.
Oh, okay. And so it's been overgrown with grass and scrub and all of that. But people say that if you do manage to find the stairs and you start to walk down them, and again, this is the story, you will lose control of your body, and supposedly it would feel as if another force was compelling you forward. Okay, and then the story diverges into two veins. Version 1 says that if you do indeed take the stairs, you'll descend to hell, but you'll never be able to come back.
I don't know how anyone would know that, but okay.
Dave went down the stairs and he never came back.
Oh, or
so
he
probably don't walk down those stairs.
A sinkhole. Whatever.
The second version is that if you take the stairs and you descend to hell, it's going to take you 2 weeks to make it back out, but you won't realize that much time has passed because, yes, this place also causes lost time.
I just want to, all this makes me think about is Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where she turned me into a newt. Well, you don't look like a newt. Well, I got better. I was in hell. Satan took me. Well, you're not in hell anymore. I got better. I came back.
I actually want to go check this out because I think it would be actually very cool if I could go visit hell, check it out, see what it looks like,
come back
and then come back.
And then you would know if you needed to repent. Awesome.
If I knew that hell actually existed, I would clean up my act. Yeah, definitely.
All right, so I guess we're gonna take a road trip because I'm okay with Joe descending into hell.
Yeah.
And maybe never coming back, but maybe coming back in 2 weeks.
You never know.
You're just gonna hang out for 2 weeks.
We could do it. Probably.
Oh yeah. Well, thankfully, pre-recording. We'll be all right for a little while.
Yeah, we're fine.
All right. So here's one thing to note.
Oh.
Yes, that's what I hear. Yeah.
Evidently, in 2002, though who did this is in a little bit of conflict, the church was torn down.
Oh.
And there's versions that say, and these are versions that you read about, is that the property owners say they didn't authorize it and don't know who did it. And then there's other versions where it said that the property owners did authorize it and they hired somebody with a big chunk of machinery, a cat or something like that,
knock it down.
to come over and just knock it down, and it collapsed. It just fell right down as soon as they got to it.
Yeah, and actually, another thing that I heard is that because there's houses right there. There's people that live very close by.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, one of those had noticed about a week before this, when it was torn down, one of them had noticed that one of the walls had collapsed in a storm or something.
Well, and that's a very good point. The thing was a giant hazard.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it hadn't had a roof for years. Folks, to describe this to you, it was stone walls. It wasn't brick.
Yeah, stacked stone.
It was stacked stone walls, which when they don't have a structure on top to stabilize them, tend to bow and want to fall over.
Well, especially if one wall or corner collapses, you really lose a lot of support and stability then.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the owner probably just had it knocked down for safety reasons and liability reasons.
Yeah,
too.
I lean that same way because some of the articles I've read say that they're quoting the owner of the property, but it's the internet, and some of these stories you can't really track to tell if that's really their source or not.
Yeah, well, actually, another theory that I heard, I made it up just now. The owner wanted to build a retaining wall, so he needed some rocks.
You're obsessed with retaining walls lately.
I just love them.
That's because you want one.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here, we're going to go to a anecdotal bit of legendary.
This is not anecdotal.
Did I just make that word? Legendary? Is that a real word?
Yeah.
I think
not legendary, but legendary.
I think the word you want to use instead of anecdotal is apocryphal.
There we go.
That describes this to a T.
Okay.
Yeah.
According to this, the Pope visited the United States back in the 90s.
Well, he did. Let's be fair. That's a true fact.
He did.
Okay.
And he told his pilot to go around the entire state of Kansas because he didn't want to fly over unsacred ground.
Okay.
Well, let's be fair. Unsacred ground just means there's unsacred airspace, too.
What? Wait a minute, what?
The air
doesn't make any sense.
No?
Oh, the air above. So you're saying it's like a giant column all the way to space of unholy ground.
Unholy scariness.
All the way through the universe.
Well, all that's circulating around, all these stories are circulating around, all of these things that we've just covered in however long it just took me to go through
30 minutes?
Yeah.
It's no wonder that every year gads of people come to the graveyard to try and see Satan make his grand appearance.
And you know that every single one of those people has after he drinks his beer, has to run over to the church and try to smash it against the wall. Right?
Well, because there's so many people coming to the graveyard every year, the graveyard is now circled with cyclone fencing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at this on Google, if you go to Google and you go to Street View, you see nothing but chain link fencing around the entire thing.
Yes, and no trespassing signs.
And no
too.
trespassing signs. And every year on Halloween, the cops are there, and they are escorting people away from the area, and they will threaten them with fines and jail time for trespassing on private property.
Yeah, apparently the locals are actually not real thrilled about this.
Oh, no, they hate this.
Yeah.
Let me just be very, very obvious. They hate this story because they have relatives who were buried in that graveyard, and there's a lot of vandalism that comes from a bunch of drunken yahoos out on Halloween, smashing bottles, knocking over headstones.
I'm sure it's not just that. I mean, like, we've just spent, the last, half an hour recounting all of these different things that have been tied in, and, if your family lives in this place for long enough, maybe it was your, great-great-grandfather who accidentally killed that boy in a fire, and
brought Satan upon the whole thing?
Well, no, but, that's a tragic story of your family's history, and it's being exploited to be a part of Satan's grand plan. That's tragic.
There's people now, who have died in the last year who bear. It's not as if this is a historic graveyard. This is an active graveyard. So there are people who've died within the last, probably, I'd say 6 months. Buried in this place.
I mean, it's got some very old graves in there.
It does, but it's got some very new graves. And there are stories of people going there days after Halloween and finding the headstone of their loved one knocked over and broken because people were doing whatever they were doing and knocking stuff over.
Although, how do you know it wasn't Satan that knocked over that headstone?
I was going to say it just shows them for showing off their wealth of getting a headstone that's above ground.
Oh, I know.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're both horrible people, Joe.
Yeah, I guess so.
You both are.
I have to say that, and this is to me kind of unfathomable, but I'd go for walks and runs through the nearby Pioneer Cemetery near my house sometimes, and there's vandalism there too.
Oh yeah,
and it's kind of amazing that people would vandalize a headstone, but people do it.
People vandalize everything, and I don't understand it. I understand graffiti as an art form in certain applications, but tagging I don't agree with because that's usually just a defacement of property.
Pretty much.
And usually there's nothing artistic about it. Okay, well, that tag might be artistic in its own sense, but when you reproduce it 100 times on every signpost and building, then it just becomes junk.
Agree.
So it's just visual junk. But
I agree. And by the way, when that tagger is caught, I think he needs to get his special tag tattooed on his forehead.
Well, let's move not to theories, but problems with the stories. So all of those legendary things that we just talked about, there is a ton of problems with them. And I just want to suss out a couple of them right off the bat. The town of Stull was originally named Deer Creek. And that community in 1899 got its own post office. At that time, it was then called Stull after the name of the first postmaster they had, Sylvester Stull. So the town being named Skull, that's out.
Okay.
That's out right off the bat.
Well, unless Sylvester Stull used to be Sylvester Skull, and then he changed his name.
Listen, Skeletor, stop it. Okay. Do you remember the part that there was the one part of the legend of the mayor being stabbed?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out the town hasn't officially had a mayor.
Ever?
Ever.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I mean, it's kind of too small to really have a mayor, don't you think?
It is.
And by the way, I assume the local police are like the county sheriffs, right?
I believe it's the county mounties. There's no actual Stull police force as far from what I could see.
I doubt it.
So yeah, obviously there's no one there that's actually the mayor. That's a problem. Unless, they're saying, hey, we could call you the mayor. Don't call me the mayor. I know what happened to the last mayor. Yeah. No, I'm not taking that.
It's like being the drummer for Spinal Tap.
All right. So I haven't been able to find any concrete evidence that the stairs and their cover exist. Now, there are a lot of stories about people searching for them and, quote-unquote, finding them, but nothing is verifiable. But here's something I want to point out is that there may have actually been a set of stairs there that would have led to a basement. Because if this church was built in the 1860s, think about it. It's Kansas.
You want a
it's
basement?
Hot. You need to store food down there.
Well, but also
Kansas is lousy with tornadoes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if everybody's at church and a tornado comes along, you hustle them into the basement and you hide there.
Yeah.
So there's a very valid reason why there might have been a set of stairs
at
the church.
Absolutely.
But there's nothing to say that it wasn't there, but nobody ever finds them. So that's one thing that I want to point out about the stairs themselves.
I also guess you could say, like, some crypts have, like, a couple stairs down. And if like the crypt or like the building structure above it had for whatever reason been demolished, there would be like some random, like, a couple stairs down. I could see how that could have like ballooned out into something like this. It's so hard to tell in a cemetery with a church in Kansas where
I mean, there could have been what is it, what do they call the big buildings that it's not a crypt, but what is the building that's above ground? Yeah, mausoleums. I mean, mausoleums have been put on the ground.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it could have been that's what it was.
Yeah.
And that's why there was a set of stairs
it's
there.
hard to tell.
The last problem that I have with this whole story is the Pope. It's always the Pope.
Yeah, I know.
Remember that whole story about him diverting his plane?
I'm sure, yeah.
Didn't actually happen.
Yeah.
There's nothing that shows any record of his plane ever diverting off of its flight plan.
Yeah, well, supposedly that story, if I remember right, appeared like in Time magazine somewhere around that time. But nobody's ever been able to. Well,
weird.
Yeah, I suppose that's what people are claiming. But if you look
it's
at Time
not in
magazine,
Time.
it's not
Also,
there.
Pope Benedict, not the most superstitious of the popes.
No.
Pope Benedict? You mean John Paul?
No, wasn't it Pope Benedict at that point?
No.
In the 90s,
It was
no, it was
John
John
Paul?
Paul. It was John Paul.
Also not
John Paul
the most
II.
superstitious of the. Anyways.
No, I mean, the Pope's not going to be afraid of Satan. And, this story is like so many internet stories. They start out as a clean ship that's just come out of the shipyard, and they sail off through the waters of the internet, and they become encrusted with many, many barnacles. And,
Internet
barnacles, yeah, and that's what happens, I think.
Yeah.
So many of these stories.
Internet barnacles.
Yeah, internet barnacles. And so
Phrase for the day.
Yep,
yeah,
I
so
agree.
the Pope's story is yet another barnacle in this story.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into the theories.
Finally.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Well, theory number one. It could be real. Well, it could be. Don't give me that look.
Well, Satan might actually exist. I don't know how often he comes down to earth. But
And let me go through this. Is it
we're up.
There are a lot of stories around about gateways to hell and their locations. Now, strangely enough, none of them, the major ones that you find out there that are gateways to hell, none of them are in Kansas. But that's okay. There are lots of things, though, that are referencing gateways to hell in major populated areas.
Yeah,
Which still is not.
Isn't there supposedly one like right close here, like down in Clackamas or something?
Yet I didn't see that one. But there's so many central major cities have them associated with them, and then major have them associated with them. So there's these stories all over of the gateways to hell.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Satan and you're going to have a gateway to hell, I mean, you want to put it in a major city because you're a lot closer to shops and services and stuff like that. I mean, you don't want to have it in the middle of nowhere.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's in the major areas because of the atrocities that happen there. I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah. But let's put that part aside, that fact aside, is that if we think about this from a theological standpoint, I don't know, is theological the right word to use? I'm not sure. But
philosophical.
Maybe. That's probably the better word.
Theological is like really,
philosophical. It's possible. If Satan's real, and I'm not saying Satan is or is not real, but then what criteria would he or she or it, because again, I don't know,
right,
use to determine where to come out into the world at? I mean, this place is off the beaten path. I completely understand that. But, I've read all this stuff about these strange occult sites that are where Satan may come from. And if you think about it, okay, let's just say that there is some random point where all of this occult stuff is happening. Think about it. This is the best analogy I can come up with. Think about it from the standpoint of almost like radiation. So there's all this occult stuff going on, and it builds up like radiation at that location, so then it becomes a hot zone. So then that could theoretically be a place that would pop up on Satan's radar to be a good place to come because there's all of the it's just embroiled with it, and it's just such a hotbed that might be a spot that's an easy access point.
So he senses Satan senses that there's a lot of like boneheads who would be easy pickings and good recruits, and so he senses that, so he just makes himself a little gateway to hell and comes out.
No, what I mean is let's say, and this, I'm making this up just to try to help foster this explanation. Let's say that there is satanic worship, and so there are there's offerings, there's sacrifices, there's atrocities committed at this area, and so it's seeped in all of this really bad stuff. That would become something that would come up on a satanic radar for another way to look at it. So it's a ping.
But I guess like if we're gonna make that argument, then like there are literally millions of better places in this world than Stull, Kansas.
And also there's no evidence whatsoever that there was ever any sort of satanic dark arts, witchcraft or anything else practiced in Stull.
Well, right? but I want to go back to what Devin said briefly, which is the stories always say that there are X number of gateways to hell, but do we know that's true?
No.
Why couldn't there just be gateways, plural, and there's no number to
Yeah,
them?
why can't the whole world be a gateway to hell?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think the entire world is kind of a gateway to hell.
I mean, like it's just like that when you kind of go down that rabbit hole is a term that we use on this show a lot. You're going down that rabbit hole, and like to say like, well, this is one of the like smallest places in America, right? It's really small.
Very small population.
And I think that like probably the percentage of bad things that have actually happened in this town to the population versus like the number of years it has existed, fairly low. So if we're saying that like this level of percent of corruption over X number of years equals
murders, robberies, etc.
I'm sure corruption's a great phrase.
Satan's gate.
I'm sure.
Then like seriously, just like then there's a gate everywhere, and like we're just screwed. So for me, it's like this. It's I talk about Occam's razor sometimes, but it is right. It's like either the entire world is a gateway to hell, which like Joe is willing to argue, and that's fair.
It is.
But so either we're going to say everywhere that human beings exist is a gateway to hell, or we're going to say that is not a valid theory.
Yeah.
No, I'm willing to run with that.
And here's the deal: is Satan started out life as what?
An angel.
He did. Yes, and so you
God's
never
favorite angel.
Yeah, exactly. And you never hear about angels needing like an escalator down from heaven to get to the earth, right? I mean, Satan, if he does exist, I don't think needs a stairway or portal or anything else to visit the surface of the planet. I think he can get here, whenever, wherever he chooses.
I don't. My religious studies are very weak, but I do remember having seen some things that I've read that when Satan was cast out and then sent to what would be his kingdom, which was hell, he couldn't just come to earth. He had emissaries that could come there. So then that would foster that idea of it had to be something special to allow him his visa for, a term that we use for access to get into the area for a limited duration of time. I don't want to go too far down this. I don't want to beat this too much because this is so open to interpretation. There's so many ways that it can be viewed, but that is just, if that's just this one theory that I've seen.
Yeah.
Let's move to the next one.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Which, again, is on the vein of it's real, but this vein says that the townspeople know it and they're covering it up.
Okay, and I just, I'm going to go ahead and, say right now, if this theory is valid, that means that the townspeople are all, demons, Satanists, worshippers,
You do watch Supernatural.
No, I don't. But I mean, it's just that just follows, right? Is that if the townspeople are covering up Satan's literal stairway out of hell, they are horrible human beings. They
No,
just are.
or maybe they're demons. I mean, I think we need to go there and check it out and see if they have red glowing eyes.
We're gonna
Or-
send Joe.
and if they talk like this, then that'll be kind of a clue.
Or they live in fear of it. And let me run through
Yeah.
some of the stuff
Sure.
that's been put out based on this bend.
Okay.
I think we've already covered why they hate this story for all the thrill seekers, because as we said,
Yeah.
there's the vandalism and the damage, and no wonder they're peeved about everybody coming there. But in the reports that come out and the quotes from townspeople, they do some things that don't always help their case. They say they don't know where the story comes from. They say it's made up and it's not believable, which again makes sense. But here's the thing that they've done that can raise some suspicions. This happened in 1999 on Halloween. Reporters from a local newspaper, and there was also reporters and a crew from a television station, went to the graveyard, and they joined a bunch of onlookers who were hanging out waiting.
Throwing bottles against the church.
No, they were outside of the grounds. They couldn't get into the grounds because it's gated off now. And the sheriff's deputies were there, as evidently they are every year, but they didn't ask anybody to leave the premises or the area outside of the cemetery until 11:30 at night. And they, according to the story, they did this because a representative of the cemetery owners showed up and ordered that everyone was to leave. Now, if you want to put the whole thing to bed and you want to say, listen, this is made up, stop coming here and stop doing this, then let the media in. Just let the news guys in and say, hey, guys, we'll escort you with the police. You can hang out at this spot, stay here till 12:30, and lo and behold, nothing happened.
Yeah, no Satan.
No nothing.
Well,
But instead, they shoot them all away as if they were sweeping it under the rug and hiding it all.
Yeah, I mean that would be a good strategy to put it all to bed. It's just to have the crews there. Although some true believers would probably say something on the order of like, "Well, gee, Satan didn't show up because he's camera shy, and there's all these TV news crews there."
I mean, yeah.
But at the same time, this doesn't mean there's any sort of conspiracy afoot, because there's hundreds of people there, probably making a good old racket. The owner, you don't know where the owner lives, but he probably lives right next door or right across the street. And he wanted to go to bed, and so he just basically sent somebody over there. Or there's a third theory, which is that the representative of the owner, it wasn't the owner himself, was actually Satan.
No, I mean, I think that, to build on Joe's more rational theories,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you, as a property owner, walk up to the police and say, I want everyone but the media to go home. I want to put this to bed. Let's let the media in. You escort them, and they'll prove that there's nothing going on here. No, you say, there's a bunch of people here. They're going to ruin my property. Send them home. And then they go home. You don't say oh, there's one film crew there that might be reputable. It's one person with a video camera out of who knows? It could have been thousands of people with video cameras.
But we've all been to places where you see the TV news van, and it's emblazoned on the side with the name of the station, and it's got the little radio dish, and it was a TV crew. They had their gear. They showed up with cameras in the whole 9 yards. It was reporters who were tagging along with them, but it's the newspaper reporters. But I've got to presume that if the guy showed up as a TV reporter, he's got the news van and he's got all the news crud with him, because he's going to try and report it and send it over to the station to make the splash of, look what's going on in Stull tonight. So that to me is it stands out like a sore thumb from a bunch of yahoos in their pickup trucks drinking beer to a bunch of guys with cameras and somebody standing there with a microphone in front of the spotlight talking. that person is very obvious.
Is it like on YouTube or anything?
No.
I mean, so like it's hard to know. Like in 1999, that it was kind of that trend of like undercover reporting. Like, was it undercover reporting?
There's no reason to do that.
Or were they trying to emblazon? Were they like trying to sneak in? Was it?
What I got
did
was
they
that
have
it
a
wasn't
van?
undercover reporting.
I mean, it's for me, it's hard to tell. And I agree with you. There's no reason to send them away. But also, like, truly owns the property, lives like right there. And they're like, I'm trying to go to sleep. They say, hey, cops on the phone, tell everybody to go home. They don't know who's there. They just say, it's loud out there.
See, I got the impression, the way I read it, that the person showed up.
That a representative of the people showed up.
That is the impression I got, too,
And there's a problem with the representative may not have cared who was there.
If it's
just
a secretary, she's like, it's midnight, crap, like I got called out of bed by these rich people to go tell everybody to go home. I'm going to tell everybody to go home.
That's a very good point. But
But remember something else, too, is that, that they can boot them off the property because it's private property. But right next to it is a road, which is public property. And so if people really wanted to stay there and watch what the goings on and see if Satan appears, you can still do it.
Yeah.
Well,
so I don't know why nobody did.
You went on Google. Did you go to the cemetery on Google Maps and look at the street view? The building itself is offset from the road. It's not like it's right next to the road. Yeah, the church.
It's sort of up the hill.
It is up the hill.
Now that it's fallen down, it's kind of out of sight.
Yeah, you can kind of see it from some of the satellite photos. Its footprint, but it's not right there. It's a ways away. So I mean, I'm just going to make up a number. Let's say it was 80 yards away. That's a fair bit away to be able to see anything at night with a video camera.
Yeah, but if Satan is like appearing on Earth, he's probably like there's a light show.
And he probably glows
What, it's
in the
a
dark.
discotheque now?
Well, no, I'm just saying like there's some fire and brimstone happening.
Gotta be. Well, but the thing about it is Satan is there depending on why he's there. If he's there to visit his deformed child that's buried there, then he's going to walk him on the tombstone. So you take a little night vision gear, maybe with a little magnifying capability, and you'll spot Satan if he's there.
Be a hot
spot.
So
we're just sending Joe on location.
Yeah, we really are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's keep going here.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So the next theory is, you're not going to believe this. It's a total hoax.
Could
yeah.
be. Yeah. Well,
shocking.
The origin of this story.
And that's where we're at.
To tell us.
Joe's gone a little ahead of us, which is the big red flag is when the story showed up. Back in the 1950s, supposedly, there was a professor at the University of Kansas who made the story up about the gateway to hell being located in Stull. He made this urban legend up.
Yeah.
Now, and evidently he told it to his students continually until it caught fire. But I don't know why someone would intentionally make a story like that up
You don't know why? People do it all the time.
Unless he really had it in for someone in that town or just the town itself. Like, he must have hated somebody.
Or he saw the town name Stull and thought, hey, that's kind of like Skull. I'm going to make up a creepy ghost story about it.
Alternately, I mean, he just picked a small place that he didn't think any of his students would be from.
The University of Kansas, that's not, I mean, I can't imagine it's too far away. I actually don't know how far away it is from Stull now that I think about it.
Or that it would be a place that enough people kind of knew about, that it was a real place, but not like a lot of people knew people from there. I mean, I don't know.
Regardless.
Actually, it would be interesting. I mean, if this happened in the 50s, it would be interesting to look at the population tables and see what the tiniest town in Kansas is, and it might very well be Stull.
It might have been.
And going with her theory, that he just picked the very smallest town in Kansas he could find as the center.
And every Halloween just threw this story out there.
Because she was she wanted because statistically speaking, it's less likely he's going to have a student from this town because it's the tiniest town in Kansas.
Yeah. And it's maybe it's a farm community, so like they don't send a whole lot of people to college.
Yeah. In the 50s, yeah.
I mean, I think it's a fair thing to say.
Well, regardless of what could have been the reason that happened from this professor, the story supposedly was repeated every year to his students, and nothing really happened until either 1972 or 1974. I'm not sure which year. I tried to get into the archives to figure it out, but I couldn't get the old archives from the university to come up. But the university newspaper reported this story. And I kept digging and trying to, and evidently their back issues are just not there. I couldn't get it. Maybe if I had pretended I was a student and tried to log in, I might have found a way, but I couldn't get it. But evidently the university newspaper reported it, and from that point, it started gaining traction. And the first report of people showing up en masse is 1978, when supposedly it's reported that 150 people, we gotta guess they were all college students, showed up to see what would happen. From there, it's grown to what we have now of 500 people every Halloween showing up and trying to get in there, and now we have the fence and police patrols and all of that garbage.
I mean, we talk about doing this sometimes.
Oh,
I'm like every once in a while, like, I don't know, like we talk about, well, maybe like there's always a like outlying detail in a story that one of us will bring up, and we're like, man, that sounds like something somebody was just like, oh, it'd be funny if we could see if that could be part
an
of the
internet
lore.
article.
Yeah, an internet
exactly.
article.
And we have talked about it. It'd be fun to set up an alternate website and start posting this stuff and just tacking stuff on like so many people do.
And I think it's
hilarious
not outrageous to think that like a philosophy or psychology professor, would use this as a teaching moment or as an experiment or whatever. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, it could be. It could be he wanted to start an urban legend.
Yeah,
and
it's possible.
Doesn't everybody?
And so it would be a great, and maybe he did it for that reason. Maybe he started this little urban legend, and then he would say, so the student class of a couple of years down the line or something like that, he says, okay, have you guys heard this story about the gateway to hell and all that? How many of you have heard this? Raise your hands, and all this stuff. Okay, you tell me about this story. What have you heard? And then they tell me, and so what do you think? And well, let me tell you something. I made it all up, myself, dude. It's just as a sort of psychological experiment.
But I would think that if that were the case, if that exact scenario were the case, then there would be recounts of people saying, oh, yeah, I was in that guy's class, and he admitted to making it up. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing that I could find. And again, this is one of those stories, and I fully admit this, everybody, one of those stories that is really, really, really hard to find a lot of concrete information on. But I did not see anything that said that he admitted to making up. As it is, I couldn't even find the name of the professor who supposedly made it up. So to me, the professor making it up, it's just as likely as the other theories, because I don't have any grain of fact to hold it to.
This is why I love this group that we have right here, is that you have just said, like, to our entire listenership, a professor making a story up to mess with his students is just as likely as Satan being real and coming to the court.
And by the way,
they're both equally reasonable.
Based on what I have to go on, yeah.
All right.
I think I know the name of the professor. His name was Professor Satan.
Yeah, I thought he was one of the guys from Mad Magazine.
Yeah, Spyro System.
Yeah, we had this. I remember this back in the 50s. We had this professor who told us a story. He had this really strange way of talking. It was like, mortal men, I will tell a story now. And if you want to go,
nobody could understand him.
I wish everybody.
But only the goth kids passed the class.
I like that you're not going to mention the faces that Joe makes when he.
Oh no, I don't look at him when he makes those faces. I actually put my papers in front of him.
Me.
Yeah, when I do my demonic voice, I'm kind of scary all the way around.
You really are. Well, I mean, as kind of a final thought on this story before I open it up to the pair of you, my final thoughts are, I personally, I don't hold a lot of stock in the occult and those kind of stories. Mm-hmm. I mean, I admit fully there are things that I have heard and seen that I can't account for in any logical manner. In other words, I don't have an explanation for whether I've seen it myself or I've heard about or seen it on recordings, whatever the case may be. But, that doesn't say that it is or isn't true. So I don't know that this story's real. Mm-hmm. But I can't say that some part of it isn't real. And I think that's why I wanted to kind of have this as our kickoff for Halloween, because there's a lot of crap here, but there's also a lot of potentials that could have happened. So that's the really difficult part, and I know that's something we try to tackle is peeling those layers apart to find the real thing from the not so real things. Not so real. So that was a great explanation, Steve. But that's where I stand on this. So I don't know that I buy this, but this is completely outside of the things that I would normally jump into.
Yeah.
So I'm on unstable footing here.
Yeah. Well, I think that number one, as I talked about this a little earlier, but hell is like heaven. It's not a place that you reach physically. It's a place where it's like in another dimension almost. And so
it's a level of transcendence almost.
Yeah. And so I mean, there is a gateway to hell, which is the entire planet, which is like you can do things that will the
entire planet conversely is a gateway to heaven.
Exactly, but you can do things anywhere on the planet that will earn you entrance to hell, and and that's your gateway right there. But when you go to hell, your soul goes there, not your body. So you don't need a stairway or a gateway or anything else to get to hell.
No, I think the gateway is a physical manifestation for us to be able to recognize it.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any such thing. Yeah, it's a fun story. There's all kinds of people out there saying stories about you get down there, this thing's pulling you down, and if you go camp there, you hear moans and horrible noises and scary stuff, and your flashlights will stop working.
Oh yeah, you always got to break like 17 times the amount of batteries you need because your batteries always die. Yeah, exactly. That's in the accounts.
Yeah, exactly. Which doesn't really make any sense because if your flashlight's going to crap out because Satan has messed with the batteries in your flashlight, well, guess what? Your backup batteries have been messed with equally. So bringing backup batteries isn't going to do you any good.
Can I go down this rabbit hole here briefly with you on that?
Sure.
And I can't believe I'm about to do this.
I can't either.
Yeah,
I know this is really weird because I'm the total skeptic on this stuff. But the things that I've seen is that let's equate any kind of presence, a metaphysical presence, whether it be Satan or a poltergeist or a ghost or whatever.
Yeah, or a demon.
People equate them to an electrical disturbance. Okay?
Yeah.
So, if I have two batteries making connection inside of a flashlight, that is making a circuit, which is an electrical circuit.
Yeah.
So, when this electrical disturbance comes through, it screws up that connection and it drains that connection. But those batteries themselves, the ones that you haven't put in your flashlight that are just sitting in your bag, they're an unconnected circuit. So therefore they cannot be drained by that field. So they're still going to work.
Right.
Man, I feel like I just need to point out the fact that, like, you went there, and I was like, yeah, but it's more fun to mess with people if they, like, put their batteries in, and then you, like, short it out again.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
It's way more fun if they have to do that 17 times than, like, shorting everything out at once.
Yeah.
You kidding?
I know. I don't know.
So you physics, me fun, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, it depends. I mean, I suppose if this this presence can suck energy out, it basically
from a completed circuit,
it wants electrical energy for whatever reason it wants.
Manifestation.
Or it generates it, and it's sort of like EMP. It overloads it.
Yeah,
which would pop. Which would, of course, pop the bulb. That would kill. That would fry the bulb in the flashlight.
Right.
Or fry the circuit. Yeah.
Yeah, it would fry the. Yeah, you can't really fry a flashlight because it's so simple.
Right.
Yeah, but it's like So it's either gonna drain it or whatever. Yeah, who the hell knows? I think it's possibly somebody made that up.
Devin?
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of with you. Like, I hate to admit the fact that, like, it's just as possible that a college professor made this up as it is that Satan really is like using a physical stairway to literally walk upstairs in a physical being.
Clop, clop, clop,
Yeah.
clop.
Clop, 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 or whatever, regardless of what I believe about like heaven or hell and what those things might be, I think it's fairly widely accepted that it's not a place that you physically go in your physical body. It's a place that your spirit goes.
Yeah.
Therefore, the people or things that rule those spaces would also not be like physical beings that like have physical bodies that they have to use a stairway to get someplace. But it also, I guess, doesn't explain. There's a lot of big question marks that aren't really well explained by, saying like, well, that it's not real. Yeah, so this is one of those weird, crazy doozies where I don't have a good answer for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of on the fence on this.
Yeah,
no, it's like I don't know if Satan exists or not, and I'm open to the possibility of the existence of, say, demons and things like that. I mean, they may actually exist, really seriously. I mean, but I don't. The stairway, nah, not buying it.
Okay, well, there be the end of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as always, this is the best and your favorite part of the show where we give you all of our, as Joe says, pertinent information.
He's devil speaking again.
He is again.
No, that's not the devil.
Or he just had a piece of ice cream in his mouth and his teeth were freezing.
Yeah.
Regardless, the show, this one, and all past shows are available on the website. The website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. The links some of the links for the research will be on there. You can and are probably consistently downloading us through iTunes. If you're on iTunes, go ahead and take the time to subscribe. And if you could, leave a comment and rating. We always like that. We're on Stitcher, so if it's a Thursday and you realize you haven't downloaded it and you're jonesing to hear us, you can go ahead and just stream us on any mobile-ready device. We are on Facebook, so the group and the page are both there. Like us, friend us. We've actually had a couple of really good discussions going lately, which is always fun to get all of our listeners involved in. And, of course, you can email us at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. You've got a thought on this, you disagree on a point, or you've got something to add to it. We love to get that, and we have some great conversations over the email. So feel free to send us one over the emails.
I'm sorry. I just can't deal with that.
I know.
Okay.
All right. That having been said, ladies and germs, we're going to go ahead and wrap this one up. So until next week when we have another spooky story, we will talk to you then.
Da-da.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That was weird.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by pinning us to your wall. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, it's Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin, joined this week by my special guest co-hosts,
Joe.
And
Steve.
Yay!
Yeah, we're special guests this week. That's cool.
Yeah, and this week we're going to talk about a mystery.
It's going to be a little one.
It's
Yeah. It is.
This is like literally this is the jokes I've been hearing all week. It's
Yes,
just,
this is going to be a jokey, pun-filled episode.
It's going to be a
if we're
good
not careful.
one. Yeah. Well, what if we're not careful? You mean if we're careful? It
Yes.
will be.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
about a tiny alien. I just gave it away.
Oh man, Joe.
I know.
This week, as you know, because you probably read the title and maybe even the description, we're going to talk about the Atacama skeleton, also often referred to as the Atacama humanoid or Atacama alien, or I don't know.
Or proof.
Proof for aliens.
Yes.
Proof for the little green guy.
Literally the little green man.
Green men.
Yeah, that explains why we haven't seen their saucers, because they must be tiny. It starts with a garbage can lid.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Actually, it makes sense. That's why we were all convinced by a hubcap for a while.
Yeah.
It's the right size. Okay, we done?
Yeah.
Okay. So our story, just to briefly do a quick little overview here. Quickly? Yep. In 2003, I'm pretty sure that was the year that this was discovered, but
I think so.
It's hard to tell because some of the stories are different, but we're going to say in 2003.
They're hard to validate, but yeah.
A token, quote unquote, collector made a very interesting discovery in a pouch in the Atacama Desert, which is mostly in Chile. It's about 41,000 square miles, which for you people who are not civilized is 105,000 square kilometers. There's very little population there. It's mostly just deserted desert towns from the nitrate era.
Yeah, they closed down the mines and the towns went away.
I was going to ask, you mean because it was nitrate mining?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
No, from the. Have you never heard that before?
Wait, I've never heard of the nitrate era.
Yeah, you never heard of that?
You did? You must have just forgotten.
I slept through that class.
Yeah.
And obviously, once the mine closes down, you really don't want to stick around because there's no water in the desert in that particular desert.
Yeah, there's no right. We were talking earlier. Is it the driest place on Earth?
It is the driest place on Earth.
Yeah. So take that, everyone who thought that you know where it was. So this guy, while scavenging, found he was in a church. He was kind of digging around. He was trying to find things that were like worth money.
Yeah, I think I in one version of this that I heard, he actually found it in a graveyard next to the church, which was in an abandoned town.
Yeah. Or
he
in
might
a
have
church.
He might have even been like grave robbing.
Yes,
I was going to say,
possible.
basically, he's described as a token collector, but really he's just a scavenger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally, just a scavenger. Just raiding these deserted towns for anything that might be worth anything.
Yeah, which I mean, they're deserted towns, so it's not like anybody's going to get upset about it. But he's scavenging.
Yeah,
pretty much.
So buried just slightly under the ground. I don't think it was very deep. He found a white cloth that was tied with a violet the color ribbon.
Oh.
And it contained a skeleton that was about 6 inches long with a slightly elongated skull and only 10 ribs. A
little unusual.
To make this story a little weirder, I'm just going to throw a quick little thing in here and then we'll talk a little bit about it more. In records that are dating back to, I think it was 1933, a similar 6-inch tall humanoid skeleton was featured in Ripley's Believe It or Not book that came out then. And it was also, like I said, a 6-inch tall humanoid skeleton. He was called Attaboy because he was found, believe it or not, in the Atacama Desert, not far from where Atta was found, which is what they called this new skeleton.
It's been speculated there's probably all kinds of these things floating around the Atacama Desert.
Yeah, probably there is.
Because it's so dry, things get mummified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say is that it's that desert, it's going to suck the moisture out and preserve things obscenely quickly.
Yeah, and really well, usually, too. Okay, so, as we said, this guy, his name was Oscar Muniz. I can't find anything about him except for, as I said, I think he was just a scavenger. Mm-hmm. But the skeleton was eventually sold to the current owner. His name was Ramon Navia Osorio, and he's a Spanish businessman. He is currently
he's still
living, still owns this skeleton.
Well, it's not in his hands though these days, right? Did he get it back, or did he?
He did. He got it back. He never was without it.
Well,
when it was examined. It was examined in Spain, in Barcelona.
Okay.
Where he is. So it's my understanding that he's never not had possession of it.
Why would he want this creepy little thing at his house?
It's kind of cool. I don't know. I kind of like it. I would take one.
Really?
Yeah, totally. Would you not?
Do you also collect those weird dolls that have the eyes that follow you, though?
No, I don't. Those scare me. Those scare me a lot. No, we had those when I was a kid, and I did not like them. Yeah.
I don't remember that toy.
What,
the eyes actually followed you around?
No,
they just appeared to.
Yeah, like paintings do.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Somehow, and I don't totally know how, because Ramon had this thing for a long time, and until 2009, it had kind of just been this obscure thing that he owned. Mm-hmm. He didn't really talk about it that much, but a guy, Stephen Greer, found out about this skeleton he was at a conference, and somebody offhandedly mentioned it to him. this tiny little skeleton that they knew some guy who owned. That makes sense, right?
That's more better.
That's more better. It's pretty close, yeah. And so Mr. Greer, or Stephen, we'll just call him Stephen,
Call him Mr. Greer, please.
Mr. Greer managed to convince Ramon that he could investigate the skeleton. So in 2009, that's when kind of this whole story kind of started to hit the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, Greer is the one that raised all the attention about it.
He sure did.
And then when did the movie come out?
It was 2012?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe
Serious?
2013, yeah. 2012
Yeah, I know we're going to get into that, but...
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So, Mr. Greer assembled a team of, we're going to call them, air quote, respected scientists, unquote. Some of the people on the team, I think, are actually...
Professionals in their field?
Well, I think some of them are actually good scientists.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the research that I've read, I trust these people.
They're competent.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Stephen Greer maybe not quite so much.
Stephen Greer maybe not so much, and some of the other people on his team maybe not so much. But we'll make sure to make note of when we believe people and when we don't believe people, because you know us, we're good at that. So yeah, Mr. Greer and his team went to Barcelona in 2012 to conduct extensive research on the skeleton. The team was headed up by Dr. Gary Nolan, who, after some Googling, he's a lot of UFO stuff, this guy. He's definitely a ufologist.
He's into it.
Nolan?
He's into it. Yeah, Nolan, Dr. Nolan. But he is also a geneticist at Stanford.
Same guy, you sure?
Same guy, yeah. So I guess he's probably not a total hack?
Maybe not.
I don't know. It's hard to tell with these people sometimes, right?
You think he's got tenure?
Yeah.
Yeah, he must have tenure.
Yeah, probably, yeah. So anyway, we'll talk a little bit more about the other members of the team, or at least one other member of the team later. But I do want to just first start out by describing the skeleton. I know that we have some listeners that listen to us while they're driving, things like that. So let's talk about what the skeleton looked like and what makes it so strange, other than the fact that it's 6 inches tall.
Okay.
So let's go with that. The team examined Atta.
Attaboy.
And they took DNA samples from the distal ends of the anterior ribs, which is the fancy way of saying that they took samples from the front ends of the ribs, which should have been connected to the sternum. There's no sternum on this skeleton, which isn't really that weird to me, I guess, in the long run.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not sure how well formed the sternum is.
At
a young age, yeah.
I think that's... at what age? That's the question.
Well, yeah, that is a big question around this, but it doesn't really... I mean, in a human fetus, the sternum forms... It's there.
I think the sternum forms in like the 4th or 5th month. Once the rib cage firms up and all the organs have developed, then it kind of... Because it shouldn't... create too early, because it could make the cavity too small. So I think that's one of the reasons that it waits longer.
Right.
But there is a big dispute about this this thing's age.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and we are absolutely going to get into that in a minute. Yeah. But so that's where they took the DNA samples from, and there was bone marrow in the skull as well. So they took a little bit of that for testing. And
I've seen a lot of hubbub about, if you see photos of this and you see the back of the head, there's a hole in it, and they say that's because they punched that hole to get the DNA.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you also hear a lot of people on the internet say, oh no, that's obviously the cause of death.
Okay, so actually I can clarify this.
Okay.
They took CT scans and x-rays before they started to do anything exploratory. And you can see in the CT scans there's a fracture at the back of the head. It's not a huge hole in the back of the head where they had to cut through, but there is a visible fracture in the back of the skull. That's what they're talking about when they say that's the cause of death.
Well, I've seen somewhere they will say there's the hole, and that's okay.
Or I guess
just want to point it out.
Misinformed is probably a better way of saying it. They're misinformed. That big hole, as far as I can tell, they did cut it to extract.
Yeah, they put a hook in there to scrape material out.
Yeah, I am not of the impression that hole existed before.
Prior to the testing.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm in agreement with that.
But there was a fracture in the skull.
There was actually a photograph too from prior where the hole was not there.
Where there was no hole. Yeah.
So.
Yep. But that's good. So, like I said, they took X-rays and CT scans of the tiny skeleton to make sure that they could evaluate the body for any abnormalities before they did any exploration.
So they were following good procedure.
They were following
excellent
exceptional procedure. Yeah, everything was done in a totally sterile environment. Everything was documented. People were taking pictures and filming the entire time, which is really important also, so you can document if somebody happened to do something that caused damage to it. You could come back later and say, okay, did one of us do this while we were exploring or did not?
So this isn't like when they did all the testing on the dinosaur bones and determined that they were part ostrich?
Yeah, no, not like that.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. So at least during this part, during the examination, the procedures were very well followed. So Ada, as I've mentioned again and again, 6 inches long, which is
or tall. You'll hear it referred to as 6 inches tall.
Yeah, tall, long.
Tall works,
long,
I think. Yeah.
Long, tall. Which is I think it's 15 centimeters is what I see. That's about equal. One place I saw it described as 150 millimeters, which I thought was silly. Why wouldn't you just use centimeters?
It might be a little more accurate to break it into millimeters. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Anyway, so it's about that size, again, for our not American measurers.
Measurers.
Yeah.
It's got a goofy looking head, though.
It's very elongated. It's you know what it reminds me of is the Crystal Skull from Indiana Jones.
That was a terrible movie, but
That
yes,
was
I do know what you're
truly a
talking
terrible
about.
movie.
So it's
Yes.
a very long, oval, almost shaped skull.
Which would explain why a lot of people think it's an alien.
Yeah, and you can see there's some bone abnormalities just like in the formation of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't seem as though the skull was crushed post-mortem to be that way.
Like squeezed
Yeah.
and collapsed on itself a little bit. I see what you're getting out of that. Yeah.
And like I said, there's a fracture on the back right side of the skull, which is often ruled as the cause of death. There's a tooth in the jaw, actually. I don't know if you guys actually got a chance to look at this or not. It's kind of interesting. There's an actual tooth in the jaw. It's not like little infant, nublins. It's like an actual, they describe it as a mature tooth, which is interesting.
Yeah. Well,
again, interesting.
Yeah, it's unusual.
It is unusual. There's a fracture on the right arm just above the elbow. The skeleton has just 10 ribs, which is weird. Humans have 12 ribs.
Yeah.
Everybody knows
Normally.
that. And after 2 months in utero, a human fetus will have developed all 12 ribs.
Generally.
Mentioning. Usually.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah. In almost every circumstance, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. During the CT scan, it was revealed that there are lungs in this mummy skeleton thing, or were. Well,
remains of. They're still there.
And quote, what appears to be the remains of a heart structure, unquote. And this has caused the team at Stanford and also pretty much every researcher to look at this stuff to believe that it's a real skeleton of a real living thing.
It's not just a little carved.
It's not just a hoax.
It's not just a little carved wooden.
No.
If this is a hoax, this is the best hoax ever.
I saw a very tongue-in-cheek thing recently when I was reading about this. I think it was actually just like an hour or two ago that said the quote was, "This couldn't be a hoax unless it was hoaxed by aliens." Which was like, oh God, of course you would go there.
Who says aliens don't have a sense of humor?
Yeah, really.
Practical jokers.
There's also a fairly pronounced curve to the spine. There's a hump, but I think that's just from the way it was preserved.
Near the shoulders.
Yeah, hump near the shoulders, kind of. But also the spine curves, like in a C shape.
It's got a serious S curve to it.
Yeah.
Really
I don't think it's an S curve. I don't think it ever curves back. Is the thing? It's just the C. It just curves the one way. And again, we don't know. I don't know certainly
it's hard
if
to
it's
say.
just from the mummification. Thank you. The mummifying of it.
The mummifying, and also being wrapped up in a cloth and compressed could.
While there was still moisture in the body,
Yeah,
and then when
absolutely.
it dries out, it's gonna stiffen in whatever position it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's one more thing to mention. Well, I guess there's a few more things to mention. I want to mention how tiny the little feet are. Tiny little feet and
Tiny
hands.
little feet, smaller than yours.
Yeah, smaller than mine, but also like proportionately tiny. right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say
Yeah.
you can almost miss them, almost at the lower bottom of the legs.
I didn't find them to be out of proportion, but then again, it is so small to begin with
Yeah.
that that's why I don't find them to be disproportionately small.
That's fair. The other thing that I have to mention is the knees. Knees, it turns out, for those of you who don't know, are a pretty good way of determining age, early years in life.
In humans.
In humans, yeah. Because when we're born, we don't really have kneecaps, which is a misnomer. We do have kneecaps, they're just all cartilage, and then they harden over time.
Ossification.
But when you're born, you basically don't have kneecaps.
Gross.
And you can look at the x-rays of knees. It's very interesting. There's they don't look like knees, basically, when you're an infant. They just don't. And it's hard to describe, so I would encourage you guys to go out and Google this, because it is kind of fascinating. I didn't really know this about knees.
Oh, what knees on babies look like?
Yeah.
It basically just looks like there's two leg bones and
there's like
nothing there.
There's little balls of bone on either side. But there's no noticeable joint, and there's no cap or anything like that.
It hasn't formed.
Right.
Babies are weird.
Babies are really weird.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So they stay cartilage until you're about 3, and then they calcify all the way up until you're about 6 to 8, depending on your own personal development. But apparently, and I know Steve has some things to say about this that we'll tackle in the theories sections, but apparently Ada had fully formed kneecaps. Which, again, it's hard to tell because he's so tiny that it's really hard to see what's going on in
I haven't seen anything that looks like a kneecap to me.
It's interesting, right? It's hard. Like I said, it's hard to tell, and we'll grab onto this a little bit more in the theories.
I know we're going to have to come back to this. So yeah,
but you will see that around, and again on it. I don't know. I'm also not a scientist, so I can't look at that and be like, oh yeah, totally, that's a kneecap. I don't really
You can't?
know. Can you?
Yeah, of course. I got knees. I know what they look like.
The inside? You examine the inside of your knees regularly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking no kneecaps, but
yeah.
Bob got it.
Yeah.
So people go ahead and say that with the knees and the presence of a developed tooth, that would put this being at having lived for some time, at least a year,
in other words,
many as
outside of
the womb.
Yeah, in other words, it can't be a it can't be the skeleton of a fetus.
Right. That's the thing that you draw. That's the conclusion that you would draw from this information.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to talk about all this stuff in the theories, so everybody stop yelling at me, please.
There's some more to come.
Yeah, because there's another really big twist.
Right on.
It's a really big twist. And that is, you remember I said they took DNA from the ribs?
Yep.
And they tested that as well as the bone marrow found in the skull. And apparently, the report is that Ada only shares 91% of its DNA with humans.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. For comparison, we share about 90% of our DNA with cats, 80% with cows, and 50% with bananas.
Oh my God.
So
I guess I shouldn't be eating cows, I guess.
No, I guess not. Yeah. And there is some variance.
I don't eat bananas.
There's variance between humans, right? That's an actual thing. There's genetic variance, but it's about 0.5% variance.
0.5%.
Yeah, 0.5% variance between any Homo sapien.
Okay.
Yeah. One last thing. I keep saying that, right? I keep saying, and one last thing I have to mention, but one last thing.
It's fine. This is you have now gone to the same level as TV news.
Oh, that's true.
Which is we're going to drop the story, but first we're going to tell you about this. We're going to come back with this main story, but now we're going to go to the weather. So that's what she's.
Isn't that annoying when they do that?
That's
you
how
mean
she's
brilliant.
formulated this.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, we'll be back after this word from our sponsors.
Yeah. One last thing. Again, it's actually the second to last thing.
And then we'll talk about the weather in Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can say all the names, yeah, we will. Nobody really knows how old this thing is. Obviously, when they first found it, they thought, "Oh my God, this thing is like millennia old. It's got to be so old."
Because it was mummified.
Because it was mummified, and it didn't look like anything we knew about. And they were like, "Well, maybe it's some like pre-Homo sapien type thing. Maybe it's a Neanderthal. Maybe it's who knows?" And they've come to the conclusion since then that it's like a couple decades old.
Yeah, at the most.
Yeah. But as I mentioned, Ripley of Ripley's Believe It or Not, his name is Robert Ripley. He's involved in the case, like I said.
Isn't he dead?
I'm sorry, he was.
Okay.
He was sort of involved.
Kind of, in a way. You guys know Ripley was obsessed with shrunken heads.
Oh, yeah.
Like, obsessed with shrunken heads.
Which is weird.
I kind of think shrunken heads are awesome.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
you know how many times I have found myself in front of the computer at 12 o'clock at night, drunk, and Googling shrunken heads and trying to figure out if the website that says I can buy one is legit or not?
I feel like I need to have a conversation with you about your adult, mature choices that you're making.
Seriously.
Wait, is it the drinking
Drunk
or the Google?
At midnight, and you're choosing to Google shrunken heads, which makes me a little concerned about you.
That's a little
frankly.
weird, yeah. And what I want to know about these websites is, how does it work? Do you have to cut somebody's head off and mail it to them, and they shrink it for you?
Is it also like, are there like hot shrunken head
They're
singles?
authentic. They're authentic from natives. I don't know. I was drunk. Can we keep going, please?
I'm very concerned.
Actually, yeah.
We're going to have an intervention later.
When
don't
we
worry.
wrap this up, I'm going to go out on eBay and see if there's anything out there.
I'm sure there is, yeah.
Probably is.
Yeah. Anyway, on Ripley's Shrunken Head, Quest for the Shrunken Head, which is an actual book, by the way. It's Ripley's Quest for the Shrunken Head. I almost bought it. I came closer than I ever have to buying a book for the podcast, so there's that. He found this tiny skeleton in the 1930s, early 1930s. He found this tiny skeleton he called Attaboy. He found his in Peru, but the Atacama Desert does actually go all the way up into Peru. It's like I said, it's really, really big desert. So Ripley called his skeleton Attaboy, and that's that. They look vaguely kind of similar. Not really.
No.
Not really.
No, they don't.
Actually, at all.
So
They are
Attaboy,
both 3 inches tall. Or 6 inches tall.
But
that's about
Attaboy
it.
looks more akin to a shrunken head in terms of the shape and the texture in the photos that I've seen.
I think Attaboy's kind of cute. Not like the skeleton, but I think it's cute that Ripley called him that.
Oh, the name?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a cute name. Yeah, so an Attaboy does look different. They don't really look the same.
Sort of.
Attaboy and Atta. I think it's true that the resemblance pretty much ends at their height.
I would say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, theories?
Yeah,
I
theories.
guess we're there.
I guess we are.
Aliens?
Let's start with hoax.
Oh, was it a hoax?
No.
I don't think so.
I actually don't think that there's anybody who seriously thinks it's a hoax, except for the anonymous forum user here and there who says, no, it's a hoax, didn't you know?
Well, it's easy to think it's a hoax.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was a hoax when I first started to read about it. And then once I saw the stuff about the CT scans, I knew, okay, right there, that proves it's not actually a hoax. It's
not a little
something
carved,
real.
Not a little carved wooden figurine.
Yeah. So, no, it's not a hoax.
No, not a hoax.
Yeah.
Also, probably not a cryptid, but you'll see that around.
Is this a fairy?
No.
Cryptid as
If it was a cryptid, it could be a fairy.
It could be a fairy,
It's a
but
mummified
no wings.
fairy.
No wing structure. Wings have to have bones in them.
Do fairies
maybe.
actually have wings, though?
Yeah.
We don't know that.
We don't know anything.
Elves?
Right?
Could it be a Smurf?
It could be the South American version of a leprechaun.
Oh ho ho!
There you go.
It's true.
Or it could be the South American Bigfoot.
It could.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish
The
you
little
guys,
known.
I wish you guys were in the studio to see with how much sincerity Joe just said that. There was no laugh in his face for a moment. It was good.
Just all deadpan.
It
all
was.
the
It
time.
was totally
Yeah.
deadpan. Okay, so those two out the window. Cool. That's the end of our theories.
Okay. Bye.
It's not? No? Okay. Next up, I guess, is aliens.
Yeah, they're obviously that theory has been put out there, so we have to talk about it. Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of people think this is like the remains of an alien.
Yep.
But
Well, and one of the things I will mention is there is a strong history of reported UFO activity around the Atacama Desert.
There's a strong history of reported UFO activity around most places.
Shh,
Hey.
Steve.
Yeah.
Shh.
I'm just putting it in perspective.
Yeah. Here's
Well, so the theory is that this thing is an alien. It kind of, frankly, it looks really alien.
It does,
It looks
especially
very
the
alien.
shape of the skull.
With the shape of the skull and the size, to conceptualize of something being that size and like living is crazy.
Well, there's many creatures on our planet that are tiny.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
The problem is that unless maybe there's an alien race and they figured out a way to save space on interstellar trips to shrink themselves down to 6 inches tall.
Well, no, this thing is much like, was it the first or the second Men in Black, where there was the little guy that drove the human-sized robot?
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what this would be.
Maybe.
How long could you really survive if you're that size, though? Wouldn't you go extinct?
That's my big question.
The predators would all eat you. I mean, you'd be snacks. Owls would be snatching you out of the skies or whatever the equivalent.
Well,
of
I
the
guess
owl
I mean
is
the
over there.
argument would be that you might be from a planet that was so high gravity that everything was small.
Uh-huh.
So you could feasibly be the largest thing. It could be a race of shrimpkins from Futurama.
Well, it could be.
Do you guys remember that episode?
Nah.
Yeah.
Sort of.
When Bender becomes God and then meets God. They're just tiny little humans that live on him.
Yes.
It could have been that. I mean, aliens.
It's possible.
And I guess this is probably a good time to mention Dr. Greer, Mr. Greer. He's a doctor. He's a medical doctor.
He was a medical doctor. He was an ER doc, I think.
Oh, was he really? Oh.
He was a practicing doctor.
Yeah.
And then he sort of went off the deep end and
He left.
became an ufologist.
His
That's
practice.
a nice way of saying it. Yeah.
He left his practice.
He did leave his practice. Our listeners may be familiar with the documentary Sirius, which is you basically tries to prove that aliens are real.
It's about an hour long. We talked about it in the Gary McKinnon episode.
Yeah, it's actually 48 minutes long. I found it on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
48 minutes and like 50-something seconds.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
12 minutes for commercials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. And Dr. Greer is the guy who's in charge of that thing.
Well, he is in control of CSETI.
Yeah.
Which stands for the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And he started that in the mid-2000s, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was sometime, I think it was the late 2000s or 2010, somewhere in there, he then began the Disclosure Project.
Yeah.
Which is the one where it's all the ex-government employees testifying to him on camera about aliens.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a major ufologist.
He is.
He is, I'm not making fun of him when I say this, he has bought in quite heavily to the belief, and he's very committed to it.
He is.
But that makes me question him quite a lot.
Yeah, it makes me question with things like this just because I think there's that confirmation bias there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly something like this that is kind of open to interpretation. It is hard to know what this thing is for sure. But the fact that I don't know. It's hard. It's hard when you're hearing a ufologist constantly saying, "Oh, it's obviously an alien. It's proof."
Yeah, good luck
constantly.
with that.
Never once saying, "I don't know. It probably isn't an alien."
Well, the other thing about guys like Greer is they tend to be a magnet for lunatics who come to them with crazy stories and
people who are like-minded. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
no, I mean, but also that's not to say that everybody who believes in UFOs or aliens is a lunatic.
Right. That's what I'm.
Y'all know
it's
me.
like-minded in terms of believe in or want to. But there's a broad spectrum of that.
There are crazy people in all walks of life.
Oh yes.
And there are extra crazy people in some walks of life.
Yep.
Which are this one is one of them.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
Yeah, that's a problem already.
Yeah.
And my one concern with Greer being as involved as he is in this, because he was. What's that?
You only have one concern.
Well, no, this is one of my big concerns.
Okay.
Is that the story of how Etta was found and all of this stuff? I've never been able to find the source of it. In other words, you always hear the story, but you never find anything from the origin of that, where it actually began and the early accountings of it reported anywhere, anything. It popped up, and it popped up on the radar from what I found.
There's
with Greer.
The guy that actually found it, you can find the first publication of talking about this in the media at all.
Uh-huh.
And it was around the time when that scavenger found it. But it was...
when was that again?
2003-ish.
Okay.
But it was in a tabloid in Chile. That was the first announcement. So again, it's one of those things where it's like, you can confirm that it did happen at a time, but
that the equivalent of the Weekly World News reported on it, and not Bat Boy.
Yeah. But which is kind of a bummer because we do know it exists and we do know it's real, but they were the only ones who didn't cry hoax immediately. So they printed it, and then, and I guess to that point, Greer never tells the whole story. He always just says, "Oh, a token hunter or a token collector."
Yeah, he's got a very sanitized version.
But he doesn't
of the
ever
story.
say like he was robbing graves in the church. He doesn't say anything about the. They always say it in this kind of amorphous like pouch. He never says it was in a white cloth. It was this velvet tie. All of the kind of nitty gritty details that almost humanize it. He doesn't ever talk about. So I think to that point, he is. I mean, he's trying to skew it a little more towards. If you're just saying, "Oh, it was found in a pouch, just in the desert," that sounds way more like an alien died or got dropped off. The remains of an alien got dropped off. Than
because they have a burial ritual that involves pouches.
I don't know. Just more than like it was found in a grave in a church, wrapped in white and purple. That sounds way more human than. It was found in a pouch in the desert.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to let the Greer issue go.
Okay.
That's just I really, really question whenever he's involved.
Yeah.
No,
well, that's fair. And
the
alien stuff. Do you have anything else to add to the alien theory?
Well, I would add to that is it's the if it is an alien, then how does it happen to have 91% human DNA?
Okay, well, actually, that's a good segue into our next theory, which is that it's an alien-human hybrid.
Okay.
But that goes down the crazy rabbit hole because it's mostly Greer being the proponent or being the most vocal proponent of this theory. This is his theory, actually, is that it's a hybrid, and it goes kind of from. What if it's an alien-human hybrid to what if we are all alien-human hybrids? That's what we are. That's how humans existed.
Well, then we're
That's how we came about. So then we would share 91...
We're not actually alien-human hybrids because we're humans, so whatever our ancestor was, it made it
Right,
with
that
them.
we're alien... I don't know, Neanderthal hybrids or something like that.
Yeah.
The things that we branched off from, that they went off to die, but they were very humanoid. They were, we were like them, and then we changed somehow. And
wait, you
that was the
aliens came to Earth? They were slumming with Neanderthals, and then they went home.
Yeah.
So Earth is what, like the dance club of?
It's okay. I guess we can kind of go into this. I don't want to make this whole episode about this, but there are two theories on this. You're looking at me like I'm a crazy person, but I'm just going to keep talking. One of the theories is that it's a controlled experiment, that aliens who are hyper intelligent came to Earth and wanted to. It's like controlled evolution, that they altered the DNA of Neanderthals to create Homo sapiens.
And now they're watching the experiment play out?
Yes. The other theory is...
That's the long game.
That's the long game. The other theory is that aliens... I guess there's a lot more than that. Aliens... in order to survive, came and intermingled.
Their species?
So in order to elongate their species, had to kind of alter what their species was. So they came to intermingle their people with our people, and that totally changed and progressed into Homo sapiens. Or, nightclub. Like, they were curious.
They just came here and had sex with all of our women and then took off again.
Yeah. So those are the three, main theories of the alien hybrid, human hybrid theory. So then this theory would be that this was a subset that went a little wrong, but has survived maybe in the desert.
Okay.
Or maybe they're the ones who were the initial ones, and that they, bred with Neanderthals, and so were the size, basically, of Neanderthals. But
so the problem with that, though, is the age thing. Is that if that is the case, then it would have to be much, much, much older.
Unless it was coming to check up on us. So if it was the controlled... If the base theory was that it's a controlled evolution, the long game, basically, right? Mm-hmm. You come and check on your long game. right?
Right.
You observe them. So if this alien, in this theory, died while observing us, then 10 years, whatever.
Oh, wait,
okay.
so they're very tiny aliens?
Mm-hmm.
So the wardens are itsy bitsy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I still don't buy that this thing was an alien though, because it's 91% human DNA.
I agree, but so those
an
are
alien-human
theories.
hybrid. That's impossible too, because like, for example, cats and dogs can't interbreed.
That's true.
And so we'd be a little further apart.
Humans
than
and
cats
bananas
dogs.
cannot interbreed.
Yeah, that's
You're
true.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's a valid, interesting point. The other thing I guess we should probably bring up at this very moment in time is that it's not that we only share 91% of the DNA. It's that it was like 8 or 9% of the DNA was unable to be read from the samples that they got from Ada.
Which doesn't
So it doesn't mean that
anything.
they didn't match. It just meant that they couldn't read them because it was too corroded.
It was
or
degraded,
good.
unreadable, which it's not uncommon for that to happen in DNA samples, to have a portion of it.
Yeah, particularly post-mortem DNA samples.
Yeah.
So this is why Greer bothers me so much, because he's the one who says it's 91% human DNA, but we don't know what the other 9%. Well, no,
We don't.
We kind of probably do, but it's not unusual. 100% of the DNA that was readable was human. It's just 9% of the total sample was unreadable.
Although, to their credit, on almost all of the websites that you read about this DNA, they do add the caveat that research on the DNA is ongoing.
Of course.
And that they will reveal more as they know it.
They
which
might
at
be
least
able to get
that
better DNA out of them.
it's possible.
And also this is one of the reasons that because they used to think it was kind of old, and now they're thinking no more than 2 decades, just because the DNA is degraded somewhat, but if it were
there's still viable DNA.
Exactly. If it was a lot older, then there'd be a lot less DNA to read.
Yeah. So next is the theory that it's human. And this is, again, typical Devin style. We've got a couple different bullet points here.
Yes, we do.
So let's start with human, shrunken.
Oh, Ripley?
Yeah. We come back to Ripley here. Ripley was he was a very honest showman. He liked to kind of discount